same-sex marriage in Hawaii. We're expecting a very long hearing. As a result, we will be sticking very closely to a 2-minute testimony rule. There's a large countdown clock over there where you can see it when you're testifying. I'm sorry, you cannot hear? Whoa. Okay, how's that? All right, I'll start over again. Aloha kako. Welcome to the Joint Judiciary Finance Committee hearing on SB 1, Senate Bill 1, a bill to provide for same-sex marriages in Hawaii. We're expecting a very long hearing. As a result, we will be sticking very closely to a 2-minute testimony rule. There's a large countdown clock right over there, so you can see it when you're testifying. At 2 minutes, an alarm will sound. Please stop as soon as the alarm sounds. This is the same rule that the Judiciary Committee has had during last regular session, in which the Labor and Public Employment Committee had during my 4 years as chair there. Although because of the hundreds of actually the thousands of testifiers, I will probably enforce a little more strictly than I have usually. So when the timer goes off, stop. When it is your turn to testify, please state your name, registration number, and whether you support or oppose the bill. Because all those who wish to testify cannot fit in the auditorium. After the first group, we will be calling testifiers in groups of about 25. After each person in that group who wants to has testified, members of the two committees will have an opportunity to ask questions of those testifiers. Members, I want you to ask whatever you feel is important, but I do request that you be as succinct as possible. Testifiers, once your group has testified and answered any questions, you don't have to stay at the hearing if you don't want to. If there are no available seats in the auditorium, you will need to leave the room to make space for the next group of testifiers. If there are no seats available in the auditorium, you will need to leave the room to make space for the next group of testifiers. We will do our best to alert the next group shortly before the last person in the preceding group testifies, so the next group can come down to the auditorium. Anyone who signs up to testify by midnight will be allowed to speak. Chair Luke and I will decide at midnight whether to simply continue the hearing past midnight or to recess until sometime after the sun comes up tomorrow. Whether we decide to power through the night or wait until daylight, no one who does not sign up by midnight will be allowed to testify. So be sure to sign up by midnight. If you need assistance, please go to the information table outside the auditorium doors. Restrooms and water fountains are available on this floor and the second, third, and fourth floors of the Capitol. And mahalo to all of you who are taking time out of your day to come and testify. I realize that for many of you or all of you, this indicates just how strongly you feel about this issue. Okay, and again, welcome to your state capital. Let's go ahead and get going with the first testifier, which is Governor Abercrombie or his designee. Mr. Oshiro, welcome.
Good morning, chairs, vice chairs, members of the Joint Committee. Blake Oshiro, Deputy Chief of Staff, on behalf of the Office of the Governor. The Governor apologized that he is unable to be here this morning. He had a prior commitment, but did want to extend his thanks to the committee for hearing this important bill. We'll be standing on our written testimony in strong support of SB 1, and I'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, members, any questions for Deputy Chief of Staff Oshiro? Representative McDermott.
Good morning, Blake.
Good morning.
Deputy Chief of Staff Oshiro, when the governor came to our caucus, I asked him several questions. I was hoping he'd be here today, hence I have to ask you these questions. I was hoping we'd have the BOE as one of the folks testifying. I don't believe that's going to be the case. But what I asked the governor was, will the DOE allow parents to have their children opt out of classes which teach homosexuality being normal, even though parents feel otherwise because of religious or conscientious objections? Will the DOE allow teachers to opt out of having to teach such classes if their faith and beliefs are contrary to this practice?
Thank you for that question, Representative. It is my understanding, especially based off of the speeches that were given in the Senate yesterday, that there currently is a Department of Education policy that it does give parents the right to opt out whenever there is any potentially controversial issue that shall be taught. Educators are required to give that notification to parents, and parents are given the option to opt out.
You are correct, sir. A follow-up question. If it is the law of the land, will it still be considered controversial, or will parents just have to take it?
If it's the law of the land?
If we pass same-sex marriage and it's the law of the land, this issue is no longer controversial. It's the law of the land. And it must be presented in an equal forum and footing.
Well, I think the question is a little odd because I guess every single thing that is taught would have to meet the Common Core standards. And so first there would have to be a lesson plan that is developed, and then at that point it would have to determine how any potential sort of relation to the issues that you've brought up would be related to the Common Core. If at that point an educator feels that there is something that is necessary in order to be taught, then they would be required to notify the parents.
Sir, with all due respect, you're not answering the question. If it's the law of the land, it's no longer considered controversial. It is the law of the land, and to consider it controversial would be discrimination. The parents will not have a choice. So if it's, again, the question is, if it's the law of the land, that this is what marriage is, that's the law of the land. Can parents opt out of the law of the land?
I do believe that whenever there is a topic that an educator feels is potentially controversial, whether it is the law of the land or not, then they do have to follow the policy. And so things like sex education, for instance, while it is something that is required of most students under health programs, parents still get the right to opt out.
So would you support an amendment to this bill that specifically allows parents to opt out in schools from their children receiving education in this sort of behavior, a specific amendment, not a DOE policy that can change next week, a specific amendment in statute that allows parents to opt out based on religious or conscientious objections of their students being exposed to this behavior?
We believe that the current bill as drafted is able to stand on its own. We feel that it actually is just dealing with the issue of marriage and doesn't actually get into the issue of 302B or A under the Hawaii Revised Statutes and get into education, which we feel would potentially be problematic and wouldn't fit under the title of the bill.
Okay. I will stand on your answers. The second question that I have is, has the DOE estimated the cost of procuring revised textbooks and other changes to school curriculum initiated by the legal redefinition of marriage, such as those encountered by California and its efforts to implement their bill, SB 48?
It's my understanding that based off of the current language of the bill, because it doesn't affect HRS 302A or 302B, that the Department of Education has not undergone any such evaluation at this point.
Representative Shiro, I would like your honest answer here.
Representative McDermott, can we, I'll be happy to come back to you, but let me see if other people have questions first.
Yes, Chair, I'll yield.
Other members' questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Blake, for being here. Some people miss you being on this side of the podium, but you're there, and I understand you're doing a good job. Except for one thing. That's related to my question.
Yes.
It's our understanding that the House didn't want to go in because it didn't have the votes. The Senate didn't want to come into special session because it didn't have the votes. But you guys made a proclamation and didn't consult any of them, and I'm not even going to mention the minority. But why? Why didn't you consult with people before you called this? Because the polls say 70% of the people want them to decide, not us. 64% of the KITV, 67% of KITV said they should decide it, not we, the legislators. What was your rationale of not consulting the leadership is the basic question.
It's my recollection that prior to the issuance of the proclamation, the governor did meet with the majority and minority caucus and discuss the issue. And so at that point, it was up to the governor under his powers under the Constitution to determine whether to issue the proclamation and call a special session. And he decided to use his discretion and do so.
I think it was the done deal after those meetings were actually done. But the point was the input on the bill. How much of the House and the Senate was actually given an input and a participation in the wording and the language that we see before us now in SB1? How much of that was garnered from the legislators who are the actual policymakers of the state of Hawaii?
I think like any other bill, the administration proposes a bill. It goes through the legislative process as is required with 3 readings on both sides. And at that point, it is up to the legislature to decide what is the best policy with which to pass if they are going to pass it.
So you're fully open to the amendments, not necessarily suggested by the previous speaker, but knowing that the legislative prerogative may exercise an amendment to what otherwise is the policy choice in the constitutional legislative branch. You're clear on that?
Oh, excuse me. So under the checks and balances, ultimately we wouldn't say that we are completely open to any amendment. We would say that any amendment would have to go through the proper vetting and review. And at that point, it would be up to the governor who has the ultimate power to decide to veto. But under the checks and balances, as you know, at that point, the legislature has another power with which to override.
But remember, sir, in your marketing, in your announcement, you said this is a 5-day session, no amendments, wham, wham, thank you, ma'am, that was it. Now you're saying that's not it. I thank you for the concession, but to know that an amendment should be and will have better have been stated in the beginning rather than now afterwards when you gave the impression that this is a 5-day done deal, there's no amendments. In fact, it's only the Senate that cut off so many people that we're going to be here till midnight or tomorrow morning doing what otherwise should have been done by vetting it through the people of Hawaii and not just the executive branch and giving the people a chance to say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Members, any other questions? Representative Har first, and go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Chief of Staff.
Good morning, Vice Chair.
It's nice to see you. Very quickly, as you know, on September the 11th, the governor had posted his proposed marriage equity bill. And then on October the 22nd, this bill before us, Senate Bill 1, was posted. And it's clearly drastically different than the governor's bill, particularly with respect to the religious exemptions. So is it the governor's position that, again, that he will support all of the exemptions in this bill, given the fact that it is so drastically different from what the public had to study for essentially 5.5 weeks, and then all of a sudden, 6 days before the first hearing, we got a new bill altogether?
Yes, when the Senate Bill 1 was issued, put on the website by the Senate, we did a proper review, and at that point, that is why today and at the last prior Senate Judiciary hearing, the governor was able to say he stands in strong support, having read the amendments that were proposed in the Senate bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we take any other questions, just the next testifiers will be the Attorney General's office and the Department of Health, so just be aware that you're next. Members, any other questions? Okay, back to Representative McDermott.
This will be my last question for Deputy Chief of Staff Shiro, who I know on a personal level I'm very fond of. I want to drill down one more time on the opt-out policy. Anti-discrimination laws. I'm married to a Samoan. Anti-discrimination laws, if someone doesn't want to sit next to a Samoan, the anti-discrimination laws, if they got a problem with that, too bad, because the laws are the law of the land and they protect that. Going back to what's taught in schools, if this is an issue of discrimination and if we view it as race, how can parents opt out? How can they possibly opt out if it is the law of the land on religious or conscientious objections? If it's the law of the land, the parents will have no choice. And I apologize for asking you this, but I've asked the DOE, the BOE, the Deputy Attorney General. I get no answers. And I was hoping the governor would be here so I could ask him. But again, if it's the law of the land, and the point here is we're told there any discrimination, in that context, to end discrimination, how can a parent religiously or consciously opt out and have the state acknowledge that opt out if it's discrimination? That's the question.
Okay, let me try and, I think, answer your question. The particular example that you brought up, if there is a discriminatory practice that is in the classroom, then at that point the state does need to take action, because we have strong discrimination laws and equal protection clauses in our Constitution that would prohibit that. And so the state, as an actor via the educational system, cannot in any way continue on or embody any type of discrimination. However, when it comes to actually educational classes and what is actually going to be taught, when that is actually the issue rather than this discriminatory action of the state, the question becomes whether there is a controversy that a parent would want to opt out of having their child participate. And so I think that's a separate issue that the Board of Education and Department of Education will have to undertake a evaluation to make sure that there is a proper implementation if those concerns that you've raised are things that are going to arise at some time.
I appreciate your answer, but it's about as clear as mud. Thank you very much.
Okay, members,
Chair,
any
if I may.
questions? Representative Ng.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Oshiro, for testifying. Just for clarification purposes, it is my understanding that this bill is about marriage and not about the school curriculum. And is it true that the DOE, our laws in education already require opting out for controversial issues?
Correct. So the bill before you mostly amends Chapter 572 or subsections thereof. The education law is found in HRS 302A and 302B.
And if we did want to amend that, and I don't think most people in this room probably on either side of the issue probably wouldn't want to amend that part, do you think that this bill would be a proper venue to do that?
That would be a question I'd defer to the AG on whether any amendments dealing with education would fit
Be in a
under
marriage
this
bill?
title.
Okay, that clears everything up. Thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions? Chair Luke? Nope. Okay, moving on to the next testifier. It's Attorney General Louis or his designee. Morning.
Good morning, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, members. I've said it before and let me say it again. There are times in our lives, moments and events in the lives of nations and states when history is made and things change for the better. I believe this is one of those moments. We stand today, and the House stands today, on the threshold of a new era of aloha for same-sex couples who want to be married in Hawaii so that they may share in the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Department of the Attorney General and I, as the Attorney General, stand in strong support of this bill, SB 1. We believe, and I believe, that this is the right thing to do. The time is the right time to do it, and the right people are here in the legislature to do it. The legislature has unquestionable authority to pass this law. I have issued an official Attorney General opinion to Senator Ihara, and I believe that that has been widely distributed. There is no requirement for a constitutional amendment for the legislature to pass this law. The legislature has the power to do so under Article 3, Section 1. We believe that this bill properly protects the rights of same-sex couples to get married and enjoy the benefits of marriage, including all federal benefits, while also protecting clergy and religious organizations to exercise their religious freedoms around solemnization of marriage. Further details are in my testimony. I would be happy to take any questions.
Okay, members, questions? Representative McDermott.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're tired, as we all are. Obviously, with your opinion, you're well-versed, though you weren't Attorney General in 1998, well-versed in the history, the statute, the underlying issues, committee reports, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Attorney General, do you know what the Office of Elections promulgated to the public with regard to the constitutional amendment?
I do.
And what is your reading on that?
My reading is that in the official flyer, which was promulgated by the Office of Elections, states that with regard to that amendment that was proposed, was that the legislature would have the power to make the decision.
Actually, the wording that was advertised to the public for 4 weeks, perhaps you, if you have it in front of you, may like to read it verbatim, said, the legislature shall have the power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples only. The word only is in there. It was advertised for 4 weeks. There's Supreme Court precedent, Groves v. Slaughter, that what the people thought they were voting on supersedes the underlying statute and the committee reports. But that's not my question.
Representative, okay, you have a question?
I do.
Representative?
With regard to the DOE, I still haven't got an answer. This issue has been framed and couched as an equal rights issue, as a discrimination issue. I ask you, if this, in your Attorney General hat, as a well-respected attorney and a lawyer, if this measure becomes the law of the land, will parents have the right to opt out? Notwithstanding this DOE policy, because it's a policy and it can be waived tomorrow. And if it's the law of the land, what mechanism is going to have educators send a notice out? Number one. And number two, don't you think people will file lawsuits saying this is discrimination? You're creating two classes of people. 2 questions.
Certainly. Thank you, Representative. First off, the Department of Education has an explicit policy on this, and that policy was promulgated pursuant to rules and regulations and pursuant to the Department of Education. So in fact, because it was duly promulgated, it is the law. Secondly, that law, that regulation and that policy allows a parent to opt out of any controversial matters. And as Deputy Chief of Staff Oshiro mentioned, just because this matter becomes law for marriage equality does not end controversy. Abortion is controversial. Interracial marriages sometimes are still controversial. Religious matters can be controversial. Sex education can be controversial. All of those things, and I believe that same-sex marriage would likely fall in the same arena. Those could certainly be considered controversial. I do not believe that there would be any lawsuit that would be valid. Anybody can bring a lawsuit at any time for any reason. All they have to do is go down to the court and file a lawsuit. So people could bring a lawsuit, but I don't believe it would be well taken. I think it would be dismissed by the courts.
Well, in your opinion...
I'm sorry, Mr. McDermott, Representative McDermott, I'll come back to you again, but I'd like to let other members have a crack at it too. Anybody else wishing to ask questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Attorney General, thank you for being here. Thank you for going through a lot of difficulties and for and against attacks that you've fared very well. You have very good thick skin. Like hopefully some of us or all of us by the time it gets to be 14 hours from now.
I'm just trying to help.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to take a break at least occasionally and not cause effrontery to the public. My question is somewhat of a follow-up, and it's based upon not machinations and fear-mongering, but empirical evidence that once a policy is in place, if something is codified contrary to that policy, the policy is left aside, i.e. Massachusetts. We have clear evidence that cases of teachers saying it's the law that you will not discriminate against individuals who are of a certain lifestyle or alternative lifestyle. That parents, number one, will not even be told, and this was a judge who was in a declaratory way saying the law is the law and parents will not have to be told. That's what the judge told the school system in Massachusetts. In Canada, the same thing is happening. Now, this is not to say that this is not against same-sex marriage. It's saying if it is, let it be a two-way street. Let those people who have long-standing traditions of beliefs be opted out. And I was going to ask Blake Oshiro from the governor's office, if the codification in the BOE is strong, would the governor be able and willing to back and codify that in the January session? That's the question. Number one, is it real? Is it empirical? Is it fear-mongering? Or is it acceptable that if you feel that strongly, there'll be no suits, it's ironclad, that are you willing to codify it?
So in answer to what I think is your question, Representative Ward, I do not believe it is fear-mongering. I understand that there are many people of good faith and genuine beliefs and sincere beliefs on all sides of this issue. And so I respect that. At the same time, I believe it is a policy choice for the legislature to make, and should the legislature make a policy choice to allow same-sex couples to be married in the state of Hawaii and to enjoy federal benefits and state benefits as a result of and to enjoy the actual label of marriage, which is no small thing, that still would not end the controversy, I think, and I think people would raise that controversy, and they could do that in the DOE. Now, with respect
But, sir, with all due respect, the question is there empirical evidence contrary to your opinion that you're giving now? Is Massachusetts a true case of which I cited or not? I don't have the exact name, but that's exactly what has been written up.
Representative
and
Ward,
widely
I'm
spread.
not familiar with that decision
Okay.
by one court in
My
Massachusetts.
office will inform you
that,
guys occasionally.
I'd be happy to look at it. However, one court decision, as you know, is not always necessarily indicative of anything. There are lots of court decisions that happen and that are repudiated sometimes or subject to further court determination at a higher court or by more courts. That's how the court system works.
You're very correct. This whole same-sex marriage codification and policy is really new in the world. I mean, it's a new phenomenon. It doesn't have a lot of legislative history and policy and court challenges. So we're on new ground.
Is there
Entirely. So
there
you
a
didn't ask the second question.
Well,
if he would be willing to codify what otherwise people have taken the BOE on its face value that, hey, there's no suits, you said there's going to be no problem.
Representative Ward, at this point, I'm not prepared to tell you what I would do with a hypothetical situation that you'd bring before me on some amendment to the DOE. That would certainly, in my view, not be part of this bill.
The question then is, if I rephrase it,
I'm
are you
sorry,
willing to give the
Representative
parents...
Ward, Representative Ward, I'm happy to come back to you, but there's three other members who would like to ask questions, so let me go to one of them next. Representative Cachola, you had a question? If you could grab somebody's mic down there.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask questions. I'm not a member of the two committees, but I've always been a dollar and cents issue. And I checked with the National Conference of State Legislators, which is the body that covers all the state in the nation. And I asked the question about what's the financial implication of same-sex marriage in the 13 states other than New Jersey, because they just got it, as to the benefits received by same-sex couples, state as well as federal benefits. The response to me was very substantial. So meaning, it's not just state employees that will be affected, also the businesses outside. Do you have any response as to the possibility that when the amount of money or benefits given to same-sex couples, that we might end up having the taxpayer pay for more?
Representative Cachola, I do not have any information as to that. I don't know how many exactly how many couples would apply for that, for the marriage benefits, so I can't give you an answer. I do know that on the other side of that, there's been a study by, I believe, the University of Hawaii that has projected a $217 million positive benefit to the state economy from passing this bill.
I'm full aware of that study. However, I was made aware that there was a previous study way back that says otherwise, saying that it might cause a negative impact to our number one industry, the tourism industry. You have to understand that our tourism industry is a family-oriented destination
I'm sorry,
area.
Representative Cachola,
My question is,
Thank you.
my question to you is there a possibility that there will be a negative impact, and how can we protect our number one industry? My proposal to you is it okay to come up with a drop-dead clause, like 5 years or so we can assess the impact of same-sex marriage to our number one industry?
So if you're asking if a sunset provision would occur or could, certainly the legislature has the power to put in a sunset provision in any piece of legislation. Do I think that would be a good idea? I do not.
Okay, that's good. So Most likely, we have the 2 chairs to include a possible sunset provision so that we can possibly more or less assess the impact. If it's negative, then we have to do something. If it's positive, we can just go ahead with it. My last question to save another taxpayer's money is when I asked NCSL, is there a possibility that same-sex polished marriage can be abused? It can always be abused. We are trying to extend marriage to lesbian, gays, bisexual. But sometimes, 2 straight couples says, I want to get married. So to a point that will be additional burden to the part of the state and the feds. Can you possibly come up with a litmus test as to the definition of homosexual marriage so that like gays, lesbian, bisexual, so that when they apply for marriage license, that somebody will say, no. Can you answer that if there's a litmus test to define?
Representative Cachola, a clarification. Are you suggesting that the protections against abuse of a household member that makes that a criminal offense should not be accorded to people? Or I'm not clear on your question.
Okay. We are trying to extend benefits or marriage to the gay, lesbian, and bisexual because they were the ones who initiated all this. And the bill says we're going to extend it to them, okay? Now, question is, can it be abused? It's possible because of the great benefits that this couple might get, either government benefits, state benefits, federal, and the workforce in the private sector. Can we possibly say that this only applies to bisexual, gay, and lesbian couple?
Actually, Representative Cachola, I think the way the statute is worded, and I think the correct way to go, is the opposite. It allows for marriage between 2 people, regardless of their gender, so that there's no discrimination as to the marriage or the benefits on the basis of gender. Now, with respect to people abusing marriage, you have sham marriages that occur for immigration purposes sometimes, and those are prosecuted. So if there is an abuse, I would think that would be something that would be a matter of law enforcement to take a look at.
Yeah, you answered my next question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Representative Bellotti.
Good morning, Attorney General.
Good morning.
I'd just like you to comment on the significant, real, and not simply hypothetical harms that are currently being experienced by individuals in our community because of the lack of marriage equality. I think there was some question from your testimony in front of the Senate that there is not significant and very real harms to individuals that they're experiencing now. Can you comment on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bellotti. So with respect to, once the United States Supreme Court weighed in and said that same-sex couples should not be treated as second-class citizens, where a state recognized that marriage. There are approximately 1,100 federal rights and responsibilities that same-sex couples would not be able to obtain unless they have the appellation of marriage on their relationship. That would include Social Security survivorship benefits, protection under the Family Medical Leave Act, to care for a spouse, veteran and military benefits for a spouse, certain death benefits, certain employee retirement benefits for health and retirement under federal law, COBRA coverage for a spouse to allow medical coverage, rights to petition for a spouse to immigrate, and various tax benefits such as the unlimited marital deduction for gift and estate tax, the obligation to file or the privilege to file tax returns as a married couple, spousal rollover for retirement accounts, gift splitting, and all of the tax planning and estate planning things that heterosexual couples go through now. So those would be a number of the federal benefits. I'm sure that there are more. There was a letter that I believe we sent out to all of you in response to questions in the Senate hearing about this. We sent out a 7-page report to Senator He and then distributed it to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, I think next up was Representative Brower.
Thank you, Attorney General. We've had a lot of information, and one subject, and it's a little really thinking out of the box, but I wanted to get the administration's opinion on it. So if we redefine marriage today, it may lead to intended or unintended consequences. Nearly half the world practices some form of group marriage, a marriage between two or more people.
I'm sorry,
And all the
what did you
arguments,
say? What?
nearly half the world practices some form of a group marriage, marriage between two or more people. And my question is, a lot of the arguments, and I'm likely to vote in favor of the same-sex marriage bill, but a lot of the arguments for same-sex marriage could apply to two or more people. And while you might be able to stop the legislature from enacting any legislation on group marriage, I don't know if you would stop the courts, and I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
Thank you, Representative Brower. I do not believe that this bill, if passed, would allow group marriage. It's
No,
still...
the bill may not, but would this be on the horizon if you change the definition of marriage? Next, could it be changed again, if not by the legislature, by the courts?
I don't think the courts would change the definition of marriage. There's been a very traditional definition of two people being in a marriage, and anything more than that from the courts has always been regarded as polygamy, which generally has been outlawed in most states and has been upheld by the courts. Whether or not the legislature would seek to allow polygamy, I sense that there is no groundswell for that. There is no, at all, number of couples other than in Utah that I'm aware of that seek that. So I do not think that that would be likely to be on the horizon from my perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay, they're all over the place. Hang on just a second. Representative Woodson, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Attorney General Louis, for being here tonight. We very much appreciate it. I just have one very basic question. The argument largely that you're articulating is, in fact, there is a deficiency between rights that are afforded to individuals that are married compared to that of individuals that are currently or seek civil unions. You had mentioned that there are some 1,100 rights, benefits, and protections afforded to individuals that are in fact married. Is there any way, in your professional opinion, we can seek or other avenues in which we can look into that would afford individuals with civil unions those same federal rights, benefits, and protections or responsibilities, short from redefining the current definition of marriage as we have it right now in the state of Hawaii?
Thank you, Representative Woodson. I believe not. The federal government allocates those benefits and defines how those benefits will flow based upon, in many cases, the definition, the use of the word marriage, or married, or husband and wife, or something like that. Also, the federal government, and that's why we had a discussion in the Senate hearing as to whether or not a couple here who was a civil unions couple but was allowed to or forced to fly to California and got married and they came back here, whether or not they could get all the federal benefits. And the answer is no, because many of the federal benefits are determined by domicile, that is where you live, not whether or not you have a valid marriage license in a particular state. So we've looked at this, and at least our review of the federal statutes are that it would require the status of being married in order for same-sex couples to avail themselves of these benefits.
Okay, next up I saw Representative Jordan, followed by Hashem, followed by Ng. I'm sorry, and while we're saying followed by, next after this testifier will be the Department of Taxation, the Department of Health, followed by the Department of Taxation, so be prepared. Okay, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General, there's another form of union, and that would be a common law marriage. My understanding in the state of Hawaii, we don't recognize common law marriages, but at one point in time we did, until we enacted the marriage law, which became the civil law. At that point in time, common laws became extinct. But other states do recognize common law marriage, correct?
Some other states do recognize common law marriage for their purposes.
Okay. My understanding is that the Internal Revenue Service recognizes common law marriages starting from the late 50s for all the benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what is the rush currently when those individuals have been denied since the 50s and other states recognize common laws and they get the same preferential treatment from the Internal Revenue Service?
So if you're asking, can same-sex couples in the state of Hawaii enter into a common law marriage
No,
here?
that's not what
The
I'm
answer is
asking.
no.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Okay. So
What I'm
we're-
asking is, what if there's a couple coming from a common law state that have been together for 20 years, they arrive in Hawaii, their common law relationship is no longer acknowledged in the state of Hawaii. So
Correct.
they can't file jointly in the state of Hawaii. They were denied benefits. So
They would not be married in the eyes of the state of Hawaii.
they were denied benefits.
Okay. We will. My understanding. Here. Okay. So my staff has clarified that if a couple who is validly recognized in another jurisdiction as being married can come down to Hawaii and prove that they are validly recognized in another jurisdiction as being married, that the state of Hawaii will recognize that.
Are you saying to me that if somebody was in a common law relationship in another state and they moved to the state of Hawaii, then their common law marriage would be recognized in the state of Hawaii for income tax purposes and everything?
Well, I think for all purposes of marriage, under Chapter 572-3, it states, marriages between a man and a woman legal in the country where contracted shall be held legal in the courts of this state. That's for outside the country? Okay. So that would apply to other states, in our view. That if the marriage is recognized in another state, and they come down here and they can prove that that is recognized in another state, then we would accord them that relationship. Okay, but only heterosexual couples, not same-sex couples.
I'm just trying to get a clarification. Currently, under our law, if somebody was in a common law relationship that was recognized in another state, and they moved to the state of Hawaii, Hawaii did not recognize their common law marriage, correct?
No, I think I'm saying the opposite, that under the marriage statute here in Hawaii, that if it is recognized as being legal in the state where they're from, and they can prove that to the satisfaction of the state, that marriage will be recognized.
Including with our Department of Taxation in the state of Hawaii.
I believe so.
I have a ruling from almost 10 years ago from the Department of Taxation denying an individual who was in a 20-year common law relationship that moved to the state of Hawaii and was residing in the state of Hawaii, denied his right to file jointly with his common law wife.
Perhaps the Department of Taxation, I'm not familiar with that ruling. I don't know about that ruling. I'm telling you what our interpretation of the marriage law is here, and that should be recognized. If the Department of Taxation did not recognize that, then probably what should have been done is that person should have challenged that and brought it up for a judicial determination. Many things happen that way.
I did challenge it. I prepared the tax return. And I had the
you took it to
determination
court
letter.
then.
So what I'm trying to correlate here is if we have denied other individuals rights in the state of Hawaii, and we haven't corrected those, and the federal government still hasn't rolled out all the benefits that other individuals be entitled to, because this is such a recent ruling from the Supreme Court, is there a rush when we can definitely acknowledge that there's other couples that have been denied in our state?
So if your question, Representative Jordan, is whether or not we should take action to right some wrongs if there are other wrongs that exist in the world, my answer would be that we should go forward and try and right the wrongs that we can and take a look at the other ones as we go and try and address them.
Well, my understanding.
I'm sorry, Representative Jordan, I'll be happy to come back to you, but can I let somebody else go for a little bit here?
Can I just make one statement?
Okay,
first, Chair,
please,
if you don't
quickly.
mind? It was the state of Hawaii that determined common laws illegal in 1928 when they enacted the marriage laws. So I don't see how they could be recognizing common law marriages currently to today.
I'll be happy to take a further look at that and do an in-depth analysis for you, Representative Jordan.
Thank you.
Chair. I will have another question, but I'll
Okay,
move on.
thank you. Let's go next to Representative Hashem.
Okay, we are basically here because DOMA, the Supreme Court, overturned DOMA Section 3, which defines marriage between a man and a woman. We also have a case currently going through our court system now, right?
Yes.
And if we do not change our definition, is it very likely that the courts would change it for us? And second part to that question is, if we don't change our definition and put in religious protections, if the courts change it, will there be any religious protections?
Thank you. So let me take those two questions,
Okay.
Representative. First, with respect to the litigation, there is a lawsuit, Jackson versus Abercrombie, that was filed challenging the marriage statute under the federal Constitution. The prior Bear versus Lewin case that people have talked about in Hawaii that some decades ago was decided only under the Hawaii state constitution, and then that was changed by the constitutional amendment. So the current lawsuit, Jackson versus Abercrombie, the Department of the Attorney General is representing the governor, and the governor has taken the position that he believes that the marriage law should be struck down. The Department of the Attorney General is also representing Director Fuddy, the Department of Health, and asserting the position that because that is the current law should be defended. Now, I do not have a prognostication, personally, as to what will happen before the court. That is before the Ninth Circuit, and I'm sure there are lots of lawyers who will tell you that the Ninth Circuit is somewhat liberal because they allowed the Perry case to go forward, and they struck down the referendum that essentially did away with same-sex marriage. But I do not have any prognostication or prediction as to how the court would rule. So that I'll just have to say it is possible for the court to strike down the marriage law of the state of Hawaii. It is also possible that it could uphold it. That's your first question. Your second question, which actually is we took a look at, and your question was whether or not, if a court acts, will there be a religious exemption, possibly? And the answer is probably not, because the way courts work is they strike things down. They don't affirmatively write legislation. In the states which have enacted gay marriage or same-sex marriage by legislation, many of them have, by legislation, put in specific religious exemptions for religious freedom, for clergy, for religious facilities. In the states which have done this by litigation, generally there is no religious exemption. And so, as a general rule, what we have always, I think, counseled the legislature, both the House and the Senate, is that it's better for the legislature to act rather than to have a court act for it.
So let me rephrase that. The only way that we could put in religious exemptions is if we, the legislature, does that, and that's basically...
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have Representative Ng, followed by Representative Lowen, and I'll put Representative Ward back on the list.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Louie, Attorney General Louie, for sticking through this litany of questions. It's really important because he has the professional legal opinions, so we're going to take our time on this. My question was along those lines of religious freedom and whether or not the bill will be rife for lawsuits or more susceptible to the consequences thereof if the vote was indeed taken to the people. Will it really be brought into the people, or will it be more of handing off the issue from the legislature to the judiciary? In your professional opinion, because, well, let me rephrase that. Well, contextually, I feel like this discussion has been operating under two heuristics. One is of an oppressor versus an oppressee, and the other is of civilization in the most fundamental terms, civilization versus barbarianism. And these are two completely different heuristics, speaking completely different political languages.
I'm sorry, Representative Ng.
Right. So well, I'm getting to it. So I think a better way to look at it is the more, not the progressive or conservative, but the more libertarian approach is coercion versus liberty. Now, if you look at it through that prism, sexual minorities and religious minorities make parallel claims on the larger society, and the strongest features of the case for same-sex marriage make an equally strong case in protecting the religious liberties of dissenters. So that's currently, I feel like that's the legislator's focus, make sure that religious exemptions are provided. Do you feel that passing legislation and allowing the people's voices to be heard this way is more is more conducive to that than a constitutional amendment, maybe, in your professional legal opinion?
Thank you for your question, Representative Ng. It is my view that the legislature has the power to act in this regard and can act this way without going to bring it out for a constitutional amendment. Certainly, the public has spoken. You have lots of people who are here to testify. There have been lots of opinion polls and things like that, and so that's present. But with respect to the issue of religious freedom, it's my view that it is generally better for the legislature to act and try and deal with all of those political considerations and weigh the balance of which religious freedoms will be protected and how they will be protected and what the scope of that is, rather than having a court act. And with respect to that, the Jackson versus Abercrombie briefing just went in. The Ninth Circuit now has the matter fully briefed. They can make a decision at any time. I expect it might take a couple of months, but it certainly could occur in a relatively short time frame. It could take longer. I don't predict how long they take. Sometimes they take years to do these things, but the Ninth Circuit, in my judgment, has acted relatively swiftly on all appeals that I've seen. I've seen their statistics, and they really try and move the cases along. So I would expect that if that lawsuit is not made moot by SB1 or action by the legislature, that in fact the Ninth Circuit will rule and make a decision.
Okay. All right, moving on. Representative Lowen, I believe you had a question?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for being here. I just wanted to clarify, to go back to the common law marriage issue again. So if there's a heterosexual couple that moves here and they're common law married and they couldn't, which is unfortunate, if they unfortunately couldn't access their benefits, then they could choose to get married. Is that correct?
Yes.
But for a same-sex couple, they could not make that choice.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kawakami.
Thank you, Mr. Louis, for being here. My question pertains to the public accommodations law. Under SB1 in its current language, say, for example, a religious organization has a church and maybe a hall that they allow Boy Scouts to use, or perhaps graduation parties. Under the current law, does it protect the religious organizations from being able to practice their religious freedom? Say, for example, if a same-sex couple decides to have a marriage at the beach, but wants to have their reception at the hall, do they have the religious freedoms and exemptions to turn back that couple?
Thank you, Representative Kawakami. With respect to public accommodations, the public accommodations analysis that would have been used no longer would be used under SB 1. So let me clarify that, okay? First off, we had previously proposed, and the governor had posted a bill that followed the civil unions law, which had previously been enacted by the legislature. And that maintained in place the public accommodations law, which essentially said that if a religious organization utilized their facility for the public, had it open to the public, then that would make it subject to the public accommodations law. SB 1, as written, utilizes the phrase, notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, when it talks about the religious organizations and facilities. That phrase essentially makes this law trump the public accommodations law. And so SB 1, in section F, as written, essentially establishes a test that whether or not you'll have a religious organization. And it says, so once you have a religious organization solemnizing a marriage, then it's not going to be subject to any fine, penalty, or some kind of action. And then there is a small exception, provided that the religious organization does not make its facilities or grounds available to the general public for a profit. And so I think in general, and also then there's a clarification in SB 1 that says that if you ask for a donation, and it doesn't say the size, so it could be a small donation, could be a significant donation, that would not constitute being for a profit. Thus, my reading of this is that under the current SB 1, which is before you now, there is not really a public accommodations analysis unless there is a claim that the facilities or grounds are made available to the general public for a profit. Most religious organizations, I think, would not be doing that for a profit. And so I think the religious exemption in this bill, SB 1, is somewhat broader than the governor's version, which was posted earlier. And I think that religious organizations would be able to act, and their affiliated organizations essentially would be able to act.
Yeah, and I'm fully aware that most people will choose not to be somewhere where they're not wanted. I think we can all agree on that. But there is a fear out there. Now, in your analysis of the bill and while you guys were looking it over, did you have a chance to compare this bill to other states, perhaps maybe Connecticut and what they're doing?
I have looked at the laws of other states, including Connecticut. There's obviously a number of them that have religious, most of the ones where they have the law passed by the legislature have a religious exemption of some sort. So yes, I have reviewed that.
Please consider Connecticut's law perhaps a little more, provides a little bit more coverage for religious organizations than this SB 1.
You know, the language of the Connecticut bill or the Connecticut law is perhaps somewhat broader. But it's just different. And so what it does is it would clarify. It would take out the test of for-profit, and it just essentially provides an exemption for religious organizations for their facilities. I quite frankly believe that SB 1 does the same thing that the Connecticut law does, but some people could argue with that. And it's a policy choice, certainly for the legislature, as to the specific form of the religious exemption and how that is drawn out.
Would you have any objections if some of the language in the Connecticut law were incorporated into this SB 1?
I would defer to the legislature on making that policy choice. The only, I mean, obviously, the legislature needs to be mindful of the dynamic tension between the First Amendment, which protects religious freedoms, and also avoids going too far in establishing religion by the state. And so, obviously, it just depends upon what a particular amendment would be, and we'd have to look at specific language to tell you whether or not that was fine or we had an objection on a constitutional ground.
Thank you, Mr. Louis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Members, anyone else have not asked a question on this round? Representative Fukumoto, followed by Representative Carroll. Sorry. Go ahead, Representative Fukumoto.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Attorney General, I just had a quick question, actually 2 questions for you. The SB1 currently has a severability clause in it, which is standard for for the public watching. It means that if one part is struck down, the rest of it is upheld. Have you considered, has there at any point been discussion over putting in an inseverability clause so that the religious exemption would be upheld? And if it's challenged and struck out, then the whole act would be struck out?
I have not considered it. I don't. I guess my view on that is that the religious exemption that is in SB1 is constitutionally defensible. And the religious exemptions that were previously put in the Civil Unions Bill and in the governor's version were constitutionally defensible, and so that it would not be necessary to put the kind of clause that you're talking about that would invalidate the entire law.
If it's definitely defensible, would it be a problem then to just put in an inseverability clause?
I mean, certainly the legislature could do whatever it wants with regard to severability or inseverability. The reason that severability clauses exist is so that essentially the guts of the law or the intent of the law, in this case, to allow same-sex couples to have marriage would go forward even if a portion of the law, and perhaps not the religious exemption portion, but some other portion was technically deficient, and you would not want to strike down everything just because there was a technical deficiency.
Would you consider, there's some discussion amongst other states about whether or not inseverability clauses are even constitutional. Would you consider that constitutional, or do you have an opinion on that?
I believe that severability clauses are constitutional.
I'm sorry, inseverability clauses.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is Representative Carroll.
Good morning, Attorney General.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. We can all agree that in Hawaii, Native Hawaiians have certain entitlements or benefits, and I want to look at Senate Bill 1 on page 5, which relates to 572-C, rights of parents. And what I'd like to ask you is that how will the race of a child born by a parent involved in a same-sex marriage where artificial insemination be determined? And in the scenario of 2 female same-sex spouses where one spouse artificially inseminates by a person of Native Hawaiian descent, but both same-sex married spouses are not Native Hawaiian, will this provision prevent the child from having Native Hawaiians placed on the child's birth certificate? And how does this law reconcile the loss of entitlement for a child like this?
So thank you for your question, Representative Carroll. So first off, with respect to the Department of Health, parentage and parenthood is determined by Chapter 584 currently. And so right now, there is let's just talk about it both ways. First off, motherhood, okay? There is a presumption that the natural mother is the person who gave birth to the child. If there is a donated egg, sometimes somebody could try and rebut that presumption, but the name of the woman who gave birth is the one that goes on the original birth certificate. Essentially, there are presumptions, and somebody could then challenge that presumption and bring an action to do something different, Okay, so I guess what I'm saying to you is there is a procedure from the Department of Health, but ultimately they would allow the courts to rule if somebody challenged that. With respect to fatherhood, there is a presumption that a man married to the mother of a child is the father. The current practice of civil unions, the way the Department of Health treats civil unions, is to treat the civil union partner as the spouse. And thus, if a woman gives birth to a child and she has a female partner, that partner is listed as a co-parent on the birth certificate. Now, it has not been determined whether or not the sperm donor might want to claim parentage, and they would have some rights to certainly try and rebut the presumption. They would have to go to court to determine that. In the same way that heterosexual couples might have to fight out these things. For example, where a woman has sexual relations with 2 or more men, and then there's a claim that somebody's the father and somebody else disputes that, the procedure is just to go to court and to have that disputed. So many times they will resolve that through DNA testing, and that would be one way to go. So as far as your question goes, with respect to Native Hawaiian parentage, I think it would follow these rules. That would be, the presumptions would be in place, and then somebody could try and rebut those presumptions and bring a court action.
Do you agree with the way that it's set up now in what you just described? Or should we make an amendment to your section in this bill to, I guess, prevent lawsuits, or maybe have a process in the law?
And so my view on that is that if the central idea of this law, SB 1, is to allow same-sex couples to get married, that they should, and then all of the other things such as parentage, divorce, and things like that should just follow normal procedures. If there is a determination or a desire by the legislature to focus on specifically parentage and dealing with Native Hawaiian rights or something like that, that could easily be taken up at another time. I don't believe that that would be part of the central focus of SB 1.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Representative Tokioka. I believe you had a question?
Yes, I did, Chair. Thank you. And Chair, I'd like to mention that I'd like to thank you and Chair Luke for having this hearing and this joint hearing, and all the members who are here. More than half the body of the House is in this meeting, so thank you both very, very much for doing that. We also have our Majority Leader back in the room as well. Mr. Lee, I want to follow up on the representative from Kihei's question, and I think this was part of the question. I'm not sure if I heard the answer. So counties have the ability to do a ballot initiative or to do a referendum where the people decide what's going on the ballot. Can you explain to us what the state's process is for something of that nature? Because I think a lot of people in the general public do not understand how the state's constitutional amendment works versus a referendum or ballot initiative at the county level.
Thank you, Representative Tokioka. So with respect to the county ordinances, the counties have certain powers granted to them by the state to pass ordinances and various laws and things like that. I do not have a view or an opinion as to the county ordinances, and I, quite frankly, am not clear as to how those referendum procedures that you have referenced would work. So I don't have a view on that. With respect to referendums at the state level, there is no procedure for that. There is a procedure for constitutional amendments, and the way a constitutional amendment gets done is it has to be passed by the legislature, and if the legislature passes it by certain majorities, then it will go on to the next ballot as a constitutional amendment. If it does not pass by certain majorities, I think it has to be passed twice by the legislature in order to get on. And the exact numbers and percentages, I'd have to go back and take a look at the law.
I believe it's 2/3 is what I believe. But in difference to the counties, so you can, I believe in some counties you can get 5,000 signatures with registered voters to put it on the ballot, which is totally different from what we have. And I just, I want to make it clear so people understand we have a bill moving now that's a constitutional amendment, and I know a lot of people have said, well, why don't we just let the people decide? But it's not that simple.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have not asked a question yet who would like to ask a question of this witness? Representative Thielen. Yeah, witness. Sorry, I apologize.
Thank you.
You're starting to feel like a witness because we're grilling you so hard, but testifier, thank you.
I'm fine.
Thank you,
Chair
Mr. Attorney General, for being here. Could you refer to page 6 of the bill and lines 15 and 16? And specifically, this section is saying, for purposes of this section, certain things shall not constitute for a profit. And it's for a profit that would tie back with a church, making it under the public accommodation law. I was wondering if you could provide some examples of providing religious services to the public. That would be exempt. I mean, in other words, as I read the bill, providing religious services to the public would not place the church under the public accommodations law.
Thank you, Representative Thielen. So with respect to religious services, obviously education, religious services like church services, there could be affiliated things that religious organizations do, such as caring for the poor, having community dinners. I mean, many of you, I think, go to church and are familiar with the various things that churches do in all of the ways that they minister to both their congregation and to the larger community. And so all of those, I believe, would be considered as religious services.
So you're saying specifically providing education would then be exempt from the public accommodation law. That would fall under this section.
Well,
along with the other services where they may be providing shelters or homeless services, etc. But the education would be, providing education would be exempt.
My view at looking at this is that would fall under religious services that would not constitute for a profit as long as there's a donation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other members not having asked? Okay, Representative Cullen. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. Real quick, just to follow up on Representative Thielen's question, some private schools which are on church property because the church is on the whole property and the schools are there in some of our districts. So they don't take donations, they take tuition. Is tuition donations is one question, and I'm assuming through what you just said, religious services is school?
So if you're talking about something like, let's just pick something out of the air, Central Union has preschool, St. Clement's has pre-K, and other things like that. I do not know whether or not that would be considered a donation. It sounds like it's more of a commercial transaction and that they are providing educational services as far as essentially doing what they do for that is what the Department of Education does. What I was speaking of, and hopefully I didn't cause misinformation here, is I was speaking of like Christian education, where you have a church education on Sundays and those kinds of things. If they are going to go into a curriculum, which is the state school curriculum or the Hawaii Association of Independent Schools curriculum, that it's not clear to me that necessarily would constitute a religious service. that would be something that would be exempt.
Chair, may I continue? May I?
Sure, one more,
Okay.
go ahead.
Real quick then, so we would need to expand this for the schools that provide religious education as part of their education curriculum, because some of those religious schools, religion is part of their curriculum, so would they need an exemption in this bill too?
I don't think they need an exemption in this bill. I mean, we're not marrying the children of the school. So I think what you're talking about is what the school or the church or how they would run their facilities. But quite frankly, my view of the facilities is that as long as they're making their solemnization in facilities that are not available to the general public, which I would imagine for most churches would be the sanctuary and the other areas where you actually have a religious ceremony, then I don't know that would matter.
But then, well, what I'm saying is that the church and the school share the same property, so that would be premise, right? So premises, I'm reading the bill, so there's no clarity in certain issues. What I'm asking is, should we put more specifics in the bill to provide those protections?
I think that the bill is quite frankly well crafted as far as providing exemptions to religious organizations, that with respect to the issue of solemnizing a same-sex marriage, that it's fairly clear that they have a broad exemption to decide who to allow onto their facilities and who not to allow onto their facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Oshiro, you had a question?
Thank you very much, co-chairs. Attorney General, just a couple of quick questions. You mentioned the Jackson case, and I think that stands for the proposition that the governor, in his authority, unilaterally can choose to defend or not defend state law. Isn't that a fact?
The governor has the power to defend state law, and if he chose not to defend state law, I think he has that power too.
Okay, so in other words, if he chose not to defend the religious exemption language regarding solemnize or the use of facilities, again, he can make that unilateral decision.
No, I don't think so in this case, because what you're talking about is the applicability of a law that would not involve the governor. What you're talking about is the situation where a same-sex couple would seek to get married in a church, and the church would say no, they believe that it's against their religious beliefs, and then the same-sex couple might want to file a lawsuit, and under SB 1, there wouldn't really be a lawsuit, but the governor would not have a role in enforcing those private rights.
Who would decide if there was a lawsuit? Who would decide if they were standing for a lawsuit? Would that go through the Civil Rights Commission, or would that go through the courts?
For a violation of this, I think it would go through the courts, because the Civil Rights Commission has specific jurisdiction under the Public Accommodations Law. Under SB 1, this has been taken out essentially from the jurisdiction of the Civil Rights Commission by my reading, by the phrase notwithstanding any other law to the contrary.
Okay, but then nothing prevents the next legislation from changing that or repealing that provision.
Well, the legislature can always change its mind.
Okay, thank you very much. I have one other question. You know that language that I think Rep. Cullen was speaking to, don't you think that's a little vague and ambiguous, those terms? And maybe I need to, it says that for the purpose of this section, a religious organization accepting donations from the public, number one. Number two, providing religious services to the public, or otherwise permitting the public to enter the religious organization's premises, whatever that might mean, shall not constitute, quote, for a profit. Don't you think that's a little vague, ambiguous? This is new language not found in any place in the Hawaii revised statutes?
I don't think it's vague or ambiguous. I think it raises the question as to and as to whether or not you're talking essentially about nonprofit organizations. And if you read it that way, that nonprofit organizations are not subject to this, then that's one way that it could be read. So I think that the phrase, although for a profit, has not been used in some of these other religious exemption laws, it still is clear enough that a court could determine that.
Yeah, so because it's unclear, don't you think we should clean it up or at least clarify what we're meaning on it? Because we don't know if we're applying to a for-profit on a case-by-case basis, a net basis, a gross basis. You know, what is the standard? Or are you going to allow entree into the tax filing statuses or the bookkeeping of a religious organization to determine whether or not there is a profit? How are you going to do this?
So the way this SB1 is drafted is it gives a broad exemption to religious organizations, and that's the starting point. It says, notwithstanding any other law, no religious organization shall be subject to any fine or penalty for refusing to make its facilities or grounds available for solemnization. Now, there is this small exception to that, so you're really talking about the exception where the religious organization makes its facilities or grounds available to the general public for a profit. And some people might argue that if they are a nonprofit organization, that they don't make it available for a profit. Some people might argue the other way. That would be subject to perhaps a case-by-case analysis as to whether this exemption exception would apply. But in general, the exemption itself would provide a broad exemption to religious organizations to exercise their religious beliefs.
Yeah, but this is still an exception. And the common problem that I have here is that the exception can become the rule.
Well, sometimes the exceptions can become the rule. That's usually as a result of court actions. I think the exemption's fairly broad here.
Okay. Thank you. Attorney General, we're not quite finished with you yet, but I do need to make an announcement so you can catch your breath for a moment. I've been informed that the website for submitting testimony has been down for about almost an hour and a half now. So if you're within the sound of my voice, please submit your testimony through email at juddss@capital.hawaii.gov. Again, that's juddss@capital.hawaii.gov. You will not receive your testifier number by email through this address. Testifiers will need to come down to the Capitol to get a number due to the backlog in the system. The system is not, we don't have to handle 3,800 testifiers very often, and I think this is a direct result of that. So once again, it's been down for about an hour and a half. Please submit testimony through email at juddss@capital.hawaii.gov. Thank you. Okay, I believe Representative Suji, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you
Please
very
proceed.
much, Mr. Attorney General. As I understand it, and it may not be elaborated in this particular legislation, but most states with same-sex statutes have religious exemptions, and it's been covered as it applies to public accommodations. However, at least no statutes provides exemptions for individuals, at least not that I'm aware of, for individuals or private sector businesses or very small businesses, those that are part-time and maybe insignificant to the income and for profits. But this legislation does state the term profits. Businesses that relate to service accommodations, goods and other privileges. As an example, a small business person involved in part-time photography, providing the baker, the florist that provide this on a very small scale basis. Is there any way, through your observation, that this might be able to be equated to public accommodations as it relates to religious organizations, or is it preempted on the federal level that prevents this?
Thank you for your question, Representative Tsuji. I agree with you that there is no legislation in any of the other states. Of the other states that have drafted legislation to provide a religious exemption, my reading of that is that none of them attempts to exempt out individuals who are running for-profit businesses to allow them to discriminate. I think that's a policy choice that the legislatures of the other states have made, and it's a policy choice that the state of Hawaii has made by enacting its public accommodations law, so that when people are engaged in essentially commercial activities, business activities, that they should do so in a manner that does not discriminate and respects equal protection principles and things like that. Your question is could it be done? It seems to me very difficult to enforce such a thing, or to, if you do that, let me put it this way, the problem becomes is that if you give a pass to any individual or any small business person to discriminate and say, well, I have a religious belief, it becomes very, very difficult to contravene that or controvert that assertion, and then you may be essentially gutting your public accommodations law. You may be then allowing people to, and small businesses, or large businesses for that matter, because defining what's a small business and a large business sometimes is difficult, so that you would be potentially allowing discrimination in contravention of the public accommodations law, and I think that would be a very difficult thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Vice Chair Har, I believe you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, David. How are you?
Good morning, Representative Har.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. David, you know, there's been so much talk about the religious exemption language. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
I apologize. There's been so much talk about the religious exemption language. And you just stated that there is a broad exemption for religious organizations. So if that's the case, let's go to page 6. Let's go to lines 4 through 13. So you keep saying everybody believes that there's a broad religious exemption, including yourself, Attorney General. So if that is in fact the case, how would a situation apply, let's say if you have a same-sex couple who brings their child in for a christening at a church, and that church refuses? Does this broad religious protection apply?
I believe that it would.
Where do you get that from?
I believe that the religious organization, the statement of it is that it is, I'm sorry, this only applies specifically to solemnization.
Okay, so
yes.
If it only applies to solemnization, then it's not as broad. Let's go through solemnization for the lay public. Isn't that essentially the actual marriage, I find you, I now pronounce you man and wife, husband and wife, I pronounce you husband and husband, wife and wife? The actual ceremony, correct?
Yes, in general, yes.
Okay, so really this broad religious exemption may not be as broad as you think it is?
It certainly would go towards what is generally regarded as marriages. I mean, it's broad
But again,
in that respect.
There's been so much discussion about broad religious exemptions. And again, I just brought up this situation of a child born to a same-sex couple who is the child of a same-sex couple. And in that situation, if a church was to refuse on religious grounds, would this exemption apply? And you said no.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
It's okay.
Could you say that one more time?
Okay, so there's just been so much discussion that this religious exemption is broad. And when I posed the fact situation to you, if you have a same-sex couple who brings their child into a church and wants their child to be christened, and that church refuses on religious grounds, this exemption would not apply, correct?
Specifically, I don't see that this would apply.
Okay, so again, maybe this...
To your hypothetical.
So maybe this broad exemption really only applies to the ceremony and not the plethora of other situations that could occur given the given how much our churches are involved in our society today.
Okay, well, I would note that it talks about a marriage celebration. So
yes, that's true, and that's in connection with the solemnization. Right. But again, the christening situation, obviously.
And I don't believe the state gets involved in those christening situations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other members have not had a chance to talk to ask a question of Representative Kobayashi?
Mr. Attorney General, regarding public accommodations and the definition of religious organization, I note that there is no definition for religious organization in SB 1. Further, I note that there is no definition for religious organization in the Connecticut law guaranteeing equal protection, etc. Now, the Connecticut law states as follows: a religious organization, association, or society, or any nonprofit institution or organization operated, supervised, or controlled by or in conjunction with a religious organization, association, or society shall not be required to provide services. So, in Connecticut, they kind of made a two-part category. One part having to do with religious organization, association, or society. And then a second part, any nonprofit institution, organization, supervised, operated, controlled, etc. Does this mean that in the Hawaii law, you would separate out these two parts as in Connecticut and apply the public accommodations section only to a religious organization and not any nonprofit institution or organization operated, supervised, controlled, or in conjunction with a religious organization?
Thank you for your question, Representative. My view of that is that the phrase religious organization has not, in fact, been defined here. I would say that the federal government in its tax rulings and other things and other courts have at least attempted to define in particular individualized cases whether something is a religious organization or is not. And generally, I think they look at indicia, such as, do you hold services? You don't just want somebody claiming the church that I have the Church of the Blinding Light in my house and I can hold religious services. You want to have some regular indicia that they have perhaps a congregation, at least they hold services, they have some credo and things like that. I would believe that could easily be left to the courts to determine what constitutes a religious organization and what does not constitute a religious organization. And that, quite frankly, the word religious, the phrase religious organization can, in fact, be read broadly to be very similar to the Connecticut law, where they talk about nonprofit associations, and some of the other laws talk about fraternal benefits associations that are affiliated with the religious organization. But it is possible to certainly read the phrase religious organization in a broad umbrella basis, and it would be up to the courts to do that, to include those. I think what you're talking about with the Connecticut law clarifies it a little bit more, but I think SB 1 does the same thing.
With regard to the Connecticut law again, you said that you had read the statutes in other states regarding same-sex marriage, including Connecticut.
I have.
So,
I haven't read. Yes, go ahead.
Did you consider, when you wrote the original draft submitted by the governor to the legislature, the possibility of including in your draft legislation the exemptions in the Connecticut law with regard to public accommodations?
We did consider that amongst many alternatives. The draft that we prepared that was submitted through the governor's office allowed how shall I say it, the public accommodations code to apply in these situations because basically what this is, Representative, is you're just drawing the line as to where the balance is between protecting the rights of the general public and allowing religious organizations to express their religious freedoms and their beliefs. And so you're drawing the line there. We drew the line in the draft that we prepared to respect the Public Accommodations Code because we believed that the Hawaii legislature had passed that and that it represented an expression of legislative policy and the policy of the state of Hawaii. Now, since that time, SB 1 has taken the Public Accommodations Code out of the mix, essentially, except arguably for this small exemption, which I think is not going to swallow the rule. So that the Public Accommodations Code issue is no longer really in SB 1.
But there was a conscious decision to draw a line, and you drew the line relatively tightly to minimize exemptions.
Actually, what we did was we adopted the civil unions law in its entirety, except with there was some discussion about some possible tweaks to that, because the civil unions law was in fact passed by the legislature in this arena, and we felt that that was an indication that the legislature was comfortable with drawing the line and the balance there. Certainly, it is up to the legislature to draw that line and to determine that balance.
Do you regard the Connecticut law as constitutional?
Representative Kobayashi, can I come back to you and let other people go? Thank you. Representative Johansson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here. And my apologies if this forces you into being redundant, but I think everybody is trying to have a very holistic understanding of the issue. So it's a two-part question. I'm still dealing with the same section 572F as enumerated in this iteration of SB 1. If SB 1 passes, who ultimately determines the definition of for-profit, or who would? Is it the judicial branch?
The courts would.
Okay,
the courts would, because the Civil Rights Commission. This would be outside of the jurisdiction of the Civil Rights Commission as I read it.
Okay, thank you. Is there a scenario or is there any concern that when the courts would look at this bill, because this bill enumerates several things that are not considered for-profit, that they would take the view that the legislature clearly deemed some things do not constitute for-profit, but the silence on the many other scenarios or iterations? Take, for instance, Representative Cullen's question about commingled sort of church and educational institutions, that because we've particularly enumerated some and left others blank, that the others are then inherently not covered under this religious exemption?
Right. So the issue of what constitutes for-profit or not-for-profit would be determined by the courts. And the way courts normally interpret statutes is they start with the plain language. And they say, well, we'll give implementation to the plain language of a statute as long as the words are not ambiguous. And quite frankly, I'm not clear that the words for a profit are ambiguous, because it talks about making a profit. Nonetheless, if somebody challenged it and then said that's vague and ambiguous, Then the next level of analysis that a court will apply is to look at the legislative history and to look at the testimony here and the questions here, because there would be a record of that, to see if the court could discern or understand what the legislative intent was in order to give force and effect to the legislative intent, because that's the paramount thing that the courts try to put into effect when interpreting statutes. So that would be the process of that. And in addition, there could be, courts might look at the committee reports, such as the committee report that was filed by the Senate Committee on Judiciary and Labor, as a further indication of what the legislative intent is. But you start with the plain meaning of the words. I would say that the words "for a profit" have a generally used common meaning that is used in tax matters. It's used in other types of matters. An argument could be made that churches are not acting for a profit if they have a nonprofit status. An argument could be made that if they're doing commercial work, that they can't necessarily just eliminate the commercial component of that. But I think that would be up to the courts.
Maybe if I could just have one more. I think this might make it a little clearer. A lot of us have churches who have preschools attached to them, and because there are, and there are probably a host of different scenarios not explicated clearly in what does not constitute profit. There's a concern that, say, if you are charging tuition or you are providing a service as a religious institution, but you're providing preschool, would you then be exempted under this particular language?
My view is that the churches, such as St. Clement's, that provides preschools, would be exempted from being subject to any fine or penalty for not performing a same-sex, not solemnizing a same-sex marriage or refusing to do that.
But that would likely be left up to the court in your earlier
There could be a court
admission.
challenge to that, but I believe that and we looked at that for the public accommodations bill too, in the version that we had. And if you looked at the, or if you want to go back, there was an analysis of that was provided by Mr. Hoshijo, who's the executive director of the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. And his analysis on that, and I share that analysis, is that where the church is making its facilities available for, say, educational purposes, that does not open the sanctuary up for marriages. Marriages is a different thing. Solemnization is a different thing. And so I don't believe that holding a preschool would be something that would cause the church to lose the broad religious exemption that is here in SB 1 that would protect them from exercising their religious beliefs and saying, you know what, respectfully, we don't want to do this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just another announcement. For anybody who hasn't signed up to testify yet, the regular website is up and working again, so you can go about it the regular way as opposed to the information I gave a few minutes ago. Anyone else who has not yet asked a question who would like to? Representative Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Just very briefly, I wanted to touch on something that seemed to be a repeat point of contention in the Senate committee and just get a quick answer. So under the current public accommodations law right now, can a business owner refuse to service a customer on the basis of race? So for example, could a white person refuse to serve a Hawaiian because he's Hawaiian?
No.
And could he refuse to service someone based on the fact that he's male? Based on their gender?
On the specific public accommodations law, I would somewhat defer to Mr. Hoshijo, who has provided testimony, but I believe that you cannot discriminate. Where you open your business up for public accommodation and make it available to the public, you cannot discriminate in a way that is based upon race, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, color, religion, ancestry, or disability.
Thank you. So if someone were to come to, say, a wedding photographer or a florist, which have been some of the examples that have been brought forward, right now, under this law, a gay person wishing to get, say, a civil union, he could not be discriminated against because he is gay.
That is correct.
And so
Under the
from
public
the-
accommodations law, yes.
And so from the business owner's perspective, should this bill move forward, what changes for them in terms of the people that he could choose to serve or choose not to serve?
I don't have any suggestion for you. I will say this. None of the other states that have adopted a religious exemption have included any specific exemption for small business owners or individuals. And the problem, and the reason I think why they would do that, or why they have chosen not to do that, and the reason why I think it would be inadvisable to do that, is that you would then essentially give license to people to claim religious beliefs where they do not also act in a church setting, in a religious setting, as an organization, to do so. And then it would become very, very difficult to determine whether or not, because you can't look into their minds, whether or not they are being truthful when they say they are discriminating based upon a religious belief, or whether they simply are discriminating. And so you would essentially, if you do that, you will gut the Public Accommodations Code. So I do not recommend that.
I'll follow up with Mr. Hochijo.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Members, anyone else who hasn't asked a question yet? Okay, seeing none, I'll go back to those who, I have a long list of those who wanted to ask follow-up questions. I apologize to the Attorney General for that, but a lot of interest in the topic here. First, we have Representative Jordan. No? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. We're trying to get the microphone. Two parts. The first part, I wanted to ask clarification on some questions that Representative Carroll was referring to regarding the paternity issues. My understanding, there's a current filed lawsuit with Native Hawaiian Legal Corp, the Pang Key versus Masagatani, in regards to DHHL, and the individual trying to prove his percentage of his ancestry to be qualifying for programs. And these are the type of questions that are bringing up concerns when we're talking about these paternities, because this young individual can't prove his father because he wasn't listed on his birth certificate. And this young man is 80 or almost 90% Native Hawaiian. So these are the kind of questions we're having and how that relates to this measure. So could you put some clarification on that, or do we have to wait till these court cases get solved regarding DNA?
So the concern about how parentage gets established can be, obviously in the case that you're talking about, I'm sure it's of great interest to both the people involved and the Native Hawaiian community. That is something that has to be determined under current law, and we'll have to have the courts do that. SB 1 does not attempt to do anything other than to say that parentage under same-sex marriages will follow normal parentage rules that apply to heterosexual couples. So while I respect that people have concerns about these issues, that does not really go to the central issue, which is whether or not to allow a same-sex marriage and then have that same-sex couple follow the normal rules.
Thank you for that clarification. So my actual concern was Section 9 of the measure, when we're talking about divorce. So my question is, currently the statute in the state of Hawaii, if you're a traditionally married couple, in order to get divorced in the state of Hawaii, one of those individuals must be a domicile resident of the state for 6 months, correct? So in Section 9,
I'll defer to you on that. I don't know the specific domicile number of months for currently.
I did look it up.
Okay.
So technically, if you're a traditionally married couple in the state of Hawaii, in order for you to file for your divorce, one of those two individuals must reside in Hawaii for 6 months before you could file. So some of my concerns in Section 9 is we could possibly be providing exemptions for individuals who do not domicile here in the state of Hawaii to come to Hawaii. We will provide them the divorce so they can have their marriage. And how does this create equal when we currently have a law for traditional couples? And in light of a hearing, Williams versus North Carolina, when it clearly stated that the domicile state was to authorize the divorce. So in my mind, I'm reading that if I have a couple that comes from another state, maybe a non-traditional couple, they come here to get their divorce, I'm going to say the word, quickie divorce, so they can enter, because they don't domicile here, and they want to enter into their marriage in Hawaii because they want to get married in Hawaii. So are we providing a different type of rules for those individuals versus residents of the state of Hawaii?
So to answer your question, Representative Jordan, I think we are providing some clarity in how divorces would occur where people are not able to get divorces in other states. So, and that's just a result of essentially the fact that some states have recognized same-sex marriage and some states have not. So, as I understand this, if you get married, and so that would be the small subset. This is not for every couple that seeks a divorce. It's only for couples that get married actually here in the state of Hawaii and then move somewhere else, and then they want to get divorced. And if they are not able to get divorced, where neither spouse lives in a state where they can get divorced in that situation, then they can come and apply for a divorce here in the state of Hawaii. It is a practical attempt, or it's an attempt to have a practical solution where the couple would otherwise not have an ability to get divorced. And as you know, in divorce situations, many times you're trying to dispose of property, you're trying to dispose of inheritances, and all disengage the relationship. And so this is an attempt to do that. So would it be different from heterosexual couples? Yes, in some respects, but no in others, because the heterosexual couples would be able to get divorced in the other states. So that the triggering effect here is only if they could not get divorced in another state.
So I'm trying to understand. So you're saying if they leave our state and the state they did domicile in now doesn't recognize their relationship, the same-sex marriage, they could easily come back to Hawaii and file for their divorce and get divorced, even though they didn't domicile in Hawaii for the last 6 months.
Even if they have not domiciled in Hawaii, let me just take a look. I think that's correct, that they would be able to come back and they would not have a residence requirement to stay here prior to getting the divorce. And that's a recognition of the fact that they would otherwise be without a remedy, and otherwise in the state where they are living, that they would not be able to get a divorce. Unlike a heterosexual couple who, if they move to another state, you can get a divorce in any other state generally.
So they couldn't get divorced in one of the other 14 other states?
I don't know that. They could.
So we're providing preferential treatment for those individuals to come back to Hawaii. I mean, I don't mean to use those words. I'm trying to understand this. So they can come back to our state, use our judicial system. So what is the cost in our judicial system? When so if I have a military couple that moves to Hawaii and they decide to get divorced, what would be the difference? I'm trying to understand this.
So the difference is whether or not you would have a remedy in the state where you're living. Okay, so if a same-sex couple comes to Hawaii, gets married, and then moves to another state where that marriage is not recognized, and then later on they want to get divorced, then they could come back here. Now, if a heterosexual couple got married here and moved to that same state, I believe that same state would, because it recognizes heterosexual marriages and gives full faith and credit to those, it would allow a divorce in its state, presuming that it fits those rules. My understanding is that most states will allow divorces for couples that live there. And so that would be the distinction, is that the heterosexual couple would be able to take advantage of the state's divorce laws in the state where they live, whereas the same-sex couple would not be allowed to take advantage of those laws. And that's why this would be a practical solution to that problem.
So are you satisfied, Representative Jordan?
No, I just want to understand. So you're saying that we're going to provide them benefits once they leave our state and they're no longer residents of our state. So they could come back and get divorced because there might not be any other states until more states start passing this type of legislation. I'm really trying to, so we're still going to be providing a benefit to those individuals.
The answer is just yes, isn't it? I mean, you've explained it already. It feels like it's been asked and answered.
Okay, so we're going to be providing them a benefit.
Well, if you consider divorce a benefit, then yes.
Yeah. Whereas a
I'm sorry,
traditional marriage couple...
we can't hear each other talk. Please, the audience, please let us do our business.
A traditional marriage couple, they wouldn't need that benefit because the other 49 states would recognize and they would divorce them.
They would not be able to come back without living here for the requisite time.
Okay, that's all I wanted. My clarification was that. So basically you're saying if you're a traditional marriage couple, you leave the state, because they have the ability to get divorced in the other 49, they don't need to come back, do the residential test to get divorced in Hawaii. They could get divorced in the state they domicile in now.
That's my understanding, yes.
If you're a, same gender couple that gets married in the state of Hawaii, now you move out of the state of Hawaii, because maybe only 13 other states. Sorry, Chair, I was just trying to make the clarification.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, who expressed interest in speaking again or asking another question is Representative Ward. No?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, okay, please proceed.
Thank you for the indulgence allowing round two. I mean, we've gone through 2 witnesses in 2 hours. We're really moving on here. Thank you all for your patience. Mr. Louis, we belong to equal branches of the government. May I be so bold as to give you an assignment? Would you please read sections 17, 18, and 19 of the Connecticut statute on same-sex marriage and look at your definition of what is broad versus what is very specific in there. Section 17, 18, and 19.
I don't have the full
because we're going to be talking about that a lot, so this is just kind of a heads up.
I don't have the full...
It's right on the internet. You can get it. But I mean, not for now. That's your, if I may be so bold as to give you a homework assignment. Look at the Connecticut statute. You're going to hear a lot more about it. It's better to be informed of it than saying, well, yeah, I've read it, but I don't really know what it's about.
I'm sorry.
My question is this, however, Chair.
That's not what I've said.
Oh, sorry.
Representative Ward. But certainly, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll be happy to read those specific sections. I don't have them here in front of me, and I'll be happy to analyze
I didn't
them.
expect you to have it in front of you, so I didn't want to push that on you. But I do have a question. We came on a special session because there's an urgency. My question is, how many people are we talking about who will, I gather, get married between November 18 and New Year's Eve? And how many civil unions do we have who may benefit from this? Please give me some numbers. I'm kind of like Representative Cachola.
I do not know that, but hang on one second. Okay, so the information that I have is that there were 1,100 civil unions performed in the state of Hawaii since January 1, 2012.
Okay, about 100 a month then, right? About 1,100, 1,200. And these are the federal benefits that we're talking about, is the reasons why we're here in the same special session that we are now engaging in, correct? How many of those 1,100 civil unions or anticipate to be married work for the federal government? Who would be eligible for these benefits?
I don't know that. Well, no, it's not a question of working for the federal government in terms of being eligible for benefits. These are benefits that go to people no matter whether you work for the federal government or not, because there's Social Security,
The 1,100.
taxes, and things like that. The Windsor case, which was the United States Supreme Court case, did not involve women who were employees of the federal government. It was a woman who was denied $363,000 of tax benefits because although her marriage was recognized under New York law, it was not recognized by the federal government.
Okay, so we have 1,100 who are existing now eligible, and then what do you anticipate will be the number between November 18 when this goes in effect?
I don't have an anticipation for you, Representative Ward.
So if it's at the same rate or double that or triple that, it could be 500, 600? I'm trying to get a sense of what numbers we're talking about.
And I don't know that. All I know is that the University of Hawaii study talked about how this would result in $217 million of benefits for people traveling to Hawaii.
But sir, this is primarily for our residents, not for others. This is primarily for our residents, the people who are sitting here waiting for this bill to be passed.
And certainly it would be for the residents of the state of Hawaii. I don't have a prediction for you as to how many would get married. I believe, and this is just anecdotally, and by the people who have come out to testify, that there would be a lot of people who would actually step up in the state of Hawaii that would want to seek marriage in addition to having a civil union or in just to get married. They may not have gotten a civil union to date.
Good. I hope you will keep numbers and collect them so we can get back to you later. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Representative Kawakami. You had a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Louie. This issue has been focused around marriage, but for me, it's an issue about freedoms. Freedoms for people of the same sex to marry and be able to collect the same benefits as everybody else, but at the same time, is to protect the freedoms of the churches as well, which is equally important. That being said, there are other bills out there that were introduced during this special session, and I wanted to know if you had any opinion on Section 4 and 5 of House Bill 6, which provides religious freedoms as well.
Which page of House Bill 6 is that on, Representative?
Sorry about that. On House Bill 6, I am looking at page 26, line 11.
So, this Section 4 attempts, I think, to give every individual the freedom to discriminate if they say it will violate their sincerely held religious beliefs, and will allow them to discriminate on any grounds whatsoever, including those that are outlawed by the current Public Accommodations Code, such as sex, race, gender, national origin, religion, and things like that. So I would not support such an exemption.
Thank you, Mr. Louis. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of people with ADA requirements that are scheduled to meet at 12. So members, I have 3 more on the list for follow-up questions. If you could make them quick so we can move to these other witnesses. First is Representative Fukumoto. And, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney General, just to be clear, I think we've already gone over this, but I'm not sure we've gotten a clear answer. To be clear, churches who provide preschools, even in their sanctuaries, even for a profit, are not public accommodations and are exempted by SB 1.
They would be exempted from SB 1. Whether they're a public accommodation is irrelevant because SB 1 takes out the public accommodations test.
Okay, so you would say that, and there seemed to be a little bit of confusion on that. So SB 1, public accommodations, we can divorce the two. SB 1 will supersede the public accommodations law.
Correct. And to answer your question, I believe that even if they held preschool activities in their sanctuary, it's a different quality type of religious service. And I believe that under SB 1, those churches would still have the freedom to refuse to solemnize a same-sex marriage.
Okay, now my follow-up question is, what if they receive public funding through the governor's preschool program? Will they still have the freedom to discriminate in terms of solemnization?
I believe the answer is the same.
So they do or they don't?
I do not believe it's a different type of an activity.
Okay, so they would still be exempted.
So if a church decided to have a preschool in their sanctuary, let's say in their sanctuary, okay, that's a qualitatively different type of service. If, however, that church said, you know what, general public, I'm going to have marriage services here. You can come in. I'll commercially set up a tour for Japanese tourists. They can get hotel, and you can get married, and I'm taking a profit. Then and they were doing marriage services, and then they wanted to refuse. I think that would be problematic.
Problematic under the public accommodations law, not SB 1.
Not under the public. Well, it would be under the exception under SB 1 because they would be saying we're doing this for a profit, and they would be making their services available to the general public. Now, if they were to say, well, I'll just take a substantial donation for these services, they might be able to avoid having a problem.
Okay, but then in that case, under SB 1, they are still subject to public accommodations?
No, they're not subject to public accommodations.
Okay, but they might not be exempted.
That is correct if they fall under that narrow exception to the exemption.
Okay, so if the donation is above the cost of which they're paying and they're allowing the general public to come in, they might still not be exempted.
Actually, it doesn't say that. What SB 1 says is
for a profit.
No, it says that a donation is not considered for a profit.
Okay, no matter what.
No matter what.
So as long as they call it a donation and not a payment.
That appears to be the way SB 1 is drafted, and so that would be a large ability to take donations and not have it be a for-a-profit situation.
Okay, so they can take donations from anybody then.
Yes.
Okay, I think the questions. Okay, thank you. Attorney General Louis, we have a number of more questions for you, but I do need to take the 2 ADA witnesses out of order. Do you mind waiting for a few minutes and catching your breath?
No problem.
Getting a drink of water?
No problem whatsoever.
All right, great. Thank you. How do we get the 2 people? Yeah, okay. Okay. Are you there at the microphone? Please go ahead and identify yourself, and you have 2 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Aloha. I am Robbie Lovinger, and I am speaking in support of SB 1.
And I am Louise Esselstyn, and I also am speaking in support of SB 1.
Please proceed.
We'd like to thank you for the ADA accommodations. Louise has multiple sclerosis, and I don't know how long she'll last, so we are very grateful to the House for making that arrangement for us. Thank you.
Aloha, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, and members of the House Committee on Judiciary and Finance. Our family and friends strongly support marriage equality in Hawaii. We urge members of the committee to stand with the people of Hawaii on the right side of history by supporting marriage equality.
Since 1993, my beloved life partner, Louise Esselstyn, and I have been in a loving and committed relationship. We are hardworking taxpayers who contribute to our community in many generous ways. We are true American patriots who uphold the values, our family values, and our country's values of truth, respectfulness, honesty, and liberty and justice for all without exception. We live on Oahu in the state of Hawaii and have been in a loving, supportive, and committed relationship for 20 wonderful years. Our relationship began in 1993 when we actually met at the very first fundraiser for what was then known as the Same-Sex Marriage Equality Project. It was the best day of my life. Louise and I grew up during the slowly evolving progression of civil rights legislation throughout the United States. The Esselstyn family.
Okay, because there are two of you, we'll give you 4 minutes, but 4 minutes total for both of you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
The Esselstyn family is from Pennsylvania, and the Lovingers are from Chicago. As a matter of fact, Louise and her church group in Pennsylvania attended the March on Washington in 1963 and witnessed Dr. King's memorable speech. We are very private people, but we want to tell you how the reciprocal beneficiary laws and the civil rights laws have affected our lives, and how the lack of equality and marriage equality for us and the rest of the LGBT community has negatively impacted our lives, emotionally and financially. In July 1997, we were very excited when we heard the news about legal recognition in Hawaii for our relationship, which was then 4 years old, when the Hawaii legislators passed the Reciprocal Beneficiary Act, or the RB Act. We were actually first in line on July 8, 1997 at the Department of Health, where we eagerly anticipated the legal recognition of our relationship under Hawaii state law. What we found was that we were now RBs, a unique classification of second-class status, which is unique to Hawaii. We entered into RBs because Hawaii state legislators at the time falsely assured us that we would be afforded the same 1,138 plus legal benefits, rights, responsibilities, protections, and privileges as those who have a traditional marriage. However, this did not occur in 1997, nor did it occur in 2012 when Hawaii enacted the Civil Unions Law. Under the RB law.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for these two testifiers?
We have specific information. If anyone would like it, we'd be delighted to provide it.
Okay, thank you very much for coming down. Really appreciate it. Have a good
you.
afternoon. Okay, Attorney General Louie, are you still in the House? Well, in the legislature, I suppose I should say. Let's see. Thank you very much. Next up, we have for questions, we have Representative McDermott.
Thank you. And in deference to the chair, I will be brief. He promised him only 3 minutes. So 2 questions. Catholic charities, they don't do homosexual adoptions right now. Will they be put out of business or allowed to continue with the adoption policy that they currently have?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. With regard to earlier today, you said this is about marriage. But one of my colleagues brought up the fact that it's the same, it's a civil right, the same as being denied service in a lunch counter or something like that, equating it to race in a way. Goes back to my original issue, which is relevant to you because your office received this letter that I sent to the DOE and they refused to comment on it. And the question again was about textbooks. If currently, they're not called Dick and Jane anymore, but for young students, they show a mom and a dad and a dog and see Dick run, see Spot run, et cetera, et cetera. They show moms and dads. If by the very absence of showing these alternative lifestyles, if we don't show them, and it's the law of the land, we are engaging in discrimination and creating an environment where they feel like second-class citizens, and surely there will be a lawsuit brought. Now, will you stand here today, are you willing to tell me today, because I've asked the DOE and BOE to come, are you willing to tell me, sir, and this is my last question, that there will be no impact, 0 impact on the Department of Education, which takes up 40% of our budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McDermott. First off, I disagree with your premise that the DOE policies are necessarily invoked by the passage of this bill, SB 1. I believe that this measure deals with allowing same-sex couples to marry and does not say anything at all about what curriculum will be placed in the public domain by the Department of Education. And so as we responded in our letter back to you when you made your original request, that is for the Department of Education to determine under their rules and regulations for how they determine curriculum as to what will be included and what will not. And so I am not going to speculate at this point in time as to what constitutes curriculum that they would have to include or not have to include. That would be the subject of something else, and that is not the subject of this bill.
Understood. I'm not talking about curriculum. I'm talking about the environment. If it's not presented as a matter of course, as a matter of fact, you're creating an environment where these folks are considered as second-class citizens. Number one. And number two, I asked you if you would guarantee that there will be no impact on the DOE, and I'm paraphrasing, but what I hear is you can't guarantee that. You're not prepared to say.
Well, Representative McDermott, as the Attorney General, I never guarantee anything. I'm not able to do that. I give opinions about what the law is or will be or should be sometimes in a policy arena.
Okay, next up we have Representative Kobayashi. Did you have a follow-up question?
Mr. Attorney General, regarding the Connecticut same-sex marriage law, do you think that that law is constitutionally sound, and do you think you could successfully defend similar language to the Connecticut law were it placed in SB 1?
I think that both the Connecticut law and the language in SB 1 are constitutionally sound and could be defended.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Representative Har, Vice Chair Har.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney General, if this bill were to be, if SB 1 were to be enacted today to become law, would a person in a legal domestic partnership, let's just say from California, first have to dissolve that legal partnership, domestic partnership, before entering into a same-sex union here in the state of Hawaii?
Thank you, Representative Har. I wanted to take a look at the language of what we're doing here in SB1. You're asking a relatively technical question, so I want to make sure that we can try and respond appropriately. So if you'll give
No
me
problem.
half a minute here. Where does it say? Where does it say? Where's the section that okay, see, so it's see, this continues uninterrupted. Okay.
Let's see, unless it's substantially equivalent to a civil union.
Right.
Unless it's substantially equivalent to a civil union.
Okay.
It's not one of those
All right.
things that recognizes a spouse.
Okay. So under SB1, thank you for your question. It's actually an interesting question, and it is technical. SB1 572A says that two individuals who are civil union partners or reciprocal beneficiaries and seek to get a marriage can marry each other without first terminating their civil union or reciprocal beneficiary relationship. Okay, so that says for people who have civil unions or people who have reciprocal beneficiary relationships, because that's what we have in Hawaii. The idea of a domestic partnership from another state is unclear in my mind, and I think the question is would it be construed to be substantially similar to a civil union or a reciprocal beneficiary relationship in order to answer your question. Since I don't know California domestic partnership law, I don't know what the indicia is of those, I would say that would have to be up to the courts as to whether that would occur.
Wow, it seems like we have to go to the courts for so much interpretation.
That
Attorney
happens
General,
with a
can I
lot of
direct your
statutes.
attention to page 6, please? Let's go to page 6, please. If you go to lines 21 and 22, in order to make a valid marriage contract, which shall be permitted between two individuals without regard to gender, it shall be necessary that, and if you could skip down to lines 22, neither party has, at the time, any lawful wife, husband, or civil union partner living except as provided in section 572-A. There is no discussion about reciprocal beneficiaries. There is no discussion about domestic partnerships. And so I don't really want to leave that up to the court, quite frankly. Don't you think we should amend this bill to include those types of relationships?
I don't know that that is necessary, quite frankly.
You just said we'd have to go to court. We may have to go to court.
Well, no, but what I said was that because I don't know what a domestic partnership indicia is, if they are substantially similar to a civil union or a reciprocal beneficiary, then I believe that would be allowed.
Well,
if they're
again,
not,
that's not what this bill says, Attorney General. And I think, again, there is conflicting provisions. Now, you're talking about what was on page 2 and 572A. There was a mention of reciprocal beneficiaries, but it's not in this section. So I guess I have some concerns. I mean, you have wholeheartedly supported this bill as is. And yet, clearly, there are some inconsistencies and ambiguities, which you think is okay to leave up to the courts?
I think in this regard, that issue could be left up to the courts, as many other issues are, to clarify what a civil union, whether or not a domestic partnership, a specific domestic partnership, and the facts of that case constitute a civil union or a reciprocal beneficiary status that would qualify under the statute.
Well, if we were to pass same-sex marriage, I wouldn't want a same-sex couple to have to go to court if they had a legal domestic partnership from another state, if it's substantially similar. So I think
the question has been asked and answered. I mean, I think you've
Thank
responded.
you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Shiro.
Thank you, Chairs Rhodes and Luke. I really appreciate this opportunity. I do not sit as a member of the Finance.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, I want to thank the chairs for allowing me to ask some questions. I do not sit on the either Finance Committee or Judiciary Committee, so I really appreciate this. I just want to do a couple of things. Attorney General, just to set the template for this line of questioning. as we understand it today in our current constitution, we have certain established rights. And if you look at Article 1, I think Section 4, there are four different classes of protections of civil rights in our Constitution. The first one, I believe, is race, right? Race is one. And the second one, I think, is sex. And I think the third one is religion. And the fourth one is heritage. Isn't that correct? Maybe you can ask the Deputy Attorney General's behind you. I think it's article in Section 4.
If these are constitutional protections?
Yes. Yes.
I certainly would agree with you on race, but I'm not clear, quite frankly, that this is spelled out in the Constitution as opposed for all these things, as opposed to the Equal Protection Amendment.
Okay, then I think you need to go back and look at Article 1.
I'll be happy to go back and
yeah, I
look
think
at it.
Article 3 basically reads that the state shall establish no law regarding establishment of religion, nor prohibiting the free exercise thereof, nor abridging the freedom of speech.
I'm sorry, Representative Sherwood, is there a question coming here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I want to make sure
Please.
that the Attorney General and I are looking at the same Constitution. I believe in the Hawaii Constitution, you have established in our Bill of Rights, you have race, sex, religion, and heritage. And those are in the Hawaii Constitution. Maybe you can ask the Attorney General next to you if that's true.
I apologize, I don't have a copy of the Constitution available to me here. I'd be happy to look at it.
Okay, would it be something that you guys could discuss offline since we don't have the available document right now?
Okay, but also, let's go to I just want to make sure that we understand because, Chair, thank you, that in Hawaii revised statutes, let me read, it says, nothing in this part shall be deemed to prohibit or prevent any religious or denominational institution or organizations or any organizations operated for charitable education purposes that is operated, supervised, or controlled by or in connection with a religious organization from giving preference to individuals of the same religion or from making the selection calculated to promote the religion's principles for which the organization is established or maintained. And that's the law 2012. There's also Hawaii Revised Statutes 515-8. It states it is not a discriminatory practice for religious institutions or organizations or charitable education organization operated, supervised, or controlled by a religious institution or organization to give preference to members of the same religion in a real property transaction unless membership in such religion is restricted on account of race, color, or ancestry.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
The question here is going back to House Bill 6. I didn't want to leave the sentiment in the air that this bill would discriminate against individuals. This is a limitation of religious freedom in marriage guarantee, and it's limited to that purpose of providing services, accommodation, advantages, facilities, goods, benefits beyond the mere solemnization or celebration of any marriage.
The question's about HB 6?
Yes.
Because this is a hearing for SB 1.
There was questions raised earlier, Mr. Chair.
Please, I mean, I'm happy to give lots of leniency, but please, let's get to the point.
Yeah, okay. Well, the point is this, Mr. Chair. The Attorney General needs to read the entire proposal in its context, in total. Because you read it in total, you'll understand that the purpose of it is not to discriminate without any purpose or legislative intent pursuant to our established policies existing in case law, state law, and in the Constitution. You need to understand that. And it says this on page 28. This section shall not apply if either a party to the marriage and is unable to obtain any similar goods or services, employment benefits, or housing elsewhere without substantial hardship. And the Attorney General and or his staff should know that that's a legal standard that's established here. Also, in the case of an individual who is a government employee or official, another government official is not promptly available and willing to provide the requested government services without inconvenience or delay. That's to protect government workers, employees, from having their First Amendment freedoms of conscience taken away from them.
Representative Oshiro, what's the question?
The question is, wouldn't he agree with me on this? Wouldn't he agree with me?
And are you prepared to answer questions about HB 6?
Let me say this, Chair. Thank you. And thank you, Representative Oshiro. You had previously sent a letter to us with a version of something that looked like HB 6, and we sent you a letter on October 11, 2013, where we gave you comments on HB 6. And at that time, we commented that we did not think that the exemptions that were in the draft bill that you provided, which is very, very similar to HB 6, were appropriate, and that they would be inconsistent with the state's established public accommodations code. It would interfere with all kinds of rights. And so while it appears that we differ on the interpretation of HB 6 and your prior bill, my opinion on this is that the wording of HB 6 and the bill that you had submitted to us for comment was overly broad and would eliminate a number of protections that exist now. And so therefore, I would not be in favor of HB 6 or anything like HB 6 being placed in substitution of SB 1.
Then just understand and clear the record that the previous submittal to your office is not the same as this document here. This document is a public record and consideration as of October 28th when the special session began. So it's apples and oranges, similar to the governor's proposal that was out there for 7, 8, 9 weeks, and then at the last minute taken down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and thank you, Attorney General, so much for your patience in answering all the questions. Let's go ahead and move on to the next testifier, who is, I think it's Director Fuddy with the Department of Health.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rhodes, and thank you, Chair Luke. Committee members, I hopefully will be very brief. Department of Health is here to provide comment because we are the agency that administers the record keeping for public statistics, which includes licensing and certification of marriages and civil unions. Our comment is that once the bill is enacted, it would require the Department of Health to make changes to our online and in-person application process, and we would require 2 weeks to do that. Our second comment is that we would request that any enactment be on a Monday, because as we know, there may be glitches in any kind of system when you make changes, and we would want to be sure that we had our staff available to answer any questions and to rectify any kind of discrepancy. So thank you very much, and I'll be here for questions.
Thank you very much, Director. Members, any questions? Representative Jordan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Director, in your testimony, it basically says kind of what you just stated, that it would take 2 weeks for you to enact it into your system and be prepared, right?
Yes.
Also in your testimony, it says that if there was any possible amendments to this current version of SB 1, then that would delay you implementing anything. Is that correct?
Yes, because basically what we have been doing, my staff has been preparing for the possibility of the passage of SB 1. So we looked at the requirements in that language. Now, if any of the requirements should change, and that would have an impact on the actual application form, then that may require more time. But basically on the actual pieces that we need to change in the application process, we've been prepared to do that, and that's why we say it will take 2 weeks. But if there's any other changes to that, it may require a longer period of time.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of the additional time? Would that be days or weeks?
Our process is primarily for the licensure and the certification piece. So we don't really anticipate that there will be major changes. So it would be probably within a couple of days if there's extra changes required.
So possibly maybe another week if there is an amendment.
If there is an amendment. That would impact the actual application.
Okay, I understand that. in your testimony, it didn't state if this is going to cost any additional monies in your budget. Is there going to be any additional costs that you're going to be needing to come in to facilitate going forward?
No, we will absorb it within our existing budget.
So currently, you're basically telling the Finance Committee that you will be absorbing any additional costs to the department in your current budget, and you won't be asking for additional funds in future requests?
Not to make any of these changes. We will accommodate it with our existing budget.
I think the Chair of Finance will be glad to hear that. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank
you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Fadi, thank you for being here. And following the Attorney General, you're right in the top big hitters. And this bill gives you considerable amount of leeway powers, and otherwise, if not you, the implementation of this would never happen. Is that correct?
Basically, we would need to implement the forms for the actual licensing, issuing of the licensing.
But wouldn't
yes.
you agree that because you are the Department of Health and really the one who gets this actually on the ground and running and implemented and as quickly as possible, 2 or 3 weeks sounds very exceptional. If this was not a special session, wouldn't we have a hearing to hear you out?
Well, as we are having a hearing right now, we are presenting the facts of what we need to.
The Health Committee is not here, though. The Health Committee, this is the Finance and Judiciary, and you're number 3 on this, and it seems as though you're one of the heavy hitters in this whole implementation. I'm just saying, is it conspicuous in absence that we did not have another hearing, that your Health Committee concerns would be expressed?
The chair of
or
the
do you
Health
have any
Committee,
expressions?
Representative Ward, the chair
Okay,
of the Health Committee.
let me reverse that. Do you have, as the
Vice
Director of Health, any concerns that we should take into consideration in the present wording of SB 1? Let me put it that way.
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you,
Any
Chair.
other questions? Representative Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Earlier, I asked a question to the AG in regards to the scenario should a, say, same gender situation where say it's a woman couple and one of them have artificial insemination to have a child, and both women are not Native Hawaiian, but possibly the sperm donor is. And earlier, the AG said that there is a process in chapter, I believe, 584. My question to you in regards to implementation, should, as say this law passes, with that situation, if couples are, having a situation like that, how are you, or are you prepared to be ready for this process that he talks about? Is it already in place? Or if there's situations where they're not clear if the donor actually is Native Hawaiian, are you folks ready for that kind of implementation in delivering the certification of the birth certificate?
So I believe the Attorney General referred to Hawaii Revised Statute 584, which really describes the issue of parentage. So if in the situation of 2 females, as was stated, the woman who actually gives birth is designated as the mother, and then whoever the spouse is would be designated as the second parent. Related to sperm donations, I mean, there would be no change to what we currently have. So that, let's say you have an unmarried woman giving birth, and she would like to designate paternity. There is a form that can be filled out. It's called the Voluntary Establishment of Paternity, and that can designate then who the father is. If you're talking about other situations, again, there is a court procedure that may be necessary, but all of these things are currently in place for heterosexual couples as well as civil unions, so it wouldn't require any changes.
And in your experience, how long does that process take?
Do we have the form itself is something that would be as part of the birth certificate, so that would be fairly transparent. I'm not sure about the court system. If you would go to court, how long that would take to have a hearing and then to have the changes made.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative McDermott.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fuddy. I'd like to read Section 11 of the bill for you. It's one sentence. The Department of Health may, in its discretion, make any changes that it deems necessary to the internal procedures or forms to aid in the implementation of this act. What exactly does that mean?
I'll give you an example. If on changes of the form, currently it calls for husband, wife. I mean, I think as we go forward, we'll be talking about partner A. Is it partner B? So those kinds of changes are what we're talking about, so that you will take out the gender.
Would you be exempt from the normal rulemaking process and procedures as needed? At your discretion, apparently.
That exempts us from going through administrative rules, yes.
It's my understanding, and I've looked at so much paper, the birth certificate, will that now have parent A, parent B, or parent 1, parent 2?
Right now, it currently has co-parent.
Co-parent.
So parent and co-parent.
That's what the language is today.
Today, yes. So that would not change.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Any other?
I lost my train of thought for a moment. Oh, last question. Are the forms for same-sex marriage already printed and ready to go?
No, because we're waiting for the enactment, and then that's why we require that 2-week period.
Okay.
And again, most of our processes are now online, so it's a matter of making some of the changes as well in our computer system.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Har.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Director Fuddy.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for being here. It's nice to see you. Director Fuddy, I want to go back to the Jackson versus Abercrombie and Fuddy case, a case in which you are intimately familiar as one of the defendants. It's my recollection that actually, so we had a lesbian couple who sued the state, including via the governor and yourself, and it's my understanding that the state prevailed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that case is currently on appeal, correct?
Yes.
Are you appealing that case, Director Fuddy?
No, because our position was upheld by the court.
Okay, so the state, the state as a defendant did prevail, though, correct?
Yes, it's Governor Abercrombie that is appealing.
I'm sorry?
Governor Abercrombie is appealing.
Governor Abercrombie is appealing.
Other parties are appealing. I'm sorry.
If I might, Representative Har, there are several other parties that hello. There are several other parties that were party to that lawsuit who I believe have filed an appeal. I believe that an appeal was filed by the Attorney General representing Governor Abercrombie as well.
In your capacity as a defendant, a prevailing party is appealing a case in which they won.
In Governor Abercrombie's capacity as a named defendant, yes.
You're appealing a case in which you won.
And let me explain. There's a Clattenhoff case. Many times the state of Hawaii has different agencies that take conflicting positions. Normally, an attorney can only represent one party and not represent adverse interests. There's a specific case where the Hawaii Supreme Court, it's called the Clattenhoff case, where the Hawaii Supreme Court said that because the Attorney General is statutorily mandated to represent a whole host of people, including the legislature, including the governor and other agencies, that is not a conflict of interest for the Attorney General's office to represent different parties with differing interests. I, as the Attorney General, stay out of it. That's why I have different teams that are doing it.
Right, I understand that, Attorney General. But I'm just trying, I just think it's unusual for a defendant who prevails in a case to appeal, and now he's using you, arguably taxpayer dollars. So I think that's something we should just consider moving forward. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions for Department of Health? Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Director, earlier you were clarifying that you more than likely will not be coming in for any additional funding, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so It's my understanding that the Department of Health doesn't verify whether a marriage applicant, in fact, is no longer in a marriage or a civil union.
It's by attestation.
Okay. Explain that word, because I do 25-cent words.
It's by their own word and saying this is true.
So you take it on the face value of what
Yes.
they provide to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when individuals come in with these different relationships, you know, a civil union maybe from another state or a domestic partnership from another state, are they going to provide you documents saying that they have been dissolved?
We're not requiring that.
You're not
Again,
requiring none of that. So you're not going to be required to prove that they're eligible to
It's
enter
by their
into
word,
this.
yes.
It's by their word. Okay, so then that still won't cost us any additional money.
No.
So how does that get challenged? Does somebody ever challenge it? Would it be the other spouse or a third party? Or that doesn't happen in the state of Hawaii?
So far, it hasn't happened.
Okay, so it's on faith-based. People
Yes.
bring in, these are my documents, and you take it on their honor.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay,
Director.
any other questions? If not, Department of Taxation. And after that, it's Hawaii Civil Rights Commission, so if you guys could be ready.
Good morning. Joshua Wish appearing for the Department of Taxation. We submitted written testimony, and we will stand on our written testimony in support of the bill, but I am available to take your questions.
Okay, any questions? Representative Jordan?
Since Department of Taxation is in the room, do you recognize common law relationships in regards to our state filing tax purposes, since the Attorney General couldn't answer that?
Well, Rep. Jordan, I know in the revenue ruling that the IRS had put out regarding same-sex marriages, they referenced the revenue ruling that I think to which you're referring on the federal level, in which they noted that for federal tax purposes, those are recognized. I believe in your previous discussion with the Attorney General, you had mentioned that there was a private ruling you had that indicated that someone had been denied benefits who claimed a common law marriage. I would hesitate to make any speculation on that without being able to review that ruling, because it sounds like it was probably a fact-specific type of interpretation. So if at some point you could provide us a redacted copy of that so that we wouldn't get information we shouldn't, we would be happy to look at that and analyze that.
Okay, that kind of didn't ask my question. My question was, can they file jointly if they're in a common law relationship in the state of Hawaii? Or you don't have that answer?
At this moment, I don't have that answer. Generally, if you can file jointly on the federal level, then you can do so on the state level.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Sorry, Chair, I had one more question regarding his testimony, if you don't mind. Your testimony revolved mostly around the federal ruling. I didn't see, is this going to impede upon your budget? Are we going to collect more revenue? Are we going to lose revenue to this? Is it going to cost you more to run your department?
No, we're not expecting that at all.
So you're going to be like Department of Health, and you'll be able to absorb all these costs in your future budget requests?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, Hawaii
Chair,
Civil Rights.
Chair.
Oh, who's the
Chair, I have a very brief
Representative
question.
Ward?
Thank you, Chair. I was expecting Mr. Pablo, because he always has numbers, whether he makes them up on the spot. No, he's usually good. You guys are good.
Thank you,
Remember the debate in the civil unions legislation? There was always a real sense of inequity because of all the benefits that they were being denied on the state level. If anybody's collecting data on what those benefits now equal, or total tax benefits, you guys would have it. Do you have any numbers at all that since civil unions has passed, what has been the equity tax benefits?
I don't have those kind of numbers with me certainly right now, Representative. I don't know if the statisticians in our department may have those, or if that would be something that might be possibly more held by DBED, but I can we can check and get back to you if we have anything along those lines.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? If not, Representative Har.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wish. How are you? Nice to see you.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon, Representative.
One quick question. In your testimony, you had referenced the Windsor case. Is Hawaii in violation of any federal tax codes or laws currently as a result of the Windsor case? It's a yes or no question.
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. If not, moving on to Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. Thank you. Okay, after that would be Kathy Betts and Elena Kabatu from Hawaii State Commission on Status of Women. So if you guys could be ready. Mr. Hoshito, go ahead.
Chair Luke, Chair Rhodes, members, I'm Bill Hoshijo, the Executive Director of the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. The Hawaii Civil Rights Commission strongly supports the proposed marriage equality legislation offered in this bill. Opponents of marriage equality have raised concerns that if marriage equality is recognized, it will require enactment of broad statutory religious exemptions from our civil rights laws, which prohibit discrimination. The HCRC also supports a statutory exemption for clergy who refuse to solemnize any marriage, as well as inclusion of a religious exemption for religious facilities that are used for religious activities, if those religious facilities are not public accommodations. The HCRC opposes any exemption that diminishes protections against discrimination under our public accommodations law. Enactment of marriage equality legislation should not be the vehicle or excuse to weaken or diminish existing civil rights protections. It should be noted that religious exemptions sought by opponents of marriage legislation are not required by constitutional free exercise of religion. Laws of general applicability that do not target religion, like civil rights, employment, criminal, and tax laws, do not violate free exercise. If the legislature decides to incorporate a religious exemption for religious facilities, the HCRC offers suggested language on page 9 of our testimony, which clarifies the scope of the exemption and eliminates the confusing introduction of not for a profit as a qualifying criteria for the exemption, focusing instead on whether there is religious activity involved, or the activity is one whose primary purpose is producing income, the same criteria used in the tax code. We understand that the House is considering exemption language similar to that enacted in Connecticut, which implicitly and arguably creates an exemption that goes further than exempting.
Mr. Hojijo, you're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission? Representative McDermott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope the battery in my mic doesn't die by the end of the day. Thank you, Mr. Hojicho. Thank you so much for coming this morning. Mr. Hojicho, you are the civil rights czar. I mean, that's what you do. Take care of everyone's rights, and we appreciate your service, although sometimes we, of course, have disagreements. But if you were here earlier, the question I asked about the school books. Again, my question to you is this. If a Dick and Jane book is in the school, they're called something different now, but they show moms and dads, Spot the dog, et cetera, et cetera. If homosexual couples are not represented across the spectrum in those books, to mean that we don't go in and to replace those books, aren't we creating an environment where those people feel like second-class citizens? And don't we have to redress that as a matter of course?
I think Representative McDermott.
I can't hear you. Could you speak in the microphone?
I think this is really a two-part answer. The first is that the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission has jurisdiction, enforcement jurisdiction, over our civil rights laws that prohibit discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodations, and state-funded services. We don't exercise under our public accommodations law jurisdiction over private or public educational institutions. And there are a number of reasons for that. So we don't get involved in issues of curriculum, admissions, discipline, grading, extracurricular activities. Of course, we do have jurisdiction over those educational institutions to the extent that they are employers, that they operate places of public accommodation. It could be a carnival or a theater, a sporting event where they're inviting the public in, providing goods, services, facilities to the public. But the commission and actually the courts have been reluctant to inject themselves into academic areas because of academic freedom. So as far as, and so this is part of the second part of my two-part answer. I think with regard to curriculum, that in the view of the commission, and given that we don't exercise jurisdiction over the development of curriculum, that it's really best left to educators.
Sir, I understand. I'm not talking about curriculum. What I'm talking about is the portrayal in the book of a mom and dad, see Spot run, see Dick run, here's a mom and dad. In your heart, sir, and you and I are being honest right now as the day is long, if we don't show homosexual couples in an equal light across the spectrum in these books, as an example, getting out of the car, taking the kids shopping, whatever it is that the stories tell in those books, the very lack of that, aren't we creating an environment, once this law is passed, that they are second-class citizens if we don't address that? And that is why I think the people should vote on a constitutional amendment, because they own it.
If you can answer.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, but you know I do think that there are important issues in terms of how minorities are treated in the educational system with regard to texts and all of that. But I don't know that that's impacted by this bill, or and I don't think it changes because of the passage of this bill.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Representative Lee, followed by Representative Bellotti.
Thank you very much. I had posed a question to the Attorney General, and I just wanted to follow up on it. In the event that we're looking at the public accommodations law, currently the Attorney General indicates it prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, sex, sexual orientation. So my question to him was, from a business owner's perspective, what changes should we pass this law if already they cannot discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation?
The current law already prohibits discrimination in places of public accommodation based on sexual orientation, in addition to all of those other protected bases. So with regard to the law that we enforce, it would not change it. The only thing that could affect it is if the legislature decides to incorporate a broad exemption to our law.
But in the current draft of SB 1, you're saying nothing would change?
With the current draft of SB 1, I think it does create an exemption to our public accommodations law for solemnizations, and I think there are some areas that are problematic, and we have suggested language to clarify, more clearly define the scope of the exemption that's being created.
But as far as for-profit businesses go, like a florist or accessory businesses to that sort of wedding?
Well, I think there is a distinction between the religious exemption that is being proposed in SB 1 and some of the others that are being discussed, like a Connecticut model, and what's been suggested as a conscience provision or an exemption that would extend to individuals based on their sincerely held religious belief or religious belief. And that would really open the door. You know, if you talk about the baker, the florist, any person who provides public accommodations, it would open the door to discrimination, and if it were rationalized, justified by proffered religious reason. And you know, it's important to remember that historically, discrimination, segregation, Jim Crow had a basis in religious belief, and you really don't want to go down that road where you're carving out broad exemptions from this law of general applicability based on individual beliefs to allow discrimination. The other side of that is it would involve the state and entangle us in religion, I think in an impermissible way, because we'd be trying to decide what is a sincerely held religious belief, what's based on a religious belief. That's why, you know, we really want to, I guess, warn against erosion of the clear lines and our protections against discrimination in public accommodations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Representative Bellotti.
Thank you. Two-part question. Can you finish your comment upon the Connecticut language that you were cut off, at the time cut you off on? And then second, and it's a simple yes or no question, no matter what position you take now as the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission to any exemptions that we may be looking at, if a law is enacted, isn't it correct to say that you will diligently enforce the laws that we enact if there's an exemption in it? Thank you.
I'll answer the second question first, and it's an unqualified yes. The legislature makes the law. We enforce the law. The last part of my comments is basically we understand that the House is considering exemption language similar to that enacted.
Okay,
in
you know,
Connecticut.
what I'm going to say is we shouldn't use a questioning process to allow testifiers to continue to testify. So sorry, Representative Bellotti.
I apologize. I'll take a look at the written testimony. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hoshijo. Could you give me your opinion of the Connecticut law in comparison to ours?
The Connecticut law implicitly and arguably creates an exemption that goes further than exempting the use of a church facility for a wedding or reception. So we urge caution going down that road. And the suggested religious exemption language invites interpretation and argument that the legislature intends to exempt religious organizations, associations or societies or nonprofit institutions or organizations operated, supervised, or controlled by or in conjunction by a religious organization, association, or society, and extend this exemption from laws prohibiting discrimination in providing services, accommodations, advantages, facilities, goods, or privileges if the refusal to provide accommodations is related to the solemnization of a marriage or celebration.
Okay, compared to ours, compared to SB 1?
Excuse me?
It's broader exemptions?
Yes. And as far as our reading
do you agree with those exemptions?
Well, I think that they're overly broad and they open the door to
okay. So in
more than the exemption provided in Senate Bill 1, and that the religious exemption could be extended to other areas beyond the scope even of Chapter 489 because of the use of that language, notwithstanding other laws.
If we inserted some of the language from Connecticut into SB 1 and we had a testimony from the Civil Rights Commission, would you promote the passage of that bill with the language from the Connecticut law in SB 1, or would you disagree with it and suggest that we do not pass it?
We wouldn't, in this process, we wouldn't agree with amendment of SB 1 in that way. But going back to Representative Bellotti's question, if the legislature passes the law, the governor signs it, and it's enacted, it's our job to enforce the law.
But is your counsel to this body or this joint committee that we should or should not exempt churches from the public accommodation law? Is it better from your perspective that they are covered by it or not covered by it? You kind of went a little bit of it, either side of it.
Our position is that churches' use or of facilities for religious purposes and activities are exempt from our public accommodations law. There's kind of a two-part analysis there, but the thing is that we oppose legislation that incorporates exemptions to our public accommodations law. So, the thing is, a church with its facility, the threshold test that we look at is whether they offer good services, facilities, accommodations, etc., to the public. And that's only part of the test. That determines whether they fall under the public accommodations law. The second part of it is really, we look at whether they're discriminating on a prohibited basis. And so, for example, the question came up about whether refusing to have a priest perform a christening, and I may have the terminology wrong, whether that would be a violation of our public accommodations law, and the answer is clearly no, because that's a religious activity protected by free exercise, and it's not the offering of goods, services, etc., to the public. It's part of the religion, the practice of religion.
Any other questions? Representative Jordan?
Thank you very much, Chair. On page 6, the section is dealing with 572F. And basically at the end, I guess we're making a clarification that for the use of the facility of solemnization, if it's a for-profit, right?
Yes.
So who's going to deem it's for a for-profit entity? Is it going to be you? Are you going to research that? Is your division going to do that? Or who makes that decision, if they're for-profit or not?
In our testimony, our position is that the use of...
I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit, because I really can't hear you.
Our position is, in our testimony, that the use of the for-profit criteria really doesn't fit into our public accommodations scheme at all, because it doesn't matter whether, under our public accommodations law, whether goods, services, facilities, accommodations, etc., are offered to the public for a profit or not. It's whether they're offered to the public. So the thing is that the use of the
It would be really helpful if you answer the question succinctly. So is it you who make the determination or somebody else? I think that's the question. And, I just want to remind that both the testifiers and the members, we haven't even gotten to the public, and we're here to listen to the public. So if you can just answer succinctly.
I would say it could be either or both, because we make a threshold determination. Someone comes in our door, they say, I've been discriminated against. We have to determine whether we have jurisdiction. Ultimately, that determination could be reviewed by a court. So initially, the complaints, public accommodations complaint would come to us. I apologize, Chair.
So, I'm sorry, you may make a determination, but somebody might make another determination.
Well, Representative, the way the process works is that someone feels that they've been discriminated. They can come to us as a state agency and file a complaint. In our intake process, we'll make a threshold determination of whether we have jurisdiction over the complaint. So if we do, we'll accept the complaint, file it, and serve it. The thing is that we're not the final say. We're an administrative agency, so there's an investigation, there's conciliation, perhaps litigation, and ultimately the issue could be decided by the courts, and the final arbiter would be our Supreme Court.
Okay. Chair, one more question.
Okay.
In your opinion, would enactment of this measure, would this be the legislature's demonstration to say that churches and their services may be deemed public accommodations by enacting a portion of this measure, or no?
I don't think so.
You don't believe so?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Chair.
Representative Har.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Hojijo. Thank you for being here. Okay, so there's been so much controversy over public accommodations, and I find your testimony intriguing because it really does veer from that of the Attorney General's. And, you know, we talked, and you made very clear that the litmus test for Chapter 49, over which you have purview and jurisdiction, is public accommodation, whether it's held out to the general public. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
so whereas in this bill, it seems for-profit is now being inserted. So can you explain, I'm just trying to understand, because the Attorney General's office really seemed to be supporting this language regarding for-profit as protecting some churches. But in your situation, your testimony really veers and you're suggesting different language.
And it does, the Attorney General is correct in that the exemption, the 572F exemption, is set up to provide an exemption for religious organizations and use of facilities. And he also said that there's an exception to the exemption, that if it's for a profit, that it's not covered. And I think there is some room for different interpretations of what for a profit means, whether it means, I mean, a lot of religious organizations could argue that just by definition, we operate not for a profit. And I don't think we want to get entangled in, you know, is it because, are you making money or not? Are you just making your costs, or whatever that is? And that's actually why the Commission suggested that language, to use the criteria or standard from the General Excise Tax Code, so that if the distinction would be between religious activity and activity whose primary purpose is producing income.
Okay, so I just, very quickly, I just want to be sure I'm clear on this then. So by basing this particular bill on the issue of profit, it could in fact, arguably, it could inject the public accommodations law, because again, depending on what your definition of profit is.
Actually, our fear is that it could create a broader exemption than even the legislature intends.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the Hawaii State Commission on Status of Women. Kathy Betts and Elena Kabatu. Next three up after that would be Ikaika Councilman Ikaika Anderson, Linda Schatz on behalf of Senator Schatz, and Congresswoman Hanabusa. After that, we'll be taking testifiers 51 to 75. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, chairs, vice chairs, members of the House Committee on Judiciary and Finance. My name is Kathy Betts. I'm the director of the State Commission on the Status of Women, and I'd like to thank the committee for hearing this bill. The commission was created in 1964, and we've always supported equality under the law. The commission believes that all people should be treated with equality and respect, and we support marriage equality. Hostility and violence to our GLBT community very closely mimics the hostility and violence towards women. We know ultimately that our homophobia is rooted in sexism. Marriage as a social and cultural institution is always evolving. What began in traditional marriage as a contract for chattel and a transfer of property ownership, where fathers of women to be married could transfer ownership over their daughters for a fee, i.e. money, property, land, animals, etc., has completely evolved to suit a different reality. We can also remember a time, most of us in this room, when something as common as interracial marriage was seen as abnormal, unnatural, and against the will of God, social views that supported the notion that these marriages should be illegal. As no surprise, these restrictions on marriage were shot down as being inconsistent with our Equal Protection Clause. We don't need to leave our civil rights decisions and constitutional interpretation to the masses. We need to look no further than our own history to see what the masses are willing to support. The vast majority of the public opposed voting rights for women and for African Americans, desegregation of schools in the South, Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Title IX, and the immigration of Chinese, Japanese, and Filipinos to the United States. Not surprisingly, allowing women the vote did not make men's votes less important, less special, or less protected under the law. Looking back on our own collective history, including our triumphs and our mistakes, you have the power and opportunity to move towards a greater and more inclusive justice and equality for all of Hawaii's people. And I'll leave you with a quote from Dr. King, who stated, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." We urge the committees today to continue on this path towards justice, and we urge you to continue towards a greater equality for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. With the committee's indulgence, if we can take the other person from Hawaii State Commission on Status of Women before we go to questions. So we have Elena Kabatu.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena Kabatu, and I represent the Hawaii County Commission on the Status of Women. As the Hawaii County Commissioner on the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women, born and raised on Hawaii Island from a long line of Filipino-American and Japanese-American families, I would like to thank the committees for hearing this bill. I stand with my fellow commissioners representing every county in our great state in strong support of marriage equality for all in Hawaii. I would like to offer my family's own story to illustrate the importance of your roles in supporting marriage equality and determining so many aspects of our lives. My partner, Teresa Jeanette, and I will be celebrating 10 years together this coming November 5th. We would like to share with you the following milestones. In 2007, we celebrated our commitment ceremony in the company of family and friends. In January 18, 2012, we welcomed the birth of our daughter, Elsa Marie. She's right there in the stroller. On July 3rd, 2012, we experienced a bittersweet milestone with Teresa's adoption of our daughter. She is the light of our lives, and in the coming year or two, we hope to give her the greatest gifts parents may give their firstborn, a sibling. While Teresa's adoption of Elsa was a joyful occasion marking her as Elsa's legal mother, we had to pay thousands of dollars to make this happen. Had Teresa been Thomas, we would not have experienced this inequality, and Teresa's status as a legal parent would have been instant and unquestioned. From a personal perspective, our story and the milestones we have experienced are not much different from any other family. From a financial perspective, however, we have paid thousands of dollars in state and federal taxes due to the fact that we have not been able to file jointly as married. It is not an overstatement or exaggeration to say members of these committees hold our lives in our hands. You will determine equal rights for my family. You will determine if our future second child will be born in a new era of civil rights. You will determine if Teresa and I will be able to be legally married next summer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for either testifiers? If not, let's move on to Councilman Ikaika Anderson. Okay, if he's not here, Linda Schatz.
Aloha Chair Rhodes and Luke, Vice Chairs Har, Nishimoto, and Johansson, and members of the Judiciary and Finance Committees. My name is Linda Schatz, and I'm here today to represent the Schatz family, Brian and I, in support of SB 1, recognizing marriage for same-sex couples. Although Brian, as a United States Senator, respects jurisdiction of the state legislature, we decided as a family that we should be here today speaking on behalf of this measure. We support legislation that recognizes marriage for same-sex couples and applies provision of laws equally to all couples committing to a life partnership through marriage. I am honored to be the family spokesperson today because the action you are considering is a bright moment for our state, an affirmative unfolding of history. We must remove long-standing barriers as we offer the same rights and responsibilities to all couples wishing to make a full and complete life together. Almost 8,000 people have now signed Brian's petitions in support of marriage equality, and I want to reassure everyone who took the time to do so that the petitions have been submitted and their support heard. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I humbly ask for your support of this measure. Thank you.
Congresswoman Colleen Hanabusa.
Joanne Adams on behalf of Congresswoman Colleen Hanabusa, Chairs Luke and Rhodes, Vice Chairs Har, Johansson, and Nishimoto, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to present testimony in support of SB 1, Hawaii's same-sex marriage law. When the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in the U.S. versus Windsor last summer, it changed our nation's conversation about marriage equality
Joanne,
in very profound ways.
I'm going to stop you because we're going to take questions of Ms. Schatz. Can somebody grab Ms. Schatz back? Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Okay. In granting federal benefits to same-sex couples who were legally married in states that allowed for those unions, the court's decision was a great victory for many couples, but not all. Today, same-sex couples in Hawaii do not have access to federal rights afforded other couples across the country because our state does not recognize same-sex marriage. It is simply untenable that any Hawaii resident would be treated as a second-class citizen as a result of our state's refusal to acknowledge the legitimacy of their union. Now the remedy for that is in your hands. I would like to add, however, that I come to you today as more than an attorney and as a legislator. I am a proud part of the Hawaii community, and I count myself fortunate for having enjoyed the privileges in its openness and diversity. We as a state and a community can no longer call ourselves a place of aloha if we continue to tell these committed, loving couples that they do not deserve the right to celebrate their unions. Marriage equality is about more than rights. It is about respect and acceptance. Our state history on the question of marriage equality has not been perfect, but we have the capacity to learn from our past. Like many Americans, including President Obama, my own views have evolved. I have always believed in equal rights for LGBT brothers and sisters and pushed for civil unions while as president of the Hawaii State Senate. But I now appreciate that nothing less than full marriage equality is enough. Progress grows from those who are willing to stand up and speak for themselves and others. The Hawaii State's legislature has an opportunity to rise to the situation, demonstrate your respect for the rights of all of our citizens, acknowledge the power of diversity in our community, and offer full marriage equality in Hawaii.
Okay, Ms. Adams.
You interrupted me, so I will finish. I encourage you to vote.
Ms. Adams, we have a lot of testifiers. Thank you. Okay, any questions for Mrs. Schatz or Ms. Adams? Yes, Representative Har.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Schatz, please. Good afternoon, Mrs. Schatz. Thank you for being here, and thank you for submitting and representing on behalf of our senior senator and submitting his testimony. I have one question. Has Senator Schatz, as our senior senator on behalf of the Hawaii congressional delegation, considered submitting legislation at the federal level that would expand the Windsor decision to include not just same-sex marriages, but civil unions, domestic partnerships, reciprocal beneficiaries, those states as well?
To my knowledge, I actually can't answer that question, and I would like to actually defer that question to his office to actually respond to you in that manner at some point.
Is his office here, or is his staff?
Yes. We'd like to actually be able to respond at a separate date, not today.
Okay.
So I don't have an answer to that question. Apologize.
Okay. So again, understanding that many proponents will say we're here because of the Supreme Court's decision in the Windsor case. And so as a result, we're trying to understand what exactly is being done on the federal level as well. So we would ask that you take that back to our senior senator and ask him to consider introducing that legislation.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mrs. Schatz. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? If not, we're going to move on to 51.
Chair.
Representative
May I
Moore.
ask Ms. Adams a question, please? Ms. Adams, thank you for being here. The question is, could you summarize the evolution that you were talking about, Colleen Halabusa had gone through or was in the process of?
I have heard her made other statements, so I can only paraphrase other
Representative Moore.
statements.
Okay, hold on. You know, as I stated,
She's not going to testify. She's going to give it a summary.
Yes,
If you're going to read it, then it's a problem.
As I already stated, you know, we have thousands of people still here to testify, and so you can summarize,
about
but
15,
I'm not
30
going to
seconds.
allow people to use questions to allow testifiers to continue their testimony.
But I did ask a question, Chair. Unless the question is out of order. Please.
I have heard her state in previous occasions that she, being of my generation, originally opposed same-sex marriage. She is now in full support.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we're going to go to 51. Chris Caulfield.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Caulfield, representing the Amua Alliance, speaking in strong support of this bill. Amua strongly supports putting an end to discrimination in the recognition of loving relationships. We strongly support ending socioeconomic disenfranchisement and separate but equal status for same-sex partners, their families, and their children. We strongly support granting the 1,138 federal benefits currently denied to gay couples, including Social Security survivor benefits, spousal employment protections, and others that were listed by the Attorney General. We strongly support the potential $217 million economic boost to Hawaii's tourism economy, estimated to be brought by legalizing same-sex marriage. We strongly support the balance of personal equality and religious liberty achieved in this bill, and we urge you to pass it unamended and unencumbered. And most importantly, we strongly support the dignity and equality of every person, regardless of sexual orientation, because as the popular hashtag goes, love is love, and as the Bible says, there is no fear in love. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next one is Patricia Koge. Okay, if not, next is Janet Mason. Can you state your name?
My name is Patricia Kogi, and I actually submitted 2 testimonies, one from my union, on behalf of my union, the Steelworkers 12-591, and a personal one, so I kind of combined both of my hats. So I'm speaking for 2 of my statements. And we are in strong support of SB 1, as it is, with no amendments. I also stand on submitted testimonies for both myself and the Steelworkers, and would like to make this short statement. What about my or other religious freedoms and right to practice my beliefs? I am not a Christian, and my religion does not condemn homosexuality, nor forbid me from marrying someone of the same sex. If SB 1 is not passed, I will be prevented from exercising my religious rights and beliefs. While our Constitution does not say anything about separation of church and state, it is my understanding that it does prohibit the recognition of a single religion by the government and interference with my religious practices. By not passing SB 1, aren't you essentially saying that Christianity is the preferred religion, whose teachings and standards are to be followed regardless of the beliefs of others and/or other religions? We need to ignore the detractors who deny me and others the right to marry the person that we love and discriminate against me and their religions. We need to focus on the fundamental issues, that of equality and discrimination against a minority group or groups, and rectifying it. It's time to join those states that have passed marriage equality legislation and end this 2-tiered, unequal, and discriminatory system. The bill before you gives you the opportunity to rectify this injustice. I hope that you will do the right thing and vote in favor of the bill. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Before we go to the next testifier, I wanted to just state that testifiers 51 to 75, we're going to take questions after the 75th testifier, so if you could just stick around. Okay, so next up is, and for testifiers number 76 to 100, if you could start checking in at the reception desk outside. Thank you very much. Next up is Janet Mason.
Good morning, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, and members of the committee. I'm Janet Mason from the League of Women Voters of Hawaii. The League strongly supports this measure. We believe there's ample legal precedent for same-sex marriage, and we refer to these in our written testimony. Our basic position is that there is a difference between a religious marriage ceremony and a civil marriage that is licensed and regulated by the state, and that this difference is now very well established. Importantly, the bill also speaks to the relationship of same-sex couples to children within such a marriage. Here, we strongly reject any notion that same-sex marriages place children in the family at higher risk than heterosexual marriages. We note that there's now economic research that has documented that marriage equality will bring many benefits to Hawaii. We hope the legislature will now have the political will to reject misplaced religious arguments in favor of protecting the civil rights of gay couples. We do see this as a civil rights issue. Hawaii voters expect no less because they passed the constitutional amendment in 1998 enabling the legislature to pass this bill. The League of Women Voters urges you to thoughtfully consider our reasoning and evidence and to move forward enacting marriage equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Lois Perrin, ACLU.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Chair Rhodes, members of the committee. My name is Lois Perrin. I am the legal director for the ACLU. As detailed in our written testimony, we strongly support SB 1 for a number of reasons. First and foremost, our community has been engaged in this debate for over 20 years, and we believe that the time is now for marriage equality in Hawaii. Secondly, as you know, in Windsor, the U.S. Supreme Court declared Section 3 of DOMA unconstitutional, and what that means practically is that those 1,138 federal benefits are available to couples who are legally married. For couples in Hawaii who have civil unions, they are not entitled to claim any of those benefits. Third, the people of Hawaii cannot rely on the laws of other states in order to protect them here. Thus, requiring them to go to another state to become legally married is fundamentally unfair and will not give them the full panoply of rights. And fourth, we believe that SB 1 reflects the proper balance between marriage equality and religious freedom. I've heard a lot of discussion today about thoughts on expanding our religious exemption in SB 1, and I would urge you to seriously consider whether we should do that. Hawaii can do better. This is a place that is not just diverse, but where we embrace diversity, where we want to send a message of aloha and non-discrimination to all of our residents and to all of our visitors. The exemptions that are being discussed, like Connecticut, are far broader than the ones that are in SB 1, and we will respectfully request that you consider whether you want to send that message to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Zian, Pacific Alliance to Stop Slavery.
Thank you, committees, for allowing me to testify. My name is Catherine Gian with the Pacific Alliance to Stop Slavery. I ask all of you to question, what is your definition of religious freedom? I am a Christian and I'm in a civil union, and I would like to get married. The Christian community itself is divided on this issue. They're divided upon what is actually Christian and what is gospel. When you talk about religious freedom, the tragedy is that Christianity is now equated with homophobia, and that is not the case. Please do not throw us to the wolves. They do not have the authority to decide our rights. They do not have the authority to define our identity, and they do not have the authority to coerce the state to segregate us. As a Christian, I have a church that is accepting, as Christians should be, to bless us in holy matrimony, me and my partner. But they cannot do that unless this bill is passed. I also represent about 50 Hawaiian Christian children who are watching right now at their school, live streamed on Olelo. Every single one of you, as well as the testifiers here today. They came to the Senate hearing in tie-dye. And to them I say, Imua.
Thank you. Andrea Anderson, Planned Parenthood.
Good afternoon. Thank you so very much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Andrea Anderson. I'm the CEO of Planned Parenthood of Hawaii. I stand here representing not only Planned Parenthood of Hawaii, Planned Parenthood Federation of America, our staff, board volunteers, and the thousands of patients who rely on us for high-quality, affordable, and non-judgmental sexual and reproductive health care every year. Planned Parenthood of Hawaii strongly supports SB 1, encourages you to pass this long overdue and common sense legislation. We care deeply about the health of our individuals, families, communities, and we know that when people are truly cared for, their lives, their families, and their communities are better and healthier. We believe that marriage equality is care. We also believe that it will strengthen and enrich the lives of the committed same-sex couples in Hawaii and to provide stability that they need for their families and all of our communities throughout the state. Planned Parenthood of Hawaii was founded on the principles of social justice. We support and respect the decisions of all people and their families. We believe that individuals should be able to make their own choices about their health, their futures, their partners, and who they marry. Until all of our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender patients and supporters enjoy the same rights as everyone else, Planned Parenthood will continue to advocate for equal protection under the law. Providing Hawaii with marriage equality is the right, just, and compassionate thing to do. It is time to eradicate one of the last legalized forms of discrimination in our wonderful state. We respectfully call on you to pass this legislation and ensure marriage equality for all. Ohana. Thank you.
Thank you. Bishop Eric Matsumoto, Hompahongaji.
Today I'd like to express strong support for Senate Bill 1. The Hompahonganji Mission of Hawaii, the largest Buddhist denomination in Hawaii, which I represent today, for over close to 125 years has been spreading a message of all-inclusive wisdom and all-embracing compassion. Today, guided by great wisdom and compassion, we are encouraged to equally respect all people. The Hompahonganji Mission of Hawaii's support for marriage equality is based on the equality of all people. We believe that marriage equality is a basic civil right. Further, in any relationship, what is most important is the commitment, respect, and trust that people bring to the relationship. The choice to marry a person that one loves is a freedom that should not be denied. Gay and lesbian couples wish to marry for similar reasons as anyone else, to make a commitment filled with love and to promise to sustain the person they love. I believe that religious freedom is adequately protected by the bill. It is clear that no member of the clergy will be required to perform a wedding ceremony which he or she does not agree. On the other hand, the passage of the bill will provide clergy the opportunity to marry all individuals who are deeply committed to each other. This bill, I believe, expands religious freedom and rights to more people in our nation throughout our state. I believe it is in the spirit of our great nation and our Aloha state to welcome, embrace, and provide for all people. I know our ministers would welcome this opportunity to perform weddings for same-gender couples, as it also affirms our spiritual values. True compassion and aloha includes all. I humbly ask for your support for same-gender couples having the right to marry in Hawaii. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Jeffrey Hong.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Over 15 years ago, I returned home to Hawaii to open Microsoft's office. I am now the Chief Technology Officer of Techmana, a Hawaii-based technology company, and we strongly support SB 1. For technology businesses, this bill reduces taxes. It eases the administrative burdens on business and enhances my ability to compete. The cost of benefits to civil union partners are considered taxable compensation. This bill allows businesses and employees to reduce their federal tax liability. Employers currently have to manage benefits for employees, spouses, dependents, civil union partners, and their dependents. If you couple this matrix of actors with the tax law, you end up with an administrative nightmare. Techmana employs people locally, on the West Coast, and internationally. The knowledge workforce is at the heart of a technology company, and they have many options of places to call home. Openly discriminating against same-sex families cripples my ability to hire from places providing a more welcoming environment. Jurisdictions with marriage equality legislation have the highest technology concentration talent in the nation and the world. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Facebook actively lobbied their home states for marriage equality. It is not coincidental to see talent moving to states where diversity and inclusivity is celebrated. I don't see a lot of technology companies rushing to move to Oklahoma or Alabama. I respectfully ask that you pass this legislation and ease some of the burdens on Hawaii's technology business. Thank you.
Thank you. Charis Logan, Moanalua Gardens Missionary Church.
Actually, I'm not Karis. She's much better looking than I am. I'm standing in her stead. I'm actually her father. I'm Pastor Cal Chinen, a senior pastor of Moanalua Gardens Missionary Church. And I want to thank all of you on this committee for this marathon session. I stand opposed to SB 1. As has already been testified this morning by so eminently by our Attorney General and by our Ethics Committee Chairman, there seems to be a recurrent theme. And the recurrent theme is, let the courts decide. The courts are going to decide. There's so many questions, and the answer will be found in the simple sentence, let the courts decide. It seems to me, and I'm just a layperson when it comes to law, that when we say that, what we're saying is that this is an invitation to litigation. That SB 1 has so many unanswered questions that at the end of the day, we're going to say, let the courts decide. Even right now, we have churches that are under litigation that are being sued for millions of dollars, and it's costing them thousands and thousands of dollars. It is draining the churches because we're asking the question, who is going to decide? Let the courts decide. I say to you, brothers and sisters, there are too many unanswered questions. What will happen to the teachers of faith who don't agree? What will happen to them? Let the courts decide. To the parents, let the courts decide. To the public accommodations, let the courts decide. Is this the Hawaii that we want to have through this legislation? I say no. Please vote against it.
Okay, thank you. Bradford Lum.
Aloha mai. My name is Bradford Lum, and I testify in strong support of SB 1. I also am here to represent my foundation, Hulumanu Foundation, and we support LGBTQ Native Hawaiian youth. We are the only one LGBTQ Native Hawaiian organization. Native Hawaiians have historically and traditionally embraced the concepts of relationship that all people are equal, including same-sex relationships. When the missionaries arrived in 1820, they introduced extremely conservative moral atrocities upon the native people, as well as the concept of sin relating to sex. Mahu were in fact viewed by the ancient Hawaiians as a moral element of social culture that preceded missionaries' arrivals. Thus, Mahu were regarded as legitimate and contributing members of society. There are gender variant people in Polynesian since the 1700s, and what changed was the way people came to view us. Intolerance turned into acceptance, and acceptance turned into intolerance. This brings us back not to discount our past legacy, and as a small island community, let's not ostracize people who are different. This is about kuleana, responsibility, and malama, taking care of each other, and ho'omalu, protecting all people in Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you. Stanford Brown.
Hello, well, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Stanford Brown, and I'm actually from Canada, where the bill was passed a long time ago, in 2005, and I am in opposition to the bill. The bill has created a lot of turmoil and issues that, as you can see by the questioning, has been worked out through the courts. The problem is, because of the kind-hearted spirits in Canada, we have a situation where a lot of things have been accepted that the general public does not believe in, and does not agree with, and is concerned with. And I believe that here, with this open spirit of aloha, you have that same good and bad nature. The good being accepting, loving, caring, wanting the best for everyone, but the negative being not looking at the masses, not looking at the general public and how these things will affect them. And I just, I think it's wise to hold off, make sure you work out the problems and bugs now, not like Canada, and push things through, and then later have to deal with courts, deal with a lot of animosity, a lot of fear-mongering, a lot of abuse that wasn't intended in the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leanne Ebisugawa, Japanese American Citizens League.
Good afternoon.
I am the president of the Japanese American Citizens League Honolulu chapter, and we strongly support the passage of SB 1, which we believe strikes the appropriate balance between supporting equal rights and religious freedoms. I'll be brief. I know there are many, many people here to testify. The JACL has long supported marriage equality. In 1964, the JACL submitted an amicus brief in the U.S. Supreme Court case of Loving v. Virginia, in which interracial couples were allowed to marry. In 1994, the JACL National Council affirmed the position that marriage is a fundamental human right that should be guaranteed to all, which made the JACL the first non-gay organization to support marriage equality. The current controversy surrounding the efforts to legalize same-sex marriage in Hawaii fails to address a basic point. The loving couples who are denied the right to marry are victims of discrimination. With the federal recognition of same-sex marriage, our laws are inconsistent with this basic right. Each day that passes is a day that our citizens are denied the benefits of liberty and justice. Historically, we reflect on Executive Order 9066, which effectively stripped 120,000 American citizens of Japanese ancestry of their rights and freedoms. This was done by well-meaning people who decided it was perfectly fine to discriminate, just this one time and only against one small minority. We are here today to say that we must never again make any group an exception to our right to equal protection under the law. Discrimination against any group of people has no place in our society. We urge you to pass SB 1 because discrimination against any group of people has no place. Thank you very much for letting me testify.
Thank you. And again, if I could ask testifiers number 76 to 100 to check in at the reception desk. Next up is Jim Hochburn, Hawaii Family Advocates.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I'm Jim Hochberg, the president of Hawaii Family Advocates. The vice president, Sean Louise, is here. We're both civil rights attorneys. We submitted testimony in writing, but what I want to address today is something that's not in SB 1, but it's a big problem. On October 17th, 2013, the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission issued its opinion on whether or not churches could be considered public accommodations. The Civil Rights Commission believes that churches could be public accommodations under certain circumstances, but they failed to address the fact that of the list of protected classes that public accommodation law prohibits discrimination on, it includes religion. So if churches can't discriminate on the basis of religion because the Civil Rights Commission sees them as public accommodations, that's illogical. And what I would like you to do is fix the public accommodations law to expressly instruct the Civil Rights Commission that religious organizations are not public accommodations. He sees them as private clubs or public accommodations, but there's actually a third category of organizations, which would be churches and religious organizations whose mission is outside of their members. The mission of the church is to people that are not members of the church. It's not a private club, and it's not a public accommodation, because obviously with the number of types of churches we have, every single church discriminates on the basis of religion.
Jim and I, we represent Aloha Bed and Breakfast, who's a named defendant in a case that right now is on appeal before the Intermediate Court of Appeals interlocutory. And in that case, the Civil Rights Commissioner actually sent a letter saying that he was going to be an impartial decision maker. And then after the right to sue letter was issued, the Civil Rights Commissioner joined as a co-plaintiff with the plaintiffs against Aloha Bed and Breakfast, claiming discrimination under the public accommodation law.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Yes.
Okay,
if
thank
anyone
you.
has questions later, we'll remain.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Michael Guluich.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Galoyu Jr., and I'm chair of the GLBT caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. I represent over 1,000 members and supporters. Love makes a family, but it is passage of the marriage equality bill that will protect our families, all our families. Let the people vote. That is code for let us try to sell discrimination to the state of Hawaii one more time. And the people of Hawaii, if you look at our polls, are saying no, no, no. Every time the polls, they ask for more time. Time is not their friend, it is ours. Every day that goes by, we gain more supporters as they hear what damage not having marriage equality does to the LGBT community. The marriages that will occur once marriage equality is passed are like every other marriage. They mean nothing to the people that are not involved in them, but they mean the world to the couples and families and friends that they actually touch. My friend Sarah got married this summer. Did you know that? No, of course not, because you don't know Sarah. Because it doesn't affect you. The marriage does not affect anybody except for the couple, the loving couple that it is intended to, and the families and their friends. As for the public accommodations law in this, we've heard these doomsday scenarios before. In this room, they said that the sky was going to fall under civil unions. Well, it hasn't fallen, folks, and it's not falling now. No religious person has ever been forced to do a marriage that goes against their religious principles, and that will not happen under this bill. That is all thanks to the First Amendment. I'm closing in saying that there is nothing righteous about perpetrating discrimination and bigotry. Thank you.
Thank you. Russ Higa.
Greetings to all of you, honored legislators. Thank you for doing your best to represent the state of Hawaii, people of Hawaii. My name is Russ Higa, born and raised in Honolulu, former alcohol and drug abuser, but saved by the blood of Jesus. I am in strong opposition to SB 1. I'm the pastor of Streams of Life Fellowship. I'm also part of a statewide team of churches and pastors who are seeking God's blessing upon the people of Hawaii. On behalf of my church, I ask for your forgiveness for not loving you and for not praying for you. Forgive us for judging you and criticizing you. Forgive us for our pride and our arrogance. Forgive us for not being a blessing to you. Will you forgive us?
Are you done?
I pray blessing upon each and every one of you legislators, no matter what your views are. I pray blessing upon your marriages, upon your children, your grandchildren. I pray blessing upon your health and well-being. May you make the right decision for the people of Hawaii. God bless you.
Thank you. Next is Mike Lewin, New Hope Leeward.
Good afternoon, Chair Rhodes and Chair Luke, and all committee members. Thank you so much for your leadership. My name is Mike Lewin. I'm from Ewa Beach. Some of you might recognize me as a pastor. Others of you recognize me as the guy from the commercials. Someone outside said, "You're the guy from TV," and I said, "Yeah, America's Most Wanted." But in actuality, in addition to being a pastor and the guy on the TV commercials, I'm also a father of 3 awesome children and a grandfather of 2. And as a parent, I'm constantly trying to teach my kids how to make wise decisions. One of the principles that I teach my kids is that sometimes when you're making a choice between one option and another option, there's a tension. And that tension exists from something deep in our hearts. Sometimes it's a red flag. Sometimes it's feedback from other people. But I always tell them wherever the tension comes from, you must always pay attention to that tension. And paying attention means slowing down, reflecting, maybe praying, asking for additional input to make the best decision. As our legislative leaders, you are facing a decision with SB 1 that is surrounded by tremendous tension. I'd encourage you, slow down and pay attention to that tension. When you listen to that tension, you're going to hear the voice of the people of Hawaii say, "Let us make the decision. Put it to a vote for the people of Hawaii." In addition to being a dad, I'm the senior pastor of a church on the leeward side of Oahu with about 5,000 members. Also represent New Hope International, about 129 churches from Hawaii and around the world. And as pastors, the tension that we're uncomfortable with is the religious exemption clauses. The exemption provides churches with an exemption only with regard to the ceremony or the solemnization. However, it is not broad enough to provide religious organizations an exemption from the plethora of other services that we do to benefit the community and the state of Hawaii. Additionally, churches like ours who have schools may not qualify for the exemption because tuition paid for enrollment may not be considered a donation. I really ask you, all these uncertainties, don't let the courts decide. Thank you again for your leadership. I hope you'll pay attention to the tension and lead us well. Aloha.
Thank you. Walter Yoshimitsu, Hawaii Catholic Conference. And if I could ask the audience, please refrain from clapping. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yoshimitsu.
Chair Rhodes and Luke. I'm Walter Yoshimitsu with the Hawaii Catholic Conference, the public policy arm of the Roman Catholic Church. And the Catholic Church strongly opposes same-sex marriage, or equality as it's quoted, that marriage is, by definition, a man and a woman. And so we are looking at the possibility of redefining marriage, and that is not what we're looking for. And the part that really troubles me, however, is the fact that I, like many others, have thought that in 1998 we decided that we said the legislator has the right to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples, and I thought that settled it, and obviously we did not. And so I think in order to settle it well, that because the people had voted and many like me thought that we had settled it. So I think that what should happen now is that we put it back to the voters and say, what do you think now? And I know that I've heard the comments made that overwhelmingly the pro same-sex marriage group are saying that they control the number of votes. And then I said, well, let's find out. Let's put it to the voters and find out exactly how the populace believes. I think that we should not redefine marriage, but settle it by the vote of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Jonathan Kwong.
Aloha. I'm the Reverend Dr. Jonathan Kuponu Kwong. I'm the minister of the First Unitarian Church of Honolulu, and I join over 70 clergy throughout Hawaii who support the freedom to marry. Over the years, the religious community has come to realize that passages supposedly condemning homosexuality were simply a product of their time and culture. If we still followed these quote-unquote biblical standards today, Todai Seafood Buffet would be out of business. Our poor service members could not visit tattoo parlors, and we'd still own slaves, and quote-unquote traditional marriage would mean women are to be treated as property. Besides, whether or not to bless same-gender couples in religious marriages ought to be the kuleana of religious leaders like myself, not civic leaders like yourself. Your job, with all due respect, I believe, is to make sure that civil marriages are in line with basic civil rights today. Tomorrow morning, when we wake up, how will our keiki remember your actions today? Will they say, our courageous lawmakers stood on the right side of history and did the right thing? Or will they ask, how could they allow discrimination to take place yet another day here in Hawaii? I know when I wake up tomorrow, I hope that Hawaii becomes the 15th and not the 50th state in our union to do the right thing. Mahalo.
Thank you. Marty Oliphant. Okay, if not, Michael Abogan. Okay, otherwise, Reverend Doug Pyle.
Well, thank you for this opportunity, the chairs and vice chairs and members of the Judiciary and Finance Committees for this opportunity to testify. My name is Reverend Doug Pyle. I'm on the board and chair of the Commission on Human Concerns for the Interfaith Alliance of Hawaii. And the Interfaith Alliance of Hawaii is made up of clergy and lay leaders representing more than 30 faith-based traditions. And on their behalf, I testify in strong support of Senate Bill 1 and urge it be adopted without amendments. The Interfaith Alliance of Hawaii include members whose, in their own faith traditions and for themselves, find same-gender marriage contrary to their beliefs. And we also have members who, as clergy, lay leaders, and members, support, perform rites for, and do recognize same-gender marriages within their faiths. Senate Bill 1 will enact true equal rights for same-gender couples while respecting and protecting religious diversity in Hawaii. Under current law, though, ministers and religious organizations are constrained by a legal definition of marriage that comports with some religious teachings, but conflicts with the teachings of others' religions. We firmly believe that the state and federal governments have no place in defining the sanctity of some traditions to the exclusion of others. Senate Bill 1 adequately clarifies that the First Amendment rights of ministers and religious organizations are protected for religious activities and not for profit use of religious facilities. We encourage that an exemption not be expanded for profit activities. We therefore support SB 1 and ask it be approved as it is, unamended. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Adams.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joanne Adams, and I'm here in my capacity as Legislative Liaison for the GLBT Caucus of the Democratic Party. There is always so much emphasis on the constitutional amendment, and what we seem to always forget in that review of history is the fact that there was a Supreme Court case before that. Experts were put on by both sides, there was cross-examinations on both sides, and the U.S. Supreme Court granted us full marriage equality with no religious exemption. That was then stripped from us by the legislature, and we have waited 20 years, so there's no wonder there's a little tension in the room. The reason that we do not want to go through let the people decide again is because we've been through that process once. We saw how devastating it was. We were slandered, we were libeled. People were raised into incredible states of hysteria and fear. And then they said, oh, here's the way you should vote. And the people who come in and complain about the vote clearly didn't even read the bill. How many bites of the apple do we want to give them? The bill was clear, the context was clear. They intentionally cut out the courts, they gave no recourse to the courts. They said the legislature will be able to decide, and they exempted marriage from full equal protection under the law. Now that they think you might do the same thing, they want to let the people decide again. How many times do we have to go through this? How many times do we have to be lied about? How many times do we have to be denied? If you don't want to end up in the court so often, it's too bad Sharon Har isn't here, but I'm sure she's listening, then give us full marriage equality, help us get rid of the second section of DOMA so that we get full faith and credit in every state that we travel. Realize that religions are not longer of a single voice, and stop giving preference, as we all know in certain committees, to certain religions. Let each religion decide. You've given the opportunity for each minister to decide whether or not they will perform these ceremonies. That's sufficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to take questions for anybody testifiers from 51 to 75. Representative Lee.
Thank you very much. I had a quick question for Bishop Matsumoto, if he's still here.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. My question is, do you feel like your religious freedom is being infringed by the current law prohibiting you from marrying same-sex couples in accordance with the religious beliefs that you cite in your testimony?
Yes, I do. I would like to have the opportunity, as many here today are also sharing, to be able to perform same-gender marriages.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I believe Representative Brower had a question.
For Hawaii Family Advocates.
Yes.
Thank you, Jim. Realistically, one way or another, right, this issue of same-sex marriage is going to be decided either by the Hawaii courts or the legislature. So my question to you is, would it be better to allow Hawaii's courts to decide the issue of same-sex marriage, or to allow the state legislature to decide? Couldn't the legislator provide more protections for the churches?
Actually, the Hawaii courts have already made the determination that there is no fundamental right to same-sex marriage under the state constitution. And then when we amended our constitution to provide that the legislature shall have the power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples, the Hawaii Supreme Court responded by saying that amendment eliminated the equal protection problem of withholding rights and benefits to same-sex couples who were not allowed to marry. I am currently representing Hawaii Family Forum in the Jackson versus Abercrombie case, which is on appeal at the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. That case involves whether or not the United States Constitution affords a right to same-sex marriage. Judge Alan Kay wrote a very thorough almost 50-page opinion addressing every single claim made by every single person involved, and ruled that under the U.S. Constitution there is no right to same-sex marriage. So the courts will not be dealing with this. If the Jackson case gets reversed in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, we will ask the Supreme Court of the United States to review whatever the decision is. But as far as the Hawaii state constitution in the Hawaii state courts, the game is over completely.
So with recent developments by the federal courts, in some ways you would prefer this issue to be dealt with from the courts than the state legislature?
Hawaii Family Advocates is 150% opposed to redefining marriage by anybody. The courts are not going to take it. The only way that same-sex marriage can be found to be a fundamental right is under the U.S. Constitution. But Baker versus Nelson, all the way back in the 1970s, the Supreme Court of the United States already ruled that there is none. So they would have to overturn that precedent, and it's highly unlikely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions for anyone in this group? Yes, Representative Har, Vice Chair Har.
Mr. Hochberg, can you please come back? Mr. Hochberg, it's my understanding that as an attorney you do represent many religious organizations when they are sued, whether it's under public accommodations, et cetera. Is that correct?
No, that is correct. I've been doing this since 1989.
Okay, so in your opinion, what would the chilling effect be if this bill were to pass as is on religious practices as well as religious thought?
If you look at the religious exemption in SB 1, all it protects is a minister's desire not to say the following words which constitute the solemnization of a marriage. By the power invested in me by the state of Hawaii, I now pronounce you man and wife. That's it. That is the complete scope of the religious exemption contained in SB 1. So every other part of a wedding ceremony, every other part of a wedding service, celebration, anniversary, baptism of children, all of that stuff is not exempt. And so churches will be faced with getting claims at the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. And you probably don't know the way the process works. Can I take a minute to explain that? If a person came to a church and said, we want to have a wedding here, but you don't have to say those magic words to solemnize, and they were turned down because that church happens to believe that marriage is only between a man and a woman, and a complaint would be made at the Civil Rights Commission, an investigator would be appointed, the investigator would come to the church and look through the qualifiers under the law, and one of them is that the church can't be for-profit. So they're going to ask the church, are you for-profit? And the church is going to say, no, we're registered at the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs as a nonprofit corporation. The for-profit businesses are either corporations, partnerships, limited liability companies, et cetera. But the definition of for-profit in this bill, it's not addressed to that standing at the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. So what that tells me is they're going to have to do a financial audit of the church to determine whether it has greater revenues than expenses. And I would suggest that the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission has absolutely no business auditing a church's finances to see if it qualifies for an exemption or not, period.
Okay, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Hochberg. Mr. Louise, can you come up? It's my understanding you also do these types of cases. Were you the attorney who represented Temple Emmanuel regarding the civil unions?
That's correct.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussion that the religious exemption language really does mirror what was in civil unions, et cetera, and that there's adequate protections. Could you please explain what happened in your case and why you would contend they're not, in fact, adequate?
Yes. And the reason why my clients brought the action in federal court is because the exemption exempted them from being a solemnizer of the union. However, it doesn't exempt the rental of the property. And that is what the problem is, because if you look at the case in New Jersey, the Ocean Grove, two lesbians went to the church and said, we want to rent your property to have a same-sex ceremony. And the church declined that because of its religious principles of the First Amendment, including that. And those two individuals filed a civil rights complaint, and the New Jersey Civil Rights Commission prosecuted the action. They fined the church $10,000. The church lost its tax-exempt status. It took 3 years to get the tax-exempt status back. And now the case continues on in the courts. And with my clients, they did not want to see that happen, so we brought the case. However, because of the federal standing and rightness issues that sometimes are difficult, it presents a situation where we don't want religious entities to be sued with a civil rights complaint and then have the choice of either staying in the Civil Rights Commission and exhausting their administrative remedies, or attempting to remove it to federal court under federal question, because what happened in Massachusetts in the case where a parent objected to his child being taught homosexuality in the school, he asked for a waiver from the principal. The principal said no. He said, I'm not going to leave your office, peaceful sitting, until I get the waiver. The police came, arrested him. He brought a federal 1983 civil rights action against the school, and he was told that he had to exhaust his administrative remedies.
Mr. Ruiz, I just want to clarify something. So in other words, you brought a lawsuit on behalf of your client under the civil unions law to get a determination as to whether the exemption language was adequate. The case was, in fact, it was dismissed based on the fact there was no actual case or controversy. The case was not ripe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words then, in summary, the actual exemption in the civil unions law has not yet been tested.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this group of testifiers? Representative McDermott and
Mr. Hochberg. Mr. Hochberg, I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Right now, the SB1 draft allows the pastor or minister to have the option not to perform the marriage. Could you see a scenario, say in 5 or 10 years, where two gentlemen show up, they want to get married, the pastor says no, they sue him, and the judge says, you don't have to do that, specifically spelled out. However, I, as the state, can no longer enfranchise you with the civil authority of the state to conduct marriages because you discriminate.
Well, actually, that is going on in California with the use of public facilities, like organizations that don't accept homosexuality, like the Boy Scouts and stuff like that, have been told in the last several years that they cannot rent public facilities anymore because they don't agree with the position that homosexuality is okay.
So would it be reasonable to say that at some point in the future there very well could be a divorcement, if you will, between the religious enfranchisement and the opportunity to perform marriages and the civil authority that recognizes a marriage as a civil document, a civil exercise? Because right now they're commingled, and that's what quite a bit of this is relating to.
They're kind of two different things. In order for the state to recognize a marriage, the person that says those magic solemnization words has to have a license to do that from the state. But religious organizations can marry any combination of people they want without using that license. So I think the state, you'd have to change the law in order for those kind of things to happen.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Representative Har.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Perrin, can you please come up? Good afternoon, Ms. Perrin. Thank you for being here. Ms. Perrin, in your testimony, you had said that we've been discussing this, so there's been public debate over 20 years. To the best of your knowledge, when was the last time the Hawaii State Legislature took up a same-sex marriage bill?
I'm sorry. When was the last time that you took up the bill?
When was the last time the legislature, the Hawaii State Legislature, actually heard a same-sex marriage bill?
The last time that it was heard, or the last time it was introduced? It has been
last time it was heard?
I don't believe that it has been heard.
Okay, so you've said, though, that we've had a lot of public debate over this, and
Yes.
it seems if we've actually haven't had a bill introduced and heard, there hasn't been public discussion.
I
There hasn't been
disagree
an
with that.
opportunity for
What
the
you're
public.
asking is whether or not it has been heard in the legislature. What I stated is that there has been public debate. When you have media reports and you have a society that is moving towards those things with momentum, I would declare that a public debate.
Okay. This morning, you were great on KATV. I wanted to note that you had talked about the fact that this particular measure, Senate Bill 1, has been vetted for 10 weeks. The proposed language has been available online. When did Senate Bill 1 actually become available?
That actually is not what I said.
That
What
is
I
exactly what
said,
you said.
no.
So-
What I said-
Okay. You guys had your debate this morning. So
What I
is there a
said,
question and
and
an
just to
answer?
clarify,
So I'm
is
trying to
that
clarify.
the proposed bill, and that was the 828 draft, I'm sorry, it was an 822 draft that was originally posted by the governor on 828, has been made available to the public since that time. SB 1, I believe, was made available for the first time last Tuesday.
That's correct. And the first hearing was this past Monday, correct?
That's
so
right,
the,
with
si-
6
so
days'
the,
notice.
So the public had 6 days to review a brand new bill. There was a bait and switch. Thank you, Ms. Perrin. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair.
Representative Jordan, followed by Representative Ward.
Sorry, ACL. Sorry, Lois. I just have a question. The Little Religious Freedom Restoration Act, if we were to include a provision in an amendment in this measure, would the ACLU be objective to any of those?
Would we object to the inclusion of RFRA in this particular bill?
Correct.
I honestly would have to go back and give that some thought. I don't have an answer for you right now.
Okay. Could you possibly come up with an answer maybe later by, late this evening? We're going to be here till midnight, so I don't want to put
Yeah.
pressure on you, but
No,
I
I'm
just
happy
would like
to. I'm happy to take a look at it. I know that you're referring to a bill that was already introduced. I have not had the opportunity to study that, but I can certainly do so and get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much,
Thank
Chair.
you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. We are always wary of unintended consequences. And one of you, and I think it was said that pay attention to the tension. Is the author of that, is that Pastor Lewin? Could you come up to the microphone and say, was that a description of what we're going through or have gone through this week? Or is it a prognosis of what we're going to go through if the bill passes? Either way.
I think there's just a lot of tension already, and there's going to be a lot more tension, and it's always tension when we're making decisions. And I think tension allows us to ask questions, get more feedback, and then maybe slow down a little bit. And I think this is an opportunity for us, and especially all of you in our leadership, to slow down, hear a little bit more, maybe take a little more time to get feedback, and then possibly let the people of Hawaii decide.
How do we unite these two communities that seem to be really at odds with each other, each claiming the First Amendment is protecting them, and this is the body that governs, hopefully, relationships that are of unity and smooth after this session is over? What is your advice?
Well, I can speak on behalf of the 130 New Hope churches. Every New Hope church welcomes and respects the lesbian gay community, wants to do everything we can to serve the community in every way possible. Where we stand in regards to our belief is what the Bible describes as a marriage between a man and a woman, and a definition that's been around for thousands of years here. And so we believe that there is a way in which we can respect the needs and the desires of those in the lesbian gay community. I believe that their hearts want to be loved and want to have an opportunity to share a relationship with somebody that they care for. I believe that's very, very important for every single person. How we do that in order to balance the religious freedoms as well as the intended freedoms and the hopes of those in the lesbian gay community. Really, you're our leaders, and we ask you to give us guidance on that. But I think the hearts of the churches is to find a way that we can do everything we can to protect our First Amendment right for religious freedom, while at the same time continue to welcome those in the lesbian gay community into our churches and serve them to the best that we can according to our biblical values.
Pastor, and regardless of the outcome, I think the church is going to have a big job, whether the bill goes one way or the other. There's a lot of responsibility for the church.
It's going to be a tremendous.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just an announcement for the next group of testifiers. If you're in the group from number 501 to 525, you can go ahead and come downstairs and check in. I think Representative Brower had a question.
Yeah, also, Pastor Lewin. So, in your opinion, in the eyes of God, is state-recognized same-sex marriage any different than a committed same-sex couple living together without the marriage certificate?
I don't think I ever want to state that I can speak on behalf of God.
Your understanding of the Bible or what you believe?
I would say, under my understanding of the Bible, way before there was any of us to define what relationships look like, very at the beginning of the Bible in Genesis, when God created the heavens and the earth, he created a man and a woman. And he said
Well,
that they
if
would...
I may, same-sex couples will be living together whether it's recognized by the state or not. Why are you here today asking the state not to recognize those relationships? Because they'll be going on whether the state recognizes them or not.
Absolutely. And there are a lot of things that go on in the world that the Bible does not necessarily agree with, necessarily does God probably agree with. My role and our job as a church is to uphold the beliefs of what the Bible teaches us as our guide. And so, yes, that will continue to go on. But as churches, I think what we want to do is to outline as best as possible what we see God describes as the best life we could possibly have. And so that's why we stand right now in opposition to SB 1.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Howard, did you have a question? Another question? No. Representative Bellotti.
Is the representative from JACL here? Or the same question could also be taken by the ACLU representative? ACLU representative.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Is there any negligible difference between a law that would say no Japs allowed and no gays allowed, in your opinion?
Is there any negligible difference?
Yes.
Discrimination is discrimination. Treating people differently is discrimination. One obviously is going to be with respect to race, and one is obviously with regard to sexual orientation. Currently, our public accommodations law has both as protected classes. Also, our Constitution, I believe it's Article 1, Section 3, does do it with respect to sex. So as the negligible difference, no, there is no difference. It is discrimination, plain and simple.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any other questions for this group? Vice Chair Harford.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Har.
Mr. Stanford Brown? Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony. Oftentimes, we in the legislature, we look to see what other jurisdictions have done with their laws to ensure that we're not, quote, reinventing the wheel. We try to see what mistakes were made and try to not make those same mistakes. So I'm just interested because you did, state that you were from Canada, then in 2005, Canada did pass same-sex marriage, and you are opposed to this bill. But I didn't really hear exactly why you're opposed to this bill because you're from Canada. I didn't really get that. I'm just trying to understand specifically those reasons.
Good. Yes, I just wanted to make sure I kept within the time frame. But the key there is, let's see, I got some examples here. In 2005, all schools were required to offer gay-straight alliance clubs, integrate into all subjects and grade levels, affirmative LGBT lifestyle messaging and activities, and organizations renting schools facilities must sign an agreement that they would adhere by this. So that caused a lot of tension because with a lot of other religions and groups, they were not given this privilege. And so there was actually an unequal balance, which caused a lot of animosity, a lot of, I don't want to say hate, but a lot of stress, a lot of strain, or tension, I guess is the word of today. And there was great tension based on that, and it still is. And we've had court cases, and we've had, it's just been a lot of financial and stressful issues that I think, looking into it now, we all see, obviously hindsight's 2020, that a lot of things could have been rectified if they were clearly defined, understood, and accepted, and the general populace was considered, because that's where all the stress came from. A few made a decision, and the rest had to live with it, and they didn't very well. And I've been here in Hawaii for 4 years now, and pay taxes, wouldn't be able to vote. I'm working on that green card, but it's not easy. But that is one thing that I think is needs to be considered.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
Okay, members, any other questions for this group of testifiers? Seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to testifier number 76, Jason Kamalu Grupin, the Democratic Party of Hawaii. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Co-chairs Rhodes and Luke, co-vice chairs Har and Nishimoto. Thank you very much for the opportunity for the Democratic Party to support this bill in relating to equal rights. My name is Dante Carpenter, here in the capacity of chairman of the Democratic Party, representing its over 60,000 members. The Democratic Party of Hawaii has long supported the cause of equity equality for our brothers and sisters in the LGBT community, first in pursuit of civil unions, and now in the fight for marriage equality. At our 2012 state convention, the collective delegation, which included representatives from every district, from every island, voted to reaffirm that support by passing Resolution NAT 2012-02 entitled Support for Marriage Equality, and whose action items read as follows. I quote, "Be it resolved that the Democratic Party of Hawaii finds the current state statute defining marriage as solely the union between one man and one woman to be unfair and inconsistent with our fundamental belief that all citizens are entitled to be treated equally under the law. And be it further resolved that the Democratic Party of Hawaii calls upon our Hawaii legislators to pass legislation to ensure that all families are treated equally under the law as required by the Constitution of the State of Hawaii, including but not limited to equal access to marriage licenses." End quote. We're here today to do just that, to call upon our legislators to bring Hawaii's statutes into proper alignment with the Constitution of the State of Hawaii. Passage of this bill is the necessary step forward to do so. Well, ultimately, while we view this struggle as the defining civil rights issue of our time, we believe Hawaii is ready, and the Democratic Party strongly supports this measure relating to equal rights. Thank you very much.
Next up is Rob Hatch, Honolulu Pride.
Good afternoon. My name's Rob Hatch. I'm with Honolulu Pride, one of the largest LGBT groups in Hawaii. We put on the Pride Parade every year, and the discrimination is unbelievable that you see on the side of the road. Okay, this bill will help us all. Okay, try to correct some wrongs, make it more plausible for everybody to get along. Now I'm just going to tell you a small little story that happened in my life. I come from Massachusetts before it was one of the states to legalize marriage, okay? My partner was sick. His mother was a religious person, which I am too. I go to church every day, every Sunday, okay? But I wasn't able to visit him in the hospital, okay, because of his family. Good thing the parents, okay, live in the same community that I lived. So when he was buried close. Okay, now the hardship of that is you all have family members. You're all aware of how much you love those family members. But you people that are married, okay, you get to go home to your loved ones, okay, kiss them. You get to go to see them at school, make the decisions about their school, okay? I don't get to do that anymore, okay? When we were married, it would have been different. So that's why I'm urging the passage of Senate Bill 1. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, number 78, J.C. I always butcher your last name. Mikulanic.
It's all right, Mike Mikulanic. Aloha, Chairs Luke and Rhodes. I'm here on behalf of Hawaii United for Marriage today, a coalition of over 200 businesses, 13 different labor organizations, over 70 faith leaders and 75 different community organizations, and thousands of individuals and advocates on behalf of marriage equality. We stand in full support of Senate Bill 1, and we urge you to support it as well. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Christopher Stump. I'm sorry. We have Blaine Higa. I apologize. Blaine Higa, and he's not here. So we'll move on to Christopher Stump with Snap Pack.
Dear Chair Rhodes and Luke, Vice Chairs Har, Nishimoto, and Johansson, thank you for having us today. My name is Christopher Stump, a chair for Student Network for Action and Progress, and we support Senate Bill 1 relating to equal rights. Student Network for Action and Progress is a group dedicated to bringing the issues that affect youth of today to the attention of lawmakers. Overwhelmingly, we have heard the voice of the youth that wish to see marriage equality for everyone, regardless of sexual orientation. As Hawaii moves closer to passing marriage equality, it is important to notice the trends across the nation and how younger voters feel about this issue. We are your constituents, and the majority opinion is that equality is the right thing to do. These voices that testify here today in support will be voters for many years into the future, and it is important to listen to what the youth have to say, because they will be around for a long time, and listen to the issues that are important to them. In closing, the Student Network for Action and Progress supports SB1, and we hope that you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Brian Matson, Musicians Association of Hawaii. Not here. Next is Donald Bentz, Equality Hawaii.
Aloha, Chairman Rhodes and Chairman Luke. I'm Don Bentz. I'm the Executive Director for Equality Hawaii. We're the state's largest LGBT education and advocacy organization, and we are in strong support of Senate Bill 1. This bill is more than just legislation. It does represent the culmination of more than 20 years of discussions in Hawaii, making an opportunity to end decades of discrimination endured by same-sex couples. And replace that discrimination with the hopes and dreams of love offered by the freedom to marry. It is time for marriage equality. From emancipation to women's suffrage to the end of segregation, every generation has had its defining civil rights moment where how we treated each other as human beings and moved our entire society to a better place of truth and justice has defined that generation. And marriage equality is this generation's moment. It's time for marriage equality because recent polls have showed that the majority of Hawaii residents do support allowing same-sex loving couples to enter into the dream of love and marriage. It's time for marriage equality for the growing number of faith leaders that have endorsed the freedom to marry and ask that you respect their religious right to perform those ceremonies. We've heard about religious freedom for those against marriage equality, but at the same time, those same voices have never talked about the religious freedom of those religions that do want to do same-sex marriages. It's also time for marriage equality so that couples like two of our members that have been together for more than 30 years don't have to fly all the way to California to get married to ensure that they get all of their federal rights and benefits. Without marriage equality, we're basically saying that you have to have the economic means to go to the mainland and get married. And that's just a very classist approach. It's also time for marriage equality so that members like Tom, who's right now dying of prostate cancer and he's too ill to travel, he can't go to the mainland to get marriage. So basically,
Okay.
Anyway,
thank you very much. Next up is Eva Andrade, Hawaii Family Forum.
Aloha, members of the Joint House Committee on Judiciary and Finance. I am Eva Andrade. I am the Executive Director of Hawaii Family Forum. We rise in opposition to SB1. You have our testimony in front of you, but I'd like to just make 2 points. The first one is about the religious protection language that everybody keeps talking about. And you know, we understand that the clergy is going to be protected in this current version, but we have several thousand people that are part of our network. And what we want you to understand is that people of faith cannot and will not leave their faith at the door when they worship on Sunday. And so we have many people who are involved in the wedding industry. We have dressmakers and we have photographers and we have cake makers that are going to be affected if this bill comes into place. And so those are the voices that we'd like you to consider. And the last thing we'd like you to consider is that many of us remember the vote in 1998, and the question that was put to the people was so confusing that we had to do all these ads to explain to people what a yes vote and a no vote was. That wasn't our question. That was the question that was put to us by this legislature. And we're getting hundreds of phone calls from people in the community who are saying, we thought we settled this. So the reason we're saying let the people decide is because if you put a very clear question to the people of this community, there won't be any more confusion about what they did or didn't say in 1998. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Joshua Wish, Oahu County Committee, Democratic Party of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, and hello again, everyone. Joshua Wish. I am testifying right now in my capacity as the chair of the Oahu County Democrats for the Democratic Party of Hawaii. So we all know that I'm above board. I actually am taking vacation for this portion of my testimony today. I'm going to largely stand on the testimony that we submitted, the simple point of which was really that who you love shouldn't be defined and limited by what you are. And so for now, I'm just going to say thank you. Thank you for holding this hearing and listening to everyone. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. And thank you for providing hope to loving couples all across the state that they might be able to proclaim their love through marriage rather than some lesser status. So thank you very, very much. Mahalo.
And thank you. Next up is Phil Lees, Public Education Advocates for Christian Equity.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
I'm an educator from Ontario, Canada. And for this hearing, my focus will be on the effect same-sex marriage has had on the constitutionally protected freedoms of students, parents, and educators in Canada. Excuse me. Same-sex marriage has led to legislation that requires schools to offer gay-straight alliance clubs that are intended to create a welcoming environment in our schools. However, the effect has been, to some degree, reverse discrimination. GSA fundraising activities, when students do not purchase rainbow bracelets, they're identified as homophobes. Student anti-bully assemblies organized by the school GSA clubs has included messaging that undermines the writings and teachings of various faiths. Students requesting to have a faith-oriented club have been denied because administrative endorsement of the faith club would be an endorsement of the faith values, which is in conflict with the sexual orientation values of the GSA. We also have now legislation requiring integration into all subjects and all grade levels, lessons from which many faith communities are required to abstain. Excuse me, parents cannot have their child accommodated out of such instruction, even based on religious grounds. Teachers cannot seek accommodation from teaching materials that contradict their religious beliefs. Our Ontario Human Rights Commission, similar to your civil rights groups, rules regarding competing rights state no rights are absolute. And as a matter of fact, school boards' position on this, they publicly stated, when the board is caught between the Human Rights Commission and religious accommodations, sexual orientation rights prevail. When it comes to freedom of thought, belief, expression, students and staff are told that their diplomatic communication and their opinion of belief, even if it's based on medical evidence, is offensive and can lead to suspension. And when it comes to freedom of peaceful assembly, churches are no longer allowed to rent school facilities. To avoid such losses of freedom in Hawaii, elected representatives must carefully study the long-term effects.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Pastor Virginia Domligan, Prayer Center of the Pacific.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm strongly opposed to SB 1. Today I made time to come out from the trenches. I'm also a healthcare provider to testify to your committee with all humility of heart. Addressing the issue at hand, a young man lays in the hospital bed, ashamed, suffering, dying of full-blown AIDS. His lifestyle choice of having anal sex with another man. Yes, his partner was at the bedside. What pain and sorrow their family suffered. Their hearts were so heavy because of the choices that was made. Who paid the hospital bill? He was unable to work for a long time. It was self-afflicted. It's not about equal rights. It's about a lifestyle choice that is not natural, that affects the fabric of our society, socially, economically, and spiritually. There's been no such practice since the beginning of society, and it's been a man and woman in wedlock. Like everything else, did your committee do an impact study, checking out the stats from Massachusetts and Canada, the results of the same-sex marriage? Why are we rushing? Why are we pushing fast and furious, disregarding the voice of the people, especially those on the other islands? Please, there have been thousands upon thousands signatures on petitions submitted against SB 1. Let the people of Hawaii decide. Put it on the ballot. Vote no to SB 1, equal rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Charlotte Yamamoto, Camp Agape.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. I am a simple pastor's wife and mother, follower, voter of Jesus Christ. I humbly implore and ask that you allow the people to decide on this issue of marriage, as I believe the legislature has actively resisted the will of the people. I'm voicing my opposition to Bill SB 1. This bill should be given due process during a regular session where the people can vote on this. It's too magnanimous of a decision just to lay in hands of you in due respect. I humbly urge you as a dispenser of the truth to make the right decision based on the integrity of your position in our government and continuing to stress the importance of God's profanity and in all of the laws that he gives us in the things that we are to call to love each other equally. We do love everyone equally. We love our brothers and sisters who continue to love same-sex relations equally. What we are saying is the institution of marriage is sacred according to the Holy Bible, God's Word. And if we stand on that as a religious right, we are just saying, hey, listen to us. As God's people, we continue to say, this is our right as well. We love our brothers and sisters of all races, all colors, and whoever they love and choose. That's not the issue here. We're asking that you continue to look at the issue. The institution of marriage is between a man and a woman. I thank you so much for today, and I appreciate your decision before you. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Henry Curtis, Life of the Land.
Aloha, representatives. I'm Henry Curtis, Executive Director of Life of the Land. We strongly support this bill, and we thank you for hearing this bill, for representatives who are for it and representatives who oppose it. This legislature has had more debate, more emails, more public discussion, more legislative discussion, more analysis, and more testimony than any other bill probably in your history. If you need more time to decide this, and you apply it equally to all the other bills you hear, then your legislature would bog down into pointless nothingness. You were elected to make the hard decisions. We applaud you for that. Imua.
Thank you. Next up is Kat Brady.
Aloha, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, and members of the committee and members of the House. Thank you so much for hearing this important measure. I'm Kat Brady. I'm a heterosexual woman, Vice President of Citizens for Equal Rights, and a strong advocate for justice in Hawaii and the world. In his 1967 speech, Martin Luther King said, "Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice. Justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love." This is your opportunity today. You have a chance to be power at its best. You have a chance to be on the right side of history. Many decades ago, some legislators who may have sat in the very seats that you now occupy voted on bills which they didn't personally agree with. Yet they put aside their personal feelings and worked for the greater good. That is an example of power at its best. We all celebrate and honor families. Strong families build strong neighborhoods, and safe neighborhoods build strong and vibrant communities. With the family at the center, it is not appropriate for anyone except for the individuals involved to decide who that family is. This is the time to go back to the future, protect and defend the Constitution you swore to uphold, and allow people to be who they are with justice, liberty, and equal rights for all. The human heart was built for love. Thousands of candles can be lit by one single candle, and the life of that candle will not be shortened.
Thanks
Happiness
very much.
never
Next up is
decreases
Garrett
by being
Hashimoto
shared.
of the Hawaii Christian
Thank you.
Coalition. Garrett Hashimoto, Hawaii Christian Coalition.
Hi, my name is Margaret Scow, and I'm testifying on behalf of Garrett Hashimoto. On behalf of the Hawaii Christian Coalition and our supporters, I oppose SB 1. First, I believe by the governor calling this special session without Senate and House leadership agreement, this is politics at its worst and highly taunts the integrity of this hearing. Secondly, the people gave the power to the legislators to amend the state constitution to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples only in 1998, not redefine marriage in 2013. Third, by legislators actually allowing this flawed session to proceed, are you telling the people you will vote for this bill against the will of the people? Fourth, I implore you to vote against this bill because of the flawed process and because you would be silencing the voices of hundreds of thousands of our registered voters who could not be here today. Please let the people decide, and I'm testifying for Garrett Hashimoto, State Chairman, Hawaii Christian Coalition.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jeannie Ota, Women's Caucus, Democratic Party of Hawaii. Belinda Jacobs, Christian Counseling of America. Okay, members, there's a few that came in late that are only on paper and will not appear on your computers. So I will read those. Dr. Greg Hood, International Pentecostal Holiness Church.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say thank you to all of you for your service to our great state. I am the director of the International Pentecostal Holiness Church in the Pacific Realm. Our headquarters is in Representative Thalen's beautiful Kailua. We're there, and we want to say today that we are strongly opposing SB 1. This bill is full of danger for the church. I represent over 100 churches, over 200 ministers. Many of the thousands of people are in your places of representation, and they too oppose. I'm not here speaking for myself. I'm speaking for them as well. We're very concerned about the public accommodation part of this bill. I know that many have stood here and said the churches are protected, but the churches are not protected. The clergy may have the opportunity to opt out, but the church itself needs to be understood. The church is more than just a building. The church is our people. If you look up the word church in the New Testament, it's the word ecclesia in the Greek. It does not refer to a building, it refers to a people. Our people are unprotected. Our people are those that have the cake business and the photography companies. They are the people that do day-to-day business with the public, that have very deep convictions of where they stand. And for them to have imposed upon them a bill that would cause them to go against their religious beliefs is just as wrong as anything we've talked about here today. I want to just remind you today that the Supreme Court said that marriage is not a civil right. And some have quoted Dr. Martin Luther King. Let me quote him again. He too said that marriage was not a civil right. And I want today just to say I urge you to vote against this. And I want to just remind you too that you guys are a voice of the people, not for the people, and that you don't work for the governor respectfully.
Thank
Amen.
you very
You work
much.
for your
Next
people.
up is Francis Ota, New Life Christian Church, Honolulu.
Aloha. My name is Francis Ota. I'm the senior pastor of New Life Church, Honolulu. I'm speaking here against SB 1. I want to talk about the process, and I object to what I consider a rush to judgment. In your principal desire to provide benefits and rights to same-sex couples, the language of this bill endangers the rights of many others, and as has been said, the freedom of religion. The governor said the special session was necessary to give same-sex couples benefits of marriage as soon as possible. It has led to a flawed, confused, sometimes undemocratic, and not transparent process. Also, it appears there are opportunities for immediate tax benefits for same-sex couples, having civil union in Hawaii, being married in California, some other same-sex state, to receive most but not all benefits. It's not perfect, but currently available, so that this rush is unnecessary, in my opinion. Is it worth this rush to endanger the constitutional rights of another large part of the community? I encourage you to take this to a constitutional amendment. I understand it's a process, and we've been through it before. Just this huge outpouring of response is an indication of the need. I can understand your lack of appetite for another process, but I believe that a Democratic vote coming through a transparent process with hearings on neighbor islands, time to do research and to do due diligence, will be respected and appreciated on all sides, not liked by everyone, but accepted. This current flawed system is tainted in many minds, and whatever decision you make will increase the deep rift in our community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is James Yamada, Cedar, I think AOG, Assembly of God, I believe.
I'm James Yamada, pastor of Cedar Assembly of God. I am opposed to this bill. Passing this law would be creating unintended consequences resulting in a violation of the First Amendment rights of Christian teachers and students to freely exercise their religious beliefs. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. In effect, the state will be participating in violating the First Amendment rights of Christian teachers and children who are trying to live right and freely live out their religious beliefs. Gelsen and the state bureaucracy will change curriculum in the educational system to promote the LGBT lifestyle so that children in elementary and higher grade levels can be retrained. Christian teachers and children believe that it is sin to engage in gay sex. Teachers will be required to teach. Children will be required to listen to something they don't believe in, that it is fine for men to marry men and have anal and oral sex. This violates their First Amendment rights. If teachers and students want to live out their Christian beliefs in such a way that they do not want to expose their eyes, ears to any type of sin that they believe their God would not be pleased with, it would be a First Amendment violation to require them to participate in such retraining in school. If teachers standing on their First Amendment belief that gay sex is sinful, they are homophobic. They will be subject to bullying. It is happening across the nation. Teachers who refuse to teach the curriculum will be subject to discipline and can eventually lose their status or jobs. At the very least, they will be bullied, harassed. This will be a violation of their First Amendment rights.
Thank you very much. Next up is Rick Laser, Real Marriage, Hawaii. I'm sorry, please register and you'll be more than welcome to speak. Can someone help him register? Thank you. Go ahead, please proceed.
Hello, Honorable Chairs Rhodes and Luke and committee members. Thank you especially for your patience. I'm here supporting the definition of real marriage. I'm not here against equal rights, and I oppose Senate Bill 1. What I heard here most of the morning gave me cause to toss my personal prepared testimony. Terrific questions from all of you, and not so terrific answers from our officials. We were told that with SB 1, the focus is marriage only. We shouldn't worry about the ramifications to our schools or our health system or small business. We can take care of that later. Our Department of Health will determine current relationship status of applicants by faith. We can't define what religious education is. The divorce provisions in the bill are a quagmire. We can't determine what for-profit means. We don't know who ought to decide. We've got legitimate questions about Hawaiian parentage rights that go unanswered. We're told that we don't have the necessary indicia to determine what a religious organization is. Even the IRS already has that. And the flawed religious exceptions provisions are going to stay that way as long as those crafting the bill can find First Amendment protections of religious practice for groups of believers, but we can't find any for individual believers. They're still in the First Amendment. They still apply to an individual person of faith. So this is beginning to look a lot like a bill that we have to pass so that we can find out what's in it. Not a good idea. My representative, Della Al-Baladi, asked a great question just a moment ago. Is there a difference in a law that says that no gays are allowed or no Japs are allowed? My wife's Japanese American, and here we go. There is a difference between wrongful discrimination based on sexual orientation, agreed, and the legitimate personal choice not to support behaviors that violate your conscience. I don't know why we can't see that for the bakers and the florists and the performers of weddings, musicians. So please vote no on this bill.
Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much. Next up, we have Nathan S.H. Baikai, great.
Yes, sir.
It's all
Thank
his,
you.
it's all God.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's amazing. Read the bill. You have violated and will violate it if you pass the bill. Section 23 of the Hawaii Constitution. You will violate Section 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I don't have time because you're only giving me 4 minutes. But check this out. You know what I mean? Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, 2 now. Hey, check this out. Yeah, I live in Aloha, but as a citizen now, because as a Hawaiian, I tied up. As a citizen, I tied up. My senator, Donna Makaro Kim, said no, but 24-4 lose. We're going to lose here. I already know, because God spoke to me. But check this out. Now, who being bullied? Who being bullied here? Who being bullied? Who being bullied? 1.4 million people. Who being bullied? Who being bullied? 1.4 million people, and not even 100,000. Look, my sister is of that lifestyle. I love my sister. I love my sister. She know what I believe, and I love her. So don't tell me, unless she been there. I love my sister. But check this out. Now, as a citizen, I tied up again. Why? Because 76 people plus 1, all of you, 51 House, 25 Senate, says to me, you got to listen to me, Nathan, not I to you. 76 people plus 1. Because I was deceived with trick or treat today. I was deceived in 1997. I was deceived in 1998. The law was so big that give you 76 people the right to vote, plus the governor. I was deceived. But don't tell me about a law. I am Hawaiian. I live here 55 years. I am Hawaiian. Don't tell me about equal rights. Don't tell me about what my people like. They voted almost 70% to 30% against. And what? Who's being bullied now?
Thank you very much. For whoever number 98 is, I don't have a name for you. Say it again.
Hi, I'm Cameron Miyamoto.
Okay, and you're with what organization?
The University of Hawaii at Manoa with
Okay.
the Office of Student Affairs. I'm tenured faculty.
Go ahead, please proceed.
Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, and members of the Joint Judiciary Finance Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify today. It's funny that 20 years ago I was here as a UH student testifying as the board member for the JACL, and now I come back as tenured faculty with UH. It's an honor to be here, and one of the things that I'm pointing out with that is I'm so glad that with these past 20 years we are not rushing. I think we are not rushing, and now it is finally time. I've had time to graduate and to become tenured faculty. I think we have time to have gone through the material and understand that this is about individuals accepting each other. I'm wearing a lei today that was made for me by my godson. And he said to me before he went to school that he wanted Uncle Cam to have this. He made it in his elementary school. And he wanted Uncle Cam to know that there's love, and that's why he made a rainbow lei. Students continue to ask me, why are folks still talking about this? Why are they trying to slow it down even more? Love is love. Why are folks going to make me choose between staying in Hawaii, my home, or abandoning my family if I want to be an illegally married couple? How can folks do that? Isn't that like eviction? Students are saying, I don't like that. It just doesn't feel right. Some students are asking me, how could this happen? I am a person of faith. I am Christian. I'm part of a church that allows it right now, but my church is being discriminated against. Please vote in support of SB 1. I'm here in strong support of SB 1. And over the past 20 years, I hope that we've all come to the conclusion that it is time, Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Next up is Pastor Alan Cardenas of Hawaii Pastors Roundtable, number 99.
Hello, members of the Judiciary Finance Committee. My name is Alan Cardenas Jr. I am the chairman of the Hawaii Pastors Roundtable, representing over 200 churches across the state, over 175,000 members. This whole process, I believe Stevie Wonder can see it's a bad process. I mean, we're just rushing this whole thing. I've got a number of pastors that could not be here today because they had already booked missions trip overseas. We've got pastors that couldn't be here because they have already committed to prison ministries on the mainland. They would love to be here, but they couldn't. We have traveled throughout the islands in the last 3 weeks. We have kupunas from Kauai to Ka'u, from Hanalei to Hilo. They care about this issue, and they cannot be here to be able to speak up. Their precious, fragile bodies cannot endure the long time of waiting in lines and just waiting to be able to speak out their voice. I find it amazing that during and this is another super ferry fiasco. At least the super ferry, at least they had an opportunity on the outer islands to be heard. And we're not giving them that opportunity. We've got a lot of people that really care about this. We believe that marriage is defined between a man and a woman. What's the rush? What about us? I've got testimonies from Auntie Mary Boyd, from Hilo, from Uncle Joe in Anaola, and a number of others from Hana, Kipohulu, Maui, from Kapa'a, all over the islands, that they cannot be here. And I'm speaking up on behalf of them, the church. The church is not a place where we only do Sunday sermons and baby dedications and funeral. The church are people. We are teachers, students, kupunas out there that love to be here, but they cannot. What's the rush? We need to be able to slow down and take our time and do this right. Hawaii is the only legislative body right now in the entire world that's rushing to pass this. We need to slow down and we need to take our time. The other thing is, will this lead to another molasses massacre? Who knows what's going to be happening because of this? And the last thing is this.
Okay,
we just say no to GMO. That's government modified ohana.
Christian Fellowship. Again, that's Max Fowler,
Thank you.
Kakako Christian Fellowship.
Good afternoon, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, and members of the committee. My name is Max Fowler, and I am a pastor at Kakako Christian Fellowship and strongly oppose SB 1. Before I begin, I just wanted to be sure to say thank you all for your service. As a strong believer in our democracy, I am very concerned about the way our government is handling this extremely important and sensitive issue. Instead of addressing the issue of same-sex marriage during regular session in January, our governor has instead chosen to rush our state into a special session, a huge blow to the democratic process. The people of Hawaii have been given only 5 days, the bare minimum, to review the intricacies of the bill and give public input. There will be 0 public hearings on the neighbor islands. Public testimony in the Senate was limited to 1 minute per person on Monday. Today we have been allowed 2. Thank you. The rushed nature of the special session also negatively impacts the quality of this bill. The extreme time crunch has left us with a bill that increases the likelihood that individual and religious freedoms will eventually be challenged in courts and in the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. And I'm not just talking about pastors and churches, but also for adoption agencies, government workers, judges, as well as teachers, students, and parents in our educational system. When I speak to legislators about the impact of this bill, what it will have on individual and religious freedoms for the hundreds of thousands of citizens, in many instances, their answers, I wish I could tell you, Max, but I just don't know. Sure, you have had plenty of time, but what about the DOE? What about businesses? What about healthcare providers? What about auntie and uncle? Have they had their say in the kind of government? A remedy delayed is a remedy denied. It's supposed to be good enough reason for us to hurry up and pass this bill. But do we know what we are being forced to swallow? I believe that this rush bill is passed in special session. This could be the final straw for our citizens of Hawaii to completely lose their faith in the political system. For the sake of our democratic process, hear the voice of the people and please vote no to the special session and SB 1. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. A notification for testifiers number 501 to 525. Go ahead and check in outside and line up, and we will go to questions for testifiers number 75 through 100. Members, questions? Representative Ward, followed by Representative McDermott.
Is Phil Lees still here? Phil Lees, you're a Canadian. We are not Canadians, but we share a North American culture. You've brought some empirical evidence that things, in fact, chronologically, you kind of suggested here or in other places that before same-sex marriage was passed, there was a good relational thing. And I asked earlier, how are we going to keep the communities together? You said after same-sex marriage passed, something happened. How was it before and after, very briefly?
Before same-sex marriage, we had some, anytime there was conflict in curriculum, and there was limited conflict, requests from parents was accepted and accommodated. After same-sex marriage, we had significant increase in the numbers and the degree of conflict in curriculum. What used to be sensitive curriculum was kind of limited to health, and so it was easy to send a letter home and inform people, but now we take the sensitive information and now we integrate it into all subjects, all grade levels, including music class, math class, etc. So now school boards say, you can't accommodate, because then we're going to have kids standing in the hall all the time.
Why just not allow an opt-out? Simple as that.
Because how do you opt out of a textbook that has information in it that is in conflict with your values? How do you opt out? We're going to sing a song in class, music class, about gay pride parade. So we have to opt out of that class, and it's not any longer a unit of study. It's in the curriculum, permeates the curriculum. As a matter of fact, that's the word that is used. It must permeate the curriculum.
So it's in physics and
yes,
you're talking about the actual core curriculum.
Yes,
inside of that.
Yes, we have a strategy. Actually, Ministry of Education calls it Queer Hero Strategy, where those who are successful academics, their sexual orientation has to be identified, but the sexual orientation of those who are heterosexual does not have to be identified.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Representative McDermott.
Phil, I've got a couple questions for you. You're a world-renowned expert on this, although you are from Canada. I've asked repeatedly this morning the Attorney General, the Civil Rights Commissioner, et cetera, just about what you're talking, and I can't get a straight answer. I wrote a letter to the Board of Education. They sent it to the Attorney General, who then sent it back to the Superintendent, and I got a referral of, this is our controversial issues policy. In your view, once this law is passed, this is no longer a controversial issue, correct?
That's
the
correct.
law of the land.
Actually, what happens is the sensitive curriculum now is redefined as human rights curriculum and is no longer accepted as sensitive by education officials.
And let me ask you this. My assertion has been, I know that the title isn't Dick and Jane anymore. I'm a little long in the tooth. I understand that. But they still have books with the mom and the dad and the Spot, the dog, et cetera. May not call him Spot anymore, but still have the dog. If they don't show the homosexual lifestyle as the equivalent of a mom and a dad, and they don't show a representation across the curriculum, by the very absence, you're creating a vacuum and you're denying that you're creating an environment of discrimination, as the reasoning goes, by the absence of that in the curriculum, correct?
Yes, that's the argument. And my position is this, that I have no problem with students learning that this is a reflection of society, as long as it can be done in a balanced way. And when I present that to school boards, they argue with me that, no, it is balanced, it is balanced. I said, no, it's not. And they said, give us an example of a balanced curriculum. I say, okay, a lesson. I'll read Heather Has Two Mommies. Maybe not in kindergarten. I may do it in grade 4 or 5. And I'll read the story, and if I'm in a faith-sensitive classroom, okay, and we do have some of those in Canada, okay, that are publicly funded, faith-sensitive classroom, I'll read the story, and I'll inform the parents why I'm reading it, and I'll ask the question, do you know of any children who are in homes where that are structured this way with two parents of the same gender? And we're concerned that sometimes kids are bullied that come from those homes. And in a faith-sensitive classroom, I can say, if you saw that happening, I could say, what would Jesus want you to do? And they would say, well, Jesus would want us to defend them. He loves them as well. So I've addressed the intent of the policy. And the Ministry of Education would say, yes, and that's what we want to do, but don't mention Jesus. And I said, no, but I've done a much better job because I've connected the spirituality of the child to the policy. And then I bring in the balance. And I say, your homes are structured differently Can you tell me why? As a public school teacher teaching in a public education system, I cannot bring scripture in, but I can encourage the students to share why. So then the students leave understanding the policy with their faith fully reinforced. And I say to school boards, if I can do this in our public schools, then I can get behind this policy and I get dead silence.
One last question, Phil. Do you think that the Board of Education chairman and or a representative of the board and the superintendent should have been here to facilitate a more thoughtful, thorough deliberation on this issue?
Absolutely. I think actually you need to have all stakeholders involved. I'm not sure who your board people are because in Ontario, administrative people tend to be biased on this issue. Okay? So, and I think you need to make sure that you have balanced representation of all stakeholders.
Okay.
Thank you, Phil. I have a question for the Hawaiian gentleman who spoke so passionately.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah. Fafia Maioi, Nathan. Nathan, yes. Is this a correct statement? The Polynesian people, the Hawaiians and Samoans, have a long history of living with and loving the mahu, the fa'afafine, and a great deal of tolerance for these behaviors. But today, as you exemplified, they still say marriage is special, the mother and the father.
I and E, yes, sir. It's amazing. As a 55-year-old Hawaiian United States citizen, I am a citizen of the United States of America. I was tricked in 1997 and voted in 1998 to give 76 people the right to tell me. I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer the question.
Yeah.
And in the question right now, the Hawaiian people.
Representative McDermott, that
Hawaiian
question
people.
was soliciting answer from a Hawaiian testifier in order to represent all Hawaiians. So I don't think that's very appropriate.
Well, I think you're out of order. Wait your turn and you can talk,
you
okay,
guys.
young fella?
Wait, I never finished.
You know.
Okay, now here we go.
Okay,
Being
wait.
bullied.
Stop.
I'm being bullied again,
Stop.
Chair.
Okay, stop.
I'm being bullied.
Okay, stop. Okay, Representative McDermott, are you done with your question?
Let me finish the question.
No, he asked.
Please.
He asked the question.
I
He
said
asked
I
you-
haven't answered yet, ma'am.
No, he asked you if it's recognized, and your answer was no. Okay,
I am.
Representative
No,
McDermott-
that's not what I said. You didn't listen to my answer because I didn't answer yet.
Okay,
Can I answer, ma'am?
you
Chair-
know.
Mrs.
Okay,
Chairwoman,
I'm
can
going
I
to
answer?
ask Representative McDermott. Okay, Representative McDermott.
Can I answer?
Can you rephrase your question?
I'll rephrase the question. Generally speaking, the Hawaiian and Samoan people, I didn't think it was that controversial, my goodness. The Hawaiian and Samoan people have a long history of tolerance with the mahu in the Hawaiian culture and the fa'afafine in the Samoan culture. I know the Samoan culture very well. You're a Hawaiian. Based on your scope of knowledge, not speaking for all Hawaiians, but speaking for yourself and what you've seen in your lifetime of experience, the respect for the mother and father, and yet the respect for those alternative lifestyles. And if you could condense it, because patients are running thin, in about 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. I've been around the world to almost every nation. And as my Samoan people and my Hawaiian people, Japanese and this, they have always been one man and one woman. Always. Always.
Okay.
And always. And
Thank
always.
you. Representative Tokioka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Carpenter? Dante, please. Thank you, Nate. That was a passionate testimony. And I'm sure everybody in this room loves that hat, brother. Go Shane Victorino. Mr. Carpenter, thank you for being here. I'm looking at your testimony, and I'm sure that over the past few weeks, you've seen the news coverage about this issue. And you've seen since the Senate had their hearings, the concerns that members of the House had via the leadership and the members about religious exemptions in the bill. Okay.
Yes, certainly.
And in your testimony, you didn't touch on that, which is fine, but...
and my testimony didn't touch on it because it's a fact that the Democratic Party supports
virtually all religions. And
Yes.
the exemption aspect of it, we admire and certainly want to be incorporated as a part of this bill. And to the extent that it is incorporated, we believe that it's fair.
Okay, so is your position as the party chair, if we did put in religious exemptions that would help the churches seek some of the goals that they're talking about right now, the party would, you as the party chair would support that?
We have no problem with any exemptions relating to religious protections and in concert with the Constitution of the State of Hawaii as well as the United States Constitution
Because,
as well.
you know, Dante, sometimes bills start way to the left, my left, your right, and way to the right, and they end up in the middle. But I think right now what's happening is, you know, there's a lot of division of the community, and this is certainly a passionate issue, but I think a lot of people that have spoken to me, like Pastor Cardenas said, from Anahola, Kapa'a, and many people on Kauai, want to make sure that the churches are protected. You know, they understand, they want to aloha, whether it's the GLBT lifestyle or whatever it is. So, you know, I'm glad to hear that if we can address some of these exemptions in this bill, that the party would support that. And
Indeed,
thank
we
you
have
for that.
no objections to your emphasis in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we're going to go to number 501, Jacob Chung. Oh, Representative.
Aloha.
Yeah, wait, hold on,
Excuse
hold on.
me. Excuse me.
Okay, hold
A point of information. Generally speaking, 100 follows to 101. Why are we going to 500?
No, up to 100 was allocated for groups such as churches.
And then the
And then
public
the
starts at
citizens-
500?
Citizen, we allocated 100
Okay,
to 500.
so we're
for-
not going to cut anybody out,
No,
is
no,
my...
no, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank
Sorry.
you. Thank you. Okay, Representative 501, Jacob Chung.
Aloha, my name is Jacob Chung, and I'm Native Hawaiian, and I oppose same-sex marriage. And, you know, I want to say aloha to my dad. He's watching right now. He's in hospice. Aloha, Dad, I love you. And you know, my dad, he's been calling you representatives to oppose the bill. And, you know, there's a lot of kupunas out there that are hurting right now because of this that's coming down and just being rammed down into our islands. Now, this is one thing that I wanted to share. I remember, you know, when the super ferry was going to Kauai, and the news came on, they said, oh, the people of Kauai, they stopping the super ferry from docking. And you know, when I looked, when they showed it on the news, what I seen wasn't people of Hawaii. So, you know, I looking at this group over here. They come into our islands, or they come into my house, and they are rearranging the furnitures. I'm sorry, that's the way I feel. But anyway, this is what I wanted to say. I find it troubling that the voices of the people of Hawaii are not being heard. Instead, outsiders from the mainland are greatly influencing our governing officials. This is not about our local families, okay, or the people of our state who choose to live this lifestyle, because we love them, okay? This is about an outside organization or entity that is literally bullying, like my brother said over there, its way into our islands through the influencing of our government. My goodness, come on, guys. Forcing us to accept same-sex marriage as normal. And because of this law, schools will be teaching this as a normal lifestyle, going against everything I believe and causing so much confusion. All of you are elected.
Okay, thank you. Renee Godoy.
Okay, I oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Godoy.
Thank you, committee chairs. I'm Renee Godoy, also known as 502 right now. And I thank the committee for your great patience with all of these proceedings. I am a registered voter, born and raised on the Big Island. I pastor a church there of approximately 200. I am in favor of granting equal benefits to same-sex couples, but strongly opposed to redefining marriage. I have grave concerns as a parent. You know, I'm a parent now. My daughter's in her first pregnancy, expecting twins. We're very excited. When she was growing up and in the public school education as it presently is, I was comfortable when I had objections. If they had activities that were not consistent with our beliefs, that I could go to the teachers and I could ask that she would be excused. I was always politely accommodated. It was no problem, didn't create any kind of problem. But I'm afraid now that with the passing of this legislation, that she and my son-in-law will not have the same positive experience that I experienced in the public education system. Cost of living is so high in Hawaii that it is not possible for every family to homeschool or to private school. And so these are very serious concerns that I have. I also don't believe that it's the government's responsibility to educate our children on matters of morality or sexuality that I believe they're doing right now and don't need to be doing and will be doing increasingly. As a pastor, I'm also concerned about the erosion of our religious freedoms. While proponents claim that there is adequate protection for clergy, where is the protection for lay people? Since when did religious freedom apply only to clergy? I strongly urge you to hear the voters. And listening to everything, I believe that good legislation should limit litigation, but poor legislation will certainly increase litigation. And there's been so many concerns today that questions that are not answered. And though many of you reasonable people don't think there will be litigation, there will be litigation by people that feel strongly in opposing views. So I encourage you to not rush on this legislation. And I thank you for taking the time to hear me today. Thank you.
Thank you. And testifiers number 551 to 570, 526 to 550, can they start checking in at the reception desk? Thank you. Next up is 503, Patrick Rory.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Luke and other honorable members of our House. My name is Patrick Rory. I've been a resident of Hawaii for over 25 years, and I'm not here to bash or criticize the gay and lesbian lifestyle. Instead, I would just communicate I have gay friends, and I enjoy spending time with them. However, I am strongly opposed to SB 1. There are a number of reasons why, and I strongly recommend that each and every House member vote no to this bill, SB 1. There are many reasons why. Number one, this is not democracy. A bill that was introduced only 6 days before the session, 5 or 6 days to address this very important, far-reaching in terms of implications. We need to take more time. What's the rush? What's the hurry? Let's put this to the best option is to put it on the ballot. Let the people decide. Otherwise, let's take 60 days to get this right. That's democracy. That's what, as Americans, we're so proud of our democracy. Let's do that. Let's vote no to this. Vote it down. Let's go to the regular session, get it right, or the best option, put it on the ballot. Also, there are 34 states. California should have been the 35th state to affirm that marriage is between a man and a woman. We should, as Hawaii residents and lawmakers, we should go with the overwhelming majority of Americans and states that affirm this and not go with the radical minority. Also, the Defense of Marriage Act is very much law. It is not struck down. One part was struck down, but otherwise it is still federal law, and we need to abide by it. Also, in Massachusetts and in Canada, there have been some very negative, unforeseen negative effects to same-sex marriage, such as religious First Amendment rights, and also the public school curriculum has these weird books. Protect our keiki. Please protect our keiki. Don't let these books get into our public school system. Thank you.
Third Ward.
Honorable Chairs Rhodes and Luke, and members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I am opposed to this bill. The same-sex marriage bill has been hastily written for such an important, wide-ranging effect to our society. The people of Hawaii should be able to have a say and be able to vote for or against this bill. Living in a democratic society, every citizen should be allowed and given the opportunity to vote on a very important issue that will shift the way society thinks and its attitude toward the institution of marriage. Also, by giving a right to one group, this bill takes the right of our freedom of religion and away from another group. The legislature should uphold the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, not blatantly disregard it, and by doing so create a great divide among us. Let us bring this issue during the regular legislative session where debate and thorough analysis can be made. It is crucial that voters be allowed to have their say. We are a democracy, so let's show by our actions that we are a free people who can vote their belief and conscience. Thank you.
Thank you. Raymond Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Raymond Rodriguez, and my number is 505. Dear Honorable Chairs, Rhodes, and Luke, and members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committees, thank you for hearing our concerns today. As I stated before, my name is Raymond Rodriguez, and I am a Christian, and I am an assistant pastor at Glad Tidings Church in Hilo. Our church consists of approximately 200 members. I am here today because I see the tragic erosion of the God-given foundation of marriage here at our doorsteps here in Hawaii. First of all, it is my understanding that the people did vote in 1998 to keep marriage between a man and a woman. However, because of its ambiguous language, the legislature was given the power to decide. What the people of Hawaii thought was a simple yes or no vote, in actuality returned the decision of this issue back to the legislature. Secondly, this bill will not protect church facilities and other private businesses. Our country was birthed out of the principles of being free to worship our Creator without being oppressed by its government. That is why our founding fathers wrote the U.S. States Constitution in that manner. It was to protect our liberties. One of those is the First Amendment, freedom of religion. In their wisdom, the government was created to uphold the just laws, while the church is to stand side by side to uphold the moral fabric of our society. With this issue before us, our society is standing on a slippery slope of decay. As our moral fabric unravels, there will be no stopping a polygamy or even a bestiality marriage. Where does it end? Marriage leases? Marriage should be reserved between a man and a woman, committed to a monogamous, not monogamish relationship. I respectfully submit this to you. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Number 506. Okay, 507, 508, 509. Is that you, Clint Chinen?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for hearing me. I am 34 years old, and I've been a Hawaii resident my whole life, born and raised Oahu. And I may not know everything about the law and the bill and everything that was passed in 1998. I was much too young and naive to understand all these things. So thank you for hearing me today. I am married and have been now for 11 years as of October 12th. And I believe that marriage should not be redefined as maybe this bill implies, but also that marriage is between one man and one woman. And we may not all agree in this room, and this is in no way bash against those who are of the same gender. I am also a father of a daughter who is 6 years old, and I am a pastor, and I've been a pastor since 1998. And learning my way through all of these things, understanding God's will and the things in Scripture, and what we stand for as Christians. And I've heard many clergy claim that they believe that we can accept all forms of, marriage and in those relationships and honor that and provide service to them. Our doors will always be open to those of the same gender community. But when it comes to the laws and the moral fabric that God has established, I fear that the generations to follow are going to suffer great harm in our country and in our nation, in our state. So I oppose the SB1, and I do believe that if there can be more time, we need to have a democratic vote across the board for all the people in Hawaii to make an educated and an unrushed decision, because this will affect the millennia to come, should there be a millennia for the state of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. 511. Oh, is 510 here? Oh, that was Daniel near. Okay, not here. 511, Susan Okamura.
Hi, my name is Susan Okamura, and I'm in strong opposition to Senate Bill number 1. I stand by my written testimony, but I also would like to pose a few comments and questions to the committee. Yeah, I've been watching this from the beginning, from this morning, and one of the things that keeps going through my head is the question of due diligence. And I realized, just as I was standing here, you work for us. You work for every single person in this room, and I just implore you to do your due diligence in considering all options. And I asked the committee, chairs and committee, how many of you have read House Bill 6? There's only 4 hands, 5, 6, 7, 8, out of this entire committee. That concerns me. I grew up in politics. I walked the floors of this hall with my father. One of the things he taught me was that was essential for any lawmaker, any elected official to commit to that. You do your due diligence. And so I implore and ask everyone in the committee to consider House Bill 6. The problems that we're facing with Senate Bill 1 is very flagrant. You know, the ACLU person couldn't answer questions, the Attorney General couldn't ask questions, and that concerns me for both sides. So if you consider House Bill 6, which allows same-sex marriage, but equal protection, even greater protection for the churches, that needs to be put on the table and debated and discussed. That is due diligence, not rushing through this process.
Yeah.
I'm in strong opposition of Senate Bill 1. I'm in strong support for HB 6. And I implore the committee to really read that bill and consider it. All the questions that were raised this morning can be answered. There are options. There are options, everybody.
Okay, thank
you. There
you.
are options.
513.
Call 513?
513.
Yep, that's me. Hello, my name is Earl Okamura. Thank you, Representative Rhodes and Luke and committee. I'm in strong opposition to SB 1 and respectfully submit some key issues for your review. If passed in this form, the measures proposed in this bill could likely lead to lawsuits in the future and possibly overcrowding of our court system. The so-called exemptions for churches in this bill does not guarantee the churches and its members, okay, the protection from discrimination, and that's dangerous. I've heard this morning the testimonies from various individuals and organizations, and it's clear to me that the Civil Rights Commission still has a case-by-case action on our religious rights. I belong to a church, and that's true. We don't just, pastors don't just solemnize marriages, they do other things. Our churches do outreaches also, which is a vital component to our community affairs and for the welfare of the community. Churches play a big part of all that. And all of these actions and these benefits to the community are in jeopardy if this bill is passed. Let's go to another thing. So we're talking about First Amendment rights there. In Section 9 of this bill, there's another issue that pertains to same-sex divorces. And it clearly states an unfair advantage given to same-sex divorces in this state of Hawaii explicitly. And that's also dangerous. It causes us concern here as a focus on divorces here in Hawaii for same-sex couples. And it's an unfair advantage to them. Finally, just sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
514, 515. Okay, what's your number?
19, 519.
519. Anyone before 519? Otherwise, you can go ahead.
Aloha, my name is Pastor Eldin Kukahiko. I'm pastor of Hope Chapel Kahalu. I'm also a retired police detective. I was formerly with the robbery division, and I testified in a Senate hearing. I spent 12 hours listening to every testimony that was there, and I was appalled at the end of the night when 5 senators took 5 minutes to make their decision after a passionate cry out to 95% of the people that testified was for and against same-sex marriage, was for traditional marriage. We are called traditionalists. And it bothered me when I went home. And the next morning, I read an article from Bob Jones, who wrote about us Christians being laggards, being behind the times. And I was bothered by that, and I investigated that, and I realized that you, Democratic caucus, are progressives. You are progressives. You have an agenda. You have an agenda from the Congress, from our president, from the Democratic caucus, and that agenda is against fundamentalists, those that are traditional in God and in marriage, one man, one woman. And this agenda, I could see why that those senators could look right through me, is because they have their agenda, and you have your agenda too. You need to search your hearts, because our people will not stand for this. We will not sit quietly and go to your agenda. This is not a Democratic agenda. This is the people's agenda. This is us. We are the people of Hawaii. You need to listen to us and forgo your agenda. It is important for us. This is our children. This is our ohana. Thank you.
520. Okay, if the audience could settle down. Okay, 520. Can somebody help her with the...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm 524.
Okay, 524, go ahead.
My name is Patricia Chung, and I was born and raised in Hawaii and have been a public school teacher for 23 years, 14 of those years in kindergarten. I'm also a member of HSTA who opposes same-sex marriage and opposes SB1. I have taken personal leave today from my job because this issue is so important to me. I could lose my job if I don't teach that homosexuality is acceptable, and it doesn't matter if I'm in a private school or if I homeschool. In Canada, homosexuality is taught as acceptable in kindergarten with books like Daddy's Wedding, with 2 men getting married, and King and King. In 2nd and 3rd grade, children would role play and have 2 children of the same sex get married from an adult in clerical attire. In 6th and 7th grade, students are taught about masturbation, oral sex, anal sex, and more. Vulgar posters have been posted in high schools. One with the F word blatantly displayed as a verb. One with 2 men in position on how to give good oral sex. I know this is horrific to hear, but it has actually happened. Children have been exposed to such trash in the names of equality and education. I am not out to bash homosexuals. I have family and friends who are homosexual. I believe most homosexuals would just like to have the same rights as heterosexuals. I bet if they knew that this could happen in our schools, they would not want to see it happen either. Huge entities from outside of Hawaii with horrific agendas and vast amounts of money are trying to control and change our islands. It can't slip in, all because our people are so loving and accepting. We can't be deceived. If this bill passes, I ask that there be an amendment for teachers to opt out. Thank you.
Okay, next, is there a 525? If not, can groups 551 to 575 start registering at the front? Okay, we're gonna start taking 526, but we're gonna go to questions first. Representative McDermott?
Yes,
Okay,
Patricia.
Representative McDermott, I think there's some confusion. We're going to have testimonies from 526
Okay, I'm sorry.
to 550 first, but if 5 551 to 575 can start registering. Okay, sorry about that, Representative. Go ahead. Oh, Representative McDermott, where are you going? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, go ahead. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll move on to 526. 526, Alan Spector. Yeah. Alan. 526, Alan Spector.
Chair.
Yeah.
Chair Luke.
Alan, come ahead. Go ahead. Number
I'm
526.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
wait, go ahead.
Chair Luke, I'm sorry. I was a little confused. So the block before that, we're not able to ask them questions
no.
till later?
No. We are going to ask questions.
After this
No,
next
I asked if anybody had questions. You had questions?
Yeah, just one.
Okay. Okay, Representative Tokioka has questions.
Mr. Kukahiko? Mr. Kukahiko?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I understand. Everyone understands your passion. Okay. But when some of the statements that you make are not totally true, and I want you to know that I voted no on first reading on this bill, SB1.
Okay.
But when some of the statements that you make are not true, especially when you talk about the Democratic caucus all supporting this bill, that's not true. So I'm giving you the opportunity to clarify that.
Well, it is the Democratic Progressive Caucus, not the Democratic Caucus.
Well, I think some people are progressive in other ways as well. So.
Oh, yes, and I've done research, but I only did research 12 o'clock last night because this is so rushed. I'm a detective. When there's a crime, I need to investigate it, and I feel there was a crime. So in my investigation, this is what I discovered. I didn't notice. I didn't come in.
I didn't call you back up to give you more time to talk about that, please.
Okay.
I'm just asking you to understand when you make comments like that and bunch everybody in a group, that's not Pono. So please understand the process, because I'm telling you, there are people here that walked off the floor yesterday, and now we're feeling like your comment is putting everybody else in the same box, which it wasn't. And we all need to listen to the testimony, and we all need to make sure that we do what is right at the end. And everybody's going to have a different level of what is right. But I just wanted to give you that opportunity to correct what you said.
Well, this is what I know, that Bob Jones bashed Christians, and he referred to.
If you're not going to address the question, then thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you rephrase the question?
Oh, no, I think he asked. I think Representative Tokioka is trying to make a point,
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Representative Suji?
Number 502, I think that's Renee Godoy. Is she here?
Hello.
Thank you, Pastor Godoy. You and a contingent, I think, came from neighbor islands, from the Big Island to testify. And as a neighbor islander and a Big Islander too, I know about the difficulties of inter-island travel. So I thank you for that. We've had a number of testimonies, whether those that are, ministers in churches or, people, just regular people like myself. And we've heard a lot of testimony regarding to exposure of the churches, and there's this terminology being used called public accommodations.
Yes.
But and this is not an original question because it's been posed quite frequently. And you state that legalizing same-sex marriage will expose our churches to further lawsuits and infringe upon your First Amendment rights. Would you expand it a little bit more and share what you personally mean by that?
I think others have, been very eloquent and clear, but that our churches do so many things that we open it to the public. We don't we love gays. We have gays in our congregations, and we open our churches to the public for a number of things. And so it's problematic with the accommodations law when it's, saying if it's open to the public, because so much of what we do is not just what we do on Sundays. We do outreaches, we do different things, and we don't discriminate in who can come, who's going to be involved, because we love our communities. And so I think that's problematic for the churches.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair, I have a
Representative
question.
Ward?
Yes, Patty Chung, I think it was, and I need someone from the other side of the issue also. Regarding the teaching that you do, thank you for helping in the Department of Education. Our Constitution has a great tradition of being self-correcting. At a time, there was a gender that didn't have the vote. It corrected itself. There was a time when there was a race that wasn't having full citizenship. It was corrected. But each time that they were franchised, we never had to learn how they made love to each other, or how their organs were patched together, etc. Is it the issue that if it was just same-sex marriage, people get married of the same gender, you'd say as a teacher, that's okay, but is it where you said these books and other things, is that where you say as a teacher, you draw the limit? And I need to ask someone from the gay community, why must there have to be taught sexual practices about a particular marriage relationship? Whereas heretofore, there was no sexual practice, it was a sex education.
Representative Ward, excuse me.
Yeah, somebody in that last group, I just didn't catch them. Yes, madam.
I don't think there's anybody specific that you can designate.
Well,
so you can ask Ms.
Someone.
Chung the question, but
Okay, if there's no one in that batch of questions, I'll have to wait for another batch.
I don't think there should be.
Okay,
No.
Joanne, Miss Adams?
Representative Ward.
Yes.
You can ask the question
Okay,
from the
Patty, is that the
but it's
restriction
not
where you
a
draw the line
open-ended thing.
as a teacher?
Well, for me, I've had parents, like two women that were parents of my child, and I was very loving to them, accepting of them. That doesn't come into play. I have, my own family and friends who are gay, but when it starts to impose upon me, with the examples that I've heard of that have happened in Canada, and I know that many people can think, well, that's not going to happen here, but we just don't know. And because of that, then I want to make sure that I'm not in a situation where I'm being forced to teach something that I don't agree with, and that if I do, it could be, if I choose not to, it could be labeled a hate crime, or I could possibly be terminated. That's my thing. It could possibly affect my teaching position. And when you talked about clarifying things, I do need to clarify something, because I said something that I realized it was pointed out to me that was incorrect information, and I just want to make sure I'm absolutely clear. HSTA does not, HSTA supports SB1. Okay, I know that. And the point I was trying to make is that I am part of HSTA, but I do not support it. So I'm so sorry that I misrepresented HSTA in any way.
That was a run-on sentence. I missed that one also. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Chair.
Representative McDermott.
Thank you, Patty. Patricia, a few more questions for you, and I'll be brief. Patricia, you've heard me, I don't know if you've been here all morning asking about the textbooks, asking about if this becomes law. I haven't been able to get anyone from the DOE or BOE to come here to testify, despite a letter to the Speaker, the Chairman of the committee, and a conversation with the Speaker and members of the BOE. Do you take comfort? The answer they gave me in writing to 6 specific pointed questions was, well, we have a non-controversial policy. My contention is, once this is passed as the law of the land, that is the law of the land. And this policy will no longer apply. As someone who's in the trenches, how do you view that?
I'm sorry, I'm not real
Okay,
clear.
same-sex marriage becomes law. Okay, let's assume that.
Okay.
Now the policy that deals with controversial issues, it's no longer a controversial issue because it's the law of the land. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Brower.
Yeah, again, Patty, is it? Thank you for
I should wear
representing the
nicer
union
clothes
today.
now.
You know, schools, what if you have to teach, I assume you believe in creationism. What if you were asked to teach evolution over creationism? Does that cause as much a problem as sex education
Well,
for you?
it's like one of the pastors said earlier, if I think maybe even Phil said it, Phil Lees, if you can give the alternatives, you know, if you can say, well, this is what this group feels, but this is also what this other group feels. And then you can be able to share that there is, you know, some people view it this way and some people view it this way. Then I'm okay with the balance. I'm okay with being able to share. You know, I personally would struggle with, you know, I personally would struggle with teaching evolution. Okay, but I would be able to do it if I could also share there's a creationist point of view so that children can make their own educated decisions.
Okay, thank you. I think you've answered the question, and just a short comment from myself. Some of the largest gay communities I come across are at the universities and high schools, and that's why in some aspects, if we can get it right with confidence, that some of these teachings about human sexuality is appropriate at certain age levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to group 526 to 550. 526, Al Inspector.
Is this working? Okay. Hi, I'm Al Inspector from Kaneohe. I support this bill. There's been a lot of talk today from the opponents of the bill about love, and I want to talk to you all about love. And that love is Dr. John Paul Bingham, my husband. And we were married both legally and religiously, Judaism, the religion that came first. You know, I'm one of God's chosen people. We were married, but we were married prior to the repeal of Section 3 of the Defense of Marriage Act. My husband is a foreigner. He's an Australian who was born in England. He was here in the United States on a work visa associated with his postdoctoral fellowship, and due to budget cuts that were unexpected, he lost his visa. We had 30 days to come up with a legal solution to stay together, otherwise he was going to be deported. And I had no legal recourse whatsoever because at that time the United States government didn't recognize us as a married couple. I'll spare you the long legal story, but eventually 6 years later he got his green card through some other means. But the way we stayed together was to, in literally a couple weeks, quit my job, move from San Francisco to New Haven, Connecticut, so he can accept a postdoctoral fellowship at Yale. Fortunately, he got offered something by a colleague which kept his visa, which renewed his visa. And that's how we stayed together. I have followed this man all over the country, from Connecticut to New York to Hawaii. That is love. And people in this room that say they love me but want to deny me those basic rights to stay together with my husband, that isn't love. This committee has no business making opinions about religion. I have my free exercise of religion, and my religion recognizes same-sex marriage.
Okay, thank you. 527, Mike Ward. 528, Noe Kaha Lepuna.
My name is Noi Keala Okalehua Kahalepuna, and I am a native Hawaiian. I strongly oppose SB 1. The process of sneaking through this bill in a special session does not give this very important issue the attention it requires. 1 week is just too short to decide on something that will drastically change our society. Yes, we've debated on same-sex marriage for years, but we have not had the proper or formal format or time to debate the wording of this particular bill. This is not an urgent matter which warranted a special session. This could have been done in the regular session that convenes in January. Our governor is pushing through his own agenda on our taxpayer dime. SB 1 protects a very small group of people while it blatantly disregards the rights and freedoms of the vast majority of us religious believers. The protections offered to religious organizations, religious individuals, and clergy are bare minimal. They are the least protective of all the bills that have been passed in the entire country. If the legislature really wanted to exempt churches, it would simply state churches are exempt, period. The conditions attached to this bill leaves many churches vulnerable and in danger of facing discrimination complaints if they decline to host same-sex weddings. Under Hawaii law, every photographer, baker, florist, and entertainer that serves weddings will also have to serve same-sex weddings, even if the owner has a genuine religious belief that same-sex marriage is wrong for him or her to support. It is not only clergy and churches that have First Amendment rights, it's everyday citizens too. When the government forces someone to act in a way that goes against his or her sincerely held religious beliefs, this violates the First Amendment. Please do the right thing and vote for the people who you represent. Vote no on SB 1. Mahalo.
529, Mike McGuire.
Honorable Representatives, thank you for your time. I know it's a very long day. I've been in Hawaii since 2001. The military brought me here. Since then, I've had my 3 boys. One of them, we had to take off Halloween to come be at this very important hearing today. My son's sitting with me just to listen in. Come from the military community. The military community got rid of the Don't Ask, Don't Tell many years ago, and one of the things that's reported from my fellow colleagues in blue is the amount of hostility toward an evangelical Christian who wears the uniform. There have been accounts of if you're holding a Bible study in the commissary and you read the wrong passage at the wrong time and the wrong person walks across your path, there's punitive damages that come to that person for not being tolerant and accepting the military position. Granted, I know that a civilian population is different than a military. Nevertheless, once these laws start to be codified, the concerns of what comes at the Christian are very concerning. So applying it to Hawaii, since this is now my home and I am grateful to be here and welcomed by the community here. I've often, as an evangelical Christian, believe in Jesus, take the Bible pretty seriously. I'm often labeled as a hater. And so hate speech is, since playing to the stereotype is my pastime, 4 things I really hate about this special session and the bill as it stands now. Number 1 is just the myopic view of the legislature. This bill has been bean counting about benefits and kind of Disney Channel sentiments. But the ultimate issue here is, what is marriage? When we think of marriage, marriage predates this government. It predates human beings walking on this island. Marriage belongs to the traditions, the religions, and the culture of the people, not this state. Second, the irrational worship of the Supreme Court. DOMA was a 5-4 split, but this legislator is carrying it down like Moses had the 10 Commandments, mandating it to the people. Totally wrong. The third is the blatant discrimination against common sense. These unions are not equal. One produces the miracle of birth, one does not. Lastly, the meaningless promises.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
5:30,
much.
Christine Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Brown. Thank you so much for all your patience in this process. I, too, am from Canada. I live in Hawaii. I pay taxes in Hawaii, and it's such a privilege to be here. And a lot of people ask me what Canada is like, and I often say it's very much like Hawaii. It's everyone around the world, when they hear I'm from Canada, says, "Oh, Canadians are so friendly." That's the reputation we have. That's the reputation Hawaii has. And I am against this bill. The thing about Canada and Hawaii, we love people. We are a friendly culture. The danger in that is that we sometimes embrace everything. We don't have a lot of black and white. We want to love all and be friendly to all. And I agree with that, but not when it starts to infringe on the traditions that we have had. And I have seen in Canada how not just same-sex marriage being allowed, but even things like Christmas programs in schools have become about Santa Claus and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. We can't even take Christmas is the birth of Christ, and yet we can stand up and fight for that because we don't want to offend people. And we've seen what happens when we give a small group of people the voice in a nation or a state or a province. And just in this room alone this morning, there has been vast majority of people against this bill, just like there was on Monday, and yet it was voted to pass through. And right now on KITV News, there's a poll going on. Should the legislators decide or the people? 80% at this point right now are saying, let the people decide. this whole entire room, the vast majority, is let the people decide. Same on Monday. So I don't understand what the question is about the rush, and that we should take the time and let the people decide. God bless you all for your time.
Thank you. 531, Kenneth Conklin. 532, Camilla Tafoya.
Aloha. Very great mahalo to the committee for listening and being open. I sat with this testimony in strong favor, after my testimony on Tuesday. And I found myself going to a place that I ask each of you to go to, deep in your hearts. I went to a place of what would my parents do? What would my grandparents do? What would my great-grandparents have done with matters that involve the minority? The blacks, the women, the Japanese, the Chinese. There were minority issues facing them that were minority issues that faced your ancestry. And they probably thought about what most people think about, which is how will my children react? How will my children respond? How will my children cope? But how am I coping? How are you coping based on the views, the stand that your parents took, your ancestors took? I know my daddy wants nothing more than to see me married to the woman I love, to walk me down an aisle when his cancer diagnosis is terminal and the prognosis is really tough. And yeah, is there urgency for me? Yes, there's urgency, folks. But there's also a strong love and a strong family that I have in Hawaii that's 5th generation Chinese now, that I am as committed to as I am committed to anything in my life, and I am committed to those children as much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
533, Diane Ho.
Thank you, everybody. I'm not going to do what I had planned, my script, because it's been said quite a few times. But also in regards to polls, because I'm sure all of you watch your polls, the poll actually is up to 89% want the vote. I am against SB 1. I just would like it to be put on a ballot so we can vote. Whether you're for it or against it, it really doesn't matter to me. Let us vote. This thing has been moved so fast that nobody really understands a lot of it. And I think we need time to study and make sure that we're moving in the correct direction, which we are not currently. So that is all I wanted to say. I thank you for your time. Mine is going to be short, and God bless you all. And I hope you go deep into your hearts and make the right choice.
Thank you. 534, Delsa Moy.
Yes, aloha. My name is Delsa Moy, and I strongly object to SB 1 as well as to this special session. My beliefs and my opinions are based on an inspired document which is entitled A Proclamation to the World, which defines the importance of family. And I would like to read some excerpts from that proclamation, which says, solemnly proclaims that marriage between a man and a woman is ordained of God, and that the family is central to the Creator's plan for the eternal destiny of his children. The first commandment that God gave to Adam and Eve pertained to their potential for parenthood as husband and wife. We declare that God's commandment for his children to multiply and replenish the earth remains in force. We further declare that God has commanded that the sacred powers of procreation are to be employed only between man and woman, lawfully wedded as husband and wife. We declare the means by which mortal life is created to be divinely appointed. The family is ordained of God. Marriage between man and woman is essential to his eternal plan. Children are entitled to birth within the bonds of matrimony and to be reared by a father and a mother who honor marital vows with complete fidelity. Successful marriages and families are established and maintained on principles of faith, prayer, repentance, forgiveness, respect, love, compassion, work, and wholesome recreational activities. We warn that individuals who violate covenants of chastity, who abuse spouse or offspring, or who fail to fulfill family responsibilities will one day stand accountable before God. Further, we warn that the disintegration of the family will bring upon individuals, communities, and nations the calamities foretold by ancient and modern prophets. We call upon responsible citizens and government everywhere to promote these measures designed to maintain and strengthen the family as the fundamental unit of society.
Next is 535, Susan Roth.
I'm not Susie Roth. I'm here on her behalf. I'm Karen Ginoza, retired HSDA teacher, and I have 40 years of experience in the education system. I'm here speaking on behalf of the retired leaders of HSDA, presidents, executive director, and chapter and state leaders. And I'd just like to share this statement with you. We, former educators, leaders, and advocates for teacher rights, have met and worked with same-gender parents in our schools. Based on our experience, we know for sure that same-gender parents are not a determinant of how well children fare in school, cognitively or emotionally. Instead, here's what really matters. Children respond positively when their parents come to school and show an active interest in their progress, worried when their children did something wrong, or beaming with pride when their teachers report on their children's accomplishments. As I have sat in these hearings, I've heard all of these statements about what's going to happen to education in Hawaii. And so it worried me, so I went and did research, contacted people in Massachusetts, and this is the information that they have given me. Since their law passed in 2004, there have been no changes in the curriculum. The only two changes came in science and technology in 2006 and vocational and technical education frameworks in 2006. There's no teacher guide on homophobia. There's no state directive to put pro-homosexual courses in the school. So all the fears you're hearing about are not true. Then the other one is about parent rights. Do parents have the right? And that is also something we need to talk about. Thank you.
536, Owen Tanoy. 537, Brian Jeremiah.
Thank you, representatives. I strongly oppose. This issue is not about marriage. This issue is not about equality. This issue is about the redefinition of life as we know it. And the homosexual agenda is simple. Start with civil unions, secure same-sex marriage, work your way into schools, and crush any objection to homosexual values by silencing all who oppose. This is about putting the legal stamp of approval on homosexuality and imposing it with force throughout the social and political institutions of a society that would never accept it otherwise. This is not paranoia. There are facts derived from states and countries who thought it was about equality, drank the Kool-Aid, passed the same-sex bill, and are reeling as it has destroyed them as a people and crushed their families. It's about the families of faith having to fund radical homosexual agenda against their will. It's about businesses being forced to accept legislation that prevents them from holding on to their values. It's about parents being threatened with criminal action because they remove their children from school rather than expose them to offensive material. It's about churches everywhere having to accept the homosexual agenda against their protected religious beliefs or risk being fined, sued, or both. It's about the people of Hawaii being forced to accept something that they are clearly in opposition of. I believe we are all created equal by God. I do not judge anyone based on race, religion, or sexual preference. However, I do believe that morality should continue to rule our government and should never be compromised. And same-sex marriage is a compromise on that value. Please stand strong in your conviction to do what is right Please do not feel pressured into decisions you know will affect the future in a negative way. I ask you all to please see clearly through the issue at hand and remember what has happened to our states and those countries who all thought the same about equality, but who are now reeling as their rights no longer exist. Thank you.
Thank you. 538. Lee Arbrough.
Chairperson Rhodes, Chairperson Luke, Vice Chairs, members of the committees. My name is Lee Yarbrough. I'm an attorney and CPA. I practiced in Hawaii for 34 years, and I provided input to this community, the communities over the years about the impacts of reciprocal beneficiaries, civil unions, and marriage. I strongly support the passage of SB 1, and I stand by my written testimony as to the technical details of SB 1 and my support for it in its present form unamended. My testimony deals with the details of the religious exemption proposed in the bill, the myriad of benefits afforded to people who can avail themselves of marriage, and the federal case pending. I would like to take a moment to clear up some remarks made earlier by the Attorney General and directed by certain members. They made it sound as if only civil union participants numbering 1,100 in this state would avail themselves, and they tended to say this was a small number. Let me tell you, civil unions participants in this state presently get 0 federal rights and benefits, 0. Civil unions participants or people who have gone to another state to get married and are lucky enough to be able to do that and come back to Hawaii get 3 of the 1,100 rights and benefits afforded, not the rest. The only way that the citizens of Hawaii will be afforded these benefits are if we pass this marriage bill now. They are currently being denied these benefits, and they are real, as you have heard many testimonies speak to. This bill is not about holy matrimony, despite the protestations to the contrary. This bill deals with legal civil marriage with a license granted by our government and solemnization by the venue of one's choice, be it a church, be it a judge, or be it a solemnizer licensed by this state. But this is about the rights that are afforded. Thank you. I support this bill.
Thank you. 539. 540. What number are you?
539.
Okay.
My name is Melanie Vakalalambure, and I'm in opposition of this bill. I'm terrified to hear everything that has been said, questions that have been unanswered, things that we hold not as just tradition, but as important values. I grew up here. I was born and raised. I'm first generation Chinese American. 26 years, I've learned not just what my parents have taught me, but what my aunties and uncles have taught me, the community that have instilled in me, not just, values, important values. And you know what? Something that was said on Monday is it's kind of like reverse psychology. We pressure our kids to do the right thing, and obviously they're not going to do it, but it doesn't mean we stop telling them what's right and wrong. I can admit that I didn't do everything my parents told me, but I learned, and eventually I realized that they were right. And the institution of marriage is something that we can't change. The institution of marriage is what does perpetuate this land. And I'm terrified just to hear the stories that goes on in the other states, in the countries. I have a 1-year-old child. I have a baby coming, and I'm terrified for their future in this state, of what they may be exposed to, not just in society, but in their schools, things that we still haven't explained thoroughly, or the experts don't know the answers yet. If they don't know what's going to happen, why are we rushing this? Let the people decide. We've been trying to tell you guys that we want to do it, that we want to speak, that we want to say things. And I'm scared, and I just want to let you know that, again, I am in opposition of this. And please, I know you guys will do what's right. Thank you.
540. Ron Yoshida.
Aloha Committee, I'm Ron Yoshida, and I stand in opposition to this bill. The bottom line is this. This special session maneuver by the governor is demonstrating a complete lack of respect for our democratic process that our forefathers gave their lives to establish, and that you all, as our elected officials, vow to uphold. What's the rush? On Monday, the Senate Judiciary Committee received about 3,500 submitted testimonies, but only allowed a little over 400 to testify. My wife, who submitted a testimony and got a confirmation email, came after work while the hearing was still going on and was told she couldn't testify. They even cut out the testimonies from 2 minutes to 1 minute without letting people know unless they were here at 10 o'clock in the morning. What's the rush? A bill of this magnitude and controversy deserves, requires, and merits more time to be debated, discussed, and comprehensively analyzed so that you all know exactly what you're dealing with. In fact, on Monday, the senators were completely surprised to find out by the Attorney General that same-sex couples in Hawaii can already get federal income tax benefits if they go to California, get married, and come back. Who knows what else you will find if you had more time to dissect this important piece of legislation that will affect all of Hawaii for years to come. What's the rush? But that was Monday. Today is today. And so I humbly ask all of you, as our patient, fair, and reasonable members of the House of Representatives, please defer this bill to the regular session in January by temporarily defeating this bill now. It's the right thing to do. It's the pono thing to do. Mahalo.
Thank you. 541.
My name is Atama Vakalambure. I'm a young adults pastor at First Assembly of God. And I want to let you know that this afternoon that I speak on behalf of the many younger generation and the young adults, the hundreds of young adults that I speak to in campuses and throughout the week in the community and at my services. You know, this bill and this movement is not about equal rights. It's about benefits. So why not address former bills and amend them to make sure that our brothers and sisters of the lesbian and gay community get their benefits? But if you want to come in and try and reach out to a tradition that's been existed before government, then we will rise up as the people. And many of the young adults that I speak to on campus either oppose this bill or don't even know what this bill actually is saying due to the lack of time given to them to read and actually understand it. Growing up, whenever I was asked to do something that I didn't understand, my parents would sit me down and tell me, this is the right thing, this is the wrong thing, or this is the better way to go about it. But this whole process, it is far from the right thing. We've been rushed, and only just a few days when it was allowed for us to read it online, this session comes about. So I would think that the proponents of this bill are trying to hide some things or the effects of this bill that they don't want us to find out. You know, what us pastors had to do throughout this short time was educate ourselves. We had to even ask people to come and speak to us about what this bill actually says. And that's not our job. That's supposed to be your job, to come and let us know what's this about. Come and talk story. Come to the communities. Come to the campuses and let us know the benefits or the effects of this. And I believe, you know, that we should all do this together. And if this bill passes or not, Hawaii still has to stand in unity. And right now, it is not. Slow down. And again, I say slow down and think this through. Educate yourself, educate us, and do some studies. And be a good student of history, because what happened in Canada and Massachusetts is only an example of what may happen here in Hawaii. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
542. 543. Thank you.
My name is Rosalie Tata. My husband of 65 years, Frank, isn't able to come, but we are both opposed to SB 1. Aloha, legislators. I want you to know I pray daily for you to have humility, to know that you are servants, not masters of the people. Let the people have their say. Words matter in all we say. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ of divine mercy. Do whatever he tells you. At Cana's wedding, we heard said. Yet here, you may follow the will of someone spiritually dead, to declare those carnally coupling to be blessed in holy matrimony is wrong. As sure as mighty oaks from tiny acorns grow, society will decay, and you should know there will be hell to pay. Your immortal soul, I pray for you.
Thank you. 5:30, 5:44, 5:45, 5:46. What number are you?
516.
Where?
516.
We passed 5:16. Can you wait until we're done with this? Okay. 5:44, 5:45, 5:46, 5:47, 5:48, 5:49, and 5:50. Anyone in this grouping? Other will. What number are you?
This is Ken Nakamura. He's not able to be in his chair for very long, so we're going to let him go right now, if that's okay, chairs.
Okay, let me just check if there's anybody in this grouping first. 550? Okay, no others? Okay, let me just have them ask questions first. Or should we just take this one? Yeah, what, we can just take him. Okay.
Make a request as this is happening. Can Ms. Karen Ganoza make sure that her testimony is being part of the record, as I don't think we'd have her testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rose and Chair Luke and committee. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. First of all, I'd like to praise God, my Lord and Savior, for the time to give my testimony. Also, Chair, I'd like to thank you for extending the time to 2 minutes rather than 1 minute. Everyone will appreciate that. Thank you. My name is Glenn S. Nakamura. I'm the younger brother of the late Police Chief Michael Nakamura, who without a doubt, if he was alive today, would be here testifying instead of myself. I'm a person with disability afflicted with muscular dystrophy, and I'm unable to do anything. So I have a wife that is at home that cares for me. Excuse me. And I'm testifying in opposition of SB 1. Many have said that the question of equality and urgency and that it shouldn't be delayed are the reasons for this special session. I have a question for you though. With all due respect, the ADA became law over 20 years ago, and the state is still not in full compliance. So where's the urgency in that? Furthermore, because I'm a disabled person, my wife must stay at home as my full-time caregiver. I'm covered under Medicare, but she does not have insurance and unable to afford it to receive coverage under my benefit plan. So where's the equality in that? So the question I have is, what about people like us, the minority, the people with disabilities? God forbid if one of your family members find themselves in similar situation. I have a quote by President Reagan that I don't have time to say it, but he says it best. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, at this point in time, we're going to take the person. what was that, 516? And let me just remind the testifiers that you need to be present, otherwise it's going to cause a lot of backlog. But with the committee's indulgence, we're going to allow you to go ahead.
Thank you, council members, and I appreciate this opportunity to address you as leaders of the community. I stand in strong opposition to this bill, and I flew here all the way from Maui, along with some of my wife and an elder from our church. The thing that I saw here in the political process, it absolutely stunned me. I saw a monolithic group of people that were just ramrodding something through without being interested in public's debate or public's input. And what I was very disappointed in is seeing our Maui representatives standing in lockstep with this monolithic front. You know, there's an appeal for the people to vote. Let the people vote. And we're going to just muzzle the people, or that's the way it's looking right now. But there will be other elections. And you people have been put into office by the people. And we will not forget this time. And I believe that you've raised the ire of the public, and you reached too far, too fast this time, and we will not forget. And I'm going to make it my business that every representative from Maui that voted for this, I will make it the effort, my effort, the people of my church, the other churches on Maui, we will stand up and we will be a voice in opposition to this. We will not forget this. This is an abuse of power. You people are not using the democratic process the way it was meant to be. You will stand before a holy God someday. Right now you're in authority, but you will stand before a holy God. You will give an account for what you've done here. And their day is coming. Look at the places in history where this has been allowed wholesale. Look at Katrina, what happened in New Orleans. Look what happened in New Jersey, that they embrace these things. I hope your beloved Waikiki, where it's a money-making thing, doesn't suffer the same fate. We love these islands. We're people of Hawaii, and this is a radical departure from this way of life that we've known.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point in time, we're going to take questions for that group of testifiers. Any questions? Yes, Representative Takayama.
I had a question for Karen Ginoza. I thought I heard you say that you had something like 40 years experience as a DOE teacher and member of the HSTA. So I wanted to follow up on comments that we've heard about the effects of SB1 on the classroom if it were to pass. And so my question, number one, had two questions. One is, how do teachers deal with a conflict in what may be their own personal philosophy if it differs with the curriculum on controversial issues like evolution or contraception or abortion, that sort of thing?
Let me just give you an example. When sex education first came as a mandate to teach it in the schools, it was very difficult. And I was teaching 5th grade. I had to teach it. I had to really say, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to learn as much as I can. And as I started to teach it, you know, the kids knew right away, and they looked at me and said, "You're really uncomfortable with this." And I said, "Yes, but we're going to work through it together." And as the years went by, sex education dropped out. I mean, we were so focused on standards, there really wasn't very much time to do anything else. So when I had students, girls who were ready to have their menstrual period, I went, there's no education. So I had changed over time in terms of how do I help children. And so when we have to deal with controversial issues, we study it, we present both sides. And if you look at the policy, I went back to review the policy in the DOE regulations, and it says you will deal with these issues, but you will present both sides.
Could I ask a second question?
Go ahead.
My second question dealt with the issue of parents being able to opt out of controversial issues in the classroom. We understand that this is DOE policy now. And my question to you is, based on your knowledge, is it often invoked? And if so, does it work out effectively for the students and the teacher?
We do. I listened to Clarence Nishihara, who has a lot more administrative experience than I have, and he quoted the superintendent's memo as well as the regulation. And there is an opt-out policy. And yes, we do consider this very serious, and if we know we're going to encounter difficulty, we will inform the parents.
But in your own experience, you've not actually had parents who opted out of something?
The one that was most difficult, was very personal, was I had a child who died of cancer. And it was, I had attended I worked with the family, tutored the boy, offered to go to the service. And so we had 60 children in the 4th grade class. So we sent a letter home to the parents and said, we are going to take the children to the funeral, and if you would like your child to participate, would you please check it off? And so we took maybe 2/3 of the class to the funeral. It was a Christian funeral in Korean. And, you know, it was such a wonderful experience. So even though it's something parents fear, if we give them the option, they will learn. And the children then said later, who didn't go, said, you know, we wish we did. We wish we had gone. So if we handle these issues with sensitivity and, you know, respect parents' rights, we can handle it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Warren?
Sure, I have a question to the gentleman who was in the wheelchair, who had a disabilities right issue or an equality issue. Is he still here? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I caught the essence of what you were saying when you said, what about me, my spouse, our situation is disabled individuals who don't have such and such. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Ward. My point was that because my wife stays at home and is my full-time caregiver, because we can't afford it for one thing, but she cannot be on my Medicare insurance. So she would have to go out and buy insurance. Basically, hopefully the insurance, Obamacare reduces my expense. But as for now, she doesn't have insurance because it's too expensive. But because she stays home and takes care of me, I think there should be a measure that allows caregivers who takes care of people that are disabled the privilege to get Medicare coverage under the patient, like myself.
I've got it. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
Representative McDermott.
I have a question for Mr. Yarbrough, if he's still here. Thank you, sir. Now, recognizing I am out of my depth when it comes to legal issues because I'm not an attorney, I acknowledge that. Could you expand upon the religious exemption, the technical religious exemption that the Attorney General presented this morning?
Well, I'm not a civil rights expert, but I have read the provisions of SB 1. I also reviewed the provisions of Governor's draft from August 28th, I believe, and September 9th. And I reviewed the changes that were made. My opinion as to the provisions provided in SB 1 are that they are completely adequate to cover the churches and the ministers in dealing with marriage ceremonies. And they have, contrary to the logic and the three-point test that was given in the September 9th version put out by the governor's office and blessed by the AG, it provides that they are now essentially opting churches out of the public accommodations laws unless they are providing those benefits for a profit.
Mr. Yarbrough, would you characterize that exemption as very broad, consistent with the First Amendment, freedom of expression, or fairly narrow and defined with regard to just solemnization and inside the worship house itself?
I would categorize it as being very broad when taken in conjunction with the First Amendment itself. The First Amendment itself provides that the religious practices and the ministers are protected. And dealing with Representative Har's question, where she threw out the situation this morning of a christening, that is entirely a religious practice.
Understood, sir. Do you think, this final question very briefly, that the concept of same-sex marriage, we would be the 15th state to do it. Do you think it is mature and ripe at this point to move forward?
Most definitely. There are people being denied the benefits, and this is a direction that the United States is taking. There are people being denied benefits at this instant. And the issue was raised this morning by another legislator about only 1,100 people having civil unions. Let me tell you, the Department of Health, when he asked for the statistics, does not count in-state marriages. They count in-state marriages. They count in-state civil unions. They do not deal with out-of-state marriages. If a straight couple goes to Las Vegas and gets married, they do not come back here and register that marriage. And similarly, gay couples who go to another state do not come back here. So saying that only 100 or 200 people are affected is entirely wrong.
How many years have you been an attorney?
I've been an attorney for 12 years, and I've been a practicing CPA for 34 in Hawaii.
Okay, so you're a sharp guy.
Okay.
Would you say that having less than a week to review the particular bill and the religious exemption would be the ideal, fair, deliberative, thoughtful, transparent process in your view? Is this the best practice in your view?
Sir, this bill was floated in the regular session of the legislature. House Bill 1169 was very similar in content. It was tabled in these very committees. It was dealt with and very similar in content. It has been tweaked in the governor's versions of August 28th and September 9th, and by the latest SB1 in regards to the religious community. And I find it astonishing that this is news. This was floated in the regular general session and tabled.
Well, I float a lot of things, but they don't float very long. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we're gonna move on to Representative.
Any other questions?
I just had a quick question for, I believe it was Ms. Delsa Amoy. Is she still here? Thank you very much for sticking around. You know, I took away from your testimony that you're asking that we keep the laws of the state reflective of religious beliefs against legalizing same-sex marriage. Is that right?
Yes.
So you heard the testimony of the Buddhist bishop earlier today who had different religious beliefs than yours, who supports marrying same-sex couples. So I guess my question is, where is his religious freedom in this debate if he is forced by the law to abide by someone else's religious beliefs?
I think because, you know, this issue has so many gray areas, the wisest decision is to let it go to the people. Because once the people decide, then, you know, we will live according to those laws. And right now, according to the testimonies that we've heard and what I've seen in the rallies on the street and of course, the unofficial polls that have been conducted, people feel marriage needs to be between one man and one woman.
And assuming for a minute that it went to a vote before the people, and the people voted to stop the bill, to keep marriage only between a man and a woman, how does that protect the religious freedom protected by our Constitution in allowing the Buddhist bishop to be able to exercise his religious beliefs freely and still marry people of the same sex?
If this goes before the people and the people vote to legalize same-sex marriage, then I would expect that there would also be a clause in those laws allowing the religions, each religion, to practice according to their own beliefs. But we will honor, you know, what becomes law, because we also believe that we will honor and sustain the law of the land, even if we don't agree with it. But we expect to be able to be given our rights to worship the way, you know, the First Amendment should allow us to.
And
I hope that answers your question.
You'd then agree, I'm sorry, Chair, this is my very last one, but you would then agree that the bishop ought to be receiving his legal rights to worship the way he chooses and have religious freedom, even if it means for him being able to marry same-sex couples?
If it becomes the law of the land, that's what I said. But right now, the law as it currently stands, we voted in 1998 that marriage would be defined between a man and a woman. And unless that changes, then it should remain as is.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bellotti.
If Mr. Yarbrough could come up again. This is sort of picking up on the line of questioning of Representative Lee, but since you're I think one of the few attorneys in this group, it's best addressed to you. The question is, in other states where the vote has been allowed to go to the people, and ban or definitions for marriage between a man and a woman, are any of those kinds of constitutional amendments being challenged now in the court system?
They certainly are.
And from your legal opinion, looking at those challenges, is it possible that a court could decide that a vote by the people is invalid and then strike that down and, in effect, enact same-sex marriage equality?
It most certainly could.
And then at that point, that same-sex marriage equality would be the law of the land. Is that correct?
I mean, there's a jump between individual cases and completely overturning DOMA, which would then require full faith and recognition of any state's marriages in every state. But, you know, it could head in that direction.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to the next group. And to the next group, be prepared. Well, please come on downstairs. That would be group 576 to 600. Please come on downstairs and get ready to come on in. But please come forward, whoever's next. If you could just give us your number and your name, that'd be great. Afternoon.
I was here earlier this morning, Chairman Rhodes.
I'm sorry, please, everyone, please be quiet so that we can hear the testimony.
Okay, I was here earlier this morning, but then the person who's supposed to do it couldn't make it, so I'm replacing her. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm speaking now simply as a grandfather. I came earlier as a pastor, but I just come as a grandfather. I'm hearing many say that, you know, this is not going to happen in our educational system here in Hawaii. I just want to share with you what the governor stated in his news release, and it's on his FAQ sheet on Monday, the 9th of September 2013 in his office. The reporter asked him the question, do you expect that same-sex marriage, if it passes, will change the Department of Education and how they instruct students on relationships and those types of things? The governor answered, the Department of Education will do no differently than it has done. I was an assistant to the superintendent of education back when the question of the phenomenon of AIDS came into the forefront. What the Department of Education will do is reflect what our laws say, what our contemporary world is all about, as it always has. So what will happen is the Department of Education is not in the business of propagandizing. The Department of Education is in the business of educating our children, and the context of the materials presented to the children will reflect that. What the governor is saying is that should this law pass, then the Department of Education must reflect what the laws say. What I'm hearing said today is that it's not going to affect our education. That is not what our governor has said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, please, next person come forward. Name, if you can tell us your number and then your name would be terrific. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. My name is Sean Kawakami, number 553.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and service, representatives. I know it's been a long day, and it will continue. My name is Sean Kawakami. I'm 28 years old, born and raised in Aiea, and currently live in Mililani with my wife, Izumi, and our 2 daughters. I speak in opposition of this bill, SB 1, and I wanted to address the extremely expeditious process in which this bill is going through the legislature. Such a divisive issue requires more time to sit down, discuss, debate, and work on a bill that would afford the federal rights and benefits that same-sex couples are seeking, while eliminating legal ambiguities in the bill and protecting the religious freedoms of people of faith. Now I'll read the preamble of the U.S. Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Personally, as a neighborhood board member and an airman in the Air National Guard, I swore to protect and defend this United States Constitution, just as you have as public servants. Now I ask you, representatives, do all of these testimonies even make a difference? Does the number of thousands of testimonies submitted tell you as public servants how important this issue is to us, the people? As public servants, you have sworn to protect and defend the Constitution. I challenge you to live up to your sworn oath and protect the democratic process by not passing this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 554, Sio Peng Chow.
Good afternoon, Chair Rhodes, Luke, and members of the House Committees of Judiciary and Finance. My name is Sipeng Chow. I'm here to strongly oppose both Bill SB 1 and the calling for a special session for legislators to decide for us, the people of Hawaii, the definition of marriage. I'm not against anyone of the LGBT community or wanting anyone to be denied their benefits. I have very close personal friends whose children are in that lifestyle. But I just want to share that I just became a U.S. citizen not many years ago. From where I came from, I understand the priceless value of democracy that has made this nation a great nation, globally speaking. When we speak, people listened. But I also understand the necessity to protect this democracy, and I also understand the damages if this democracy is being eroded or in the absence of democracy. To use a special session for legislators that represents actually 0.0005% of the populace of Hawaii, which is around 1.4 million people, is really a miscarriage of democracy, and it is also gutting the people of Hawaii of our rights to define marriage for ourselves. I am appallingly alarmed at this process taken. You know, my question is, what other moral and social and ethnic issues will we, the people of Hawaii, face in the future? And more special sessions will be called by the governor to enforce on us 99.9995% of the people of Hawaii to live by the decisions made by 0.005% of the people, just because these are people in the elected office. You know, I appreciate all the hard work you folks have done. I appreciate the opportunity to be a U.S. citizen. I changed to U.S. citizen firstly because I'm married to somebody that was born here. So,
Thank you very much. Next
so
person, please come forward.
I really urge you,
sorry, we
please
don't have
let
much
the
time.
people decide. Let the people decide.
Next person, please. Afternoon.
Aloha. Okay, I'm going to read this. Dear Honorable Chair, Representative Rhodes, and Honorable Chair, Representative Luke, and Judiciary and Finance Committee, thank you for allowing me to share. My name is Donna Yoshida, and I am testifying today as a mother and as a licensed social worker in opposition to Senate Bill 1, which will legalize same-sex marriage in Hawaii. I believe that marriage is a precious and sacred covenant between a man and a woman and should be protected as such. I also believe that trying to pass this legislation in a special 5-day session such as this is not the right thing to do. None of the other states have passed same-sex marriage in this rushed manner, and doing so is not upholding the democratic process, which truly is a privilege that all of us who live in the United States of America have. This issue should be discussed and debated in a regular legislative session. Passing such legislation will have tremendous societal impact, especially upon our educational system and parental rights. There already has been a precedent set in Canada and Massachusetts and other states within our country that have passed such legislation, resulting in drastic changes in educational curriculum, and parents are not allowed to be informed about the content of the curriculum, much less have a say in what their children are taught and or not taught. As our legislators, you have a responsibility in a manner that engages all sides and perspectives of this issue, to research and thoroughly consider all the implications and potential impact that will be thrust upon our community here in Hawaii, particularly upon our families and educational system before passing this bill. Yours is not an easy task, and I know that as a legislator, you and your family have made many sacrifices. However, when you were elected by the people of Hawaii...
Thank you very much. Next up is 556, Cal Chinen.
Okay, thank you.
557, Joy Chinen. Afternoon.
Hello, committees. My name is Joy Chinen, and I am a wife, mother, and grandmother. I am a registered voter from Kaneohe. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard today. I hope I'm being heard today because on Monday I was not heard. I am opposed to SB 1. In reading the SB 1, I must say I do not understand all the language. I am uncomfortable with and opposed to changing the Hawaii Revised Statutes as it is stated. You cannot, with the strike of a pen, delete the words man and woman and replace it with two individuals or parties to be married. There was not enough time to be able to discuss this with the people that need to be in that discussion. Changing this language in this short period is not right. This whole thing is being rushed through without the voice of the people. Bring to the table both sides, and then come to a conclusion. Then submit it to the people to vote. And with language that the people can understand, not like in 1998, where if you voted yes, you were against the measure, and if you voted no, you were for the measure. Please make sure common folk like me can understand it. I am opposed to this bill because of the ramifications on education. I've heard what's happened in places that have enacted same-sex marriage, and I'm not in favor of the type of curriculum that is being forced on the teachers, parents, and most of all the keiki. SB 1 does not address this, and this bill cannot be put into law not without addressing the effects on education and protecting the rights of teachers, parents, and children. As the bill is written, will teachers be forced to teach gay sex, which is against their beliefs, and will parents not be able to have a say in this for their children? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is 558, Daniel Chinen. Afternoon.
Daniel Chinen, 558. I'm 29 years old. I'm a husband, father, and pastor. I'll be speaking as a father right now. I stand in opposition to SB 1. I come to you not with fear, but with actually great concern with regards to this bill. Why are we here talking about same-sex marriage when we were told by the governor and various legislators several years ago there wouldn't be same-sex marriage when civil unions were passed? What about parental rights? My values do not reflect the values of homosexual lifestyle. What about students? What if they don't believe in that? You see, legislators have been telling me same-sex ed will never happen as it's been going on in Canada and Massachusetts and other states. Really? That's what you said about civil unions and same-sex marriage, but we're here today. So what's in it for my family and kids? Why are we rushing? I feel like I rushed here. It's Halloween and I'm here without my kids. We have to be here because we called a special session. And so I pray God's grace on you and I pray his wisdom upon you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. I don't have a name associated with anyone. Have number 559? No, 560 is Aaron Chinen.
Excuse me. I'm 517. I was jumped and put in the slot.
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Okay.
Just want to say, Honorable Chairs Rhodes and Luke, and members of the House, Judiciary and Finance Committee, I thank you for hearing my testimony today. My testimony in opposition of SB 1 relating to equality. We really need to assess this and how this will affect our overall society and the rights of others that will be impacted if this bill comes to pass. I have a major concern for my two daughters that we have raised with traditional family values. This vote and democratic process needs to be given to the people. If this is decided in any other way, it will go against the foundation that our great country was built on. We need to learn from the mistakes that our fellow states have made in making this decision in haste, and that many states are looking to repeal at this time. Let's look at what the original definition was approved by the people in 1998. Marriage was defined as between man and woman. This was the understanding of the Hawaiian people at the time. This trust was passed to the governing body. To hold the definition of tradition and traditional marriage intact. To add with reservation is a wording manipulation and gross misguidance of justice. If the Hawaiian people had been aware that this was the intention when the bill passed originally, they would have never agreed to it. Any yes vote is a no vote against the people. If this bill is passed, you are not serving the wishes of the people that elected you to office. By giving this vote to the people, it will restore the hope that has been lost by the current legislative process. I ask in earnest that all members search their hearts and conscience before making this vote. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Next up is 560, Aaron Chinen. Or is there somebody with a lower number that didn't speak yet? Please just give us your name and number, please.
Hi, my name is Renee Ahuna Cabrina, and I was, pardon? Oh, sorry. I need the, there? Okay.
I'm sorry, what was your number two?
I flew
No,
in
no.
from Kauai.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. Oh, yeah. See, I brought my boarding pass to the. Anyways. Okay, my name is Renee Ahuna Cabrina, and I am in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1. And I want to point out 4 things as best as I can right now that concerns me. The first is on Monday, I flew in from Kauai on the soonest flight that I could come in on, which was at 12. I got here, I landed at 12:38 after I got my car, parked 4 blocks away, walked here. They told me that I couldn't testify. So they said, well, the best that we could do is for you to sit here and wait. I booked a flight on the 10:38, which is the last flight back to Kauai. And I stayed here till 8:30 until I couldn't stay any longer or I would miss my flight. And I had meetings in the morning with producers. I'm on a job currently on Kauai. I went back to Kauai not being able to be heard. And so that's my first point. There is a definite flaw in this process. I was not able to be heard. Can I go on?
I'm sorry, your 2 minutes are up. I appreciate your dedication in coming down twice, and we understand that you're
I have
opposed.
four points. May I just please quickly?
I have over 3,000 people waiting to testify.
I'm a wedding planner also.
I can't let you go on. We'll never get done with this hearing. I'm really sorry. Who's next?
Honorable Chairman Rhodes, members of the Judiciary and Finance Committees. I am Erin Chinen, 28 years old, born and raised in Kaneohe, a wife, a mother of 2 kids, a former public elementary school teacher, currently stay-at-home mom and substitute teacher. I stand in strong opposition to SB1 and this special session. I teach my own kids and students to love and accept everyone, but I do not believe they should be taught that it's okay to live a homosexual lifestyle, let alone how to live it. In Ontario, where same-sex marriage was passed into law, 6th graders are taught about personal pleasure, masturbation, and other concepts too graphic to speak of in front of adults. In 7th grade, they are taught about homosexual acts such as oral and anal intercourse. Are you prepared to have the children of Hawaii exposed to this disturbing curriculum? As an educator, what will happen to me when I choose not to teach anal intercourse, masturbation, etc.? Will I be fired? In the Toronto School District, a teacher resource document entitled Challenging Homophobia and Heterosexism has lessons for grade K through 12 teaching about the gay lifestyle. In the facts section on pages 9 and 10, teachers are told not to inform families of same-sex instruction, and parents are not allowed to remove their children from such sessions. Are you prepared to tell my husband and I that we have no right to know what my son and daughter will learn in school? Is this not a violation of my parental rights? Hawaii's education system is headed in this direction. A friend who works at a school in Kauai informed us of a recently held meeting on anti-bullying instruction, which ended up being taught by a lesbian woman from Boston, teaching only on homosexual issues. Even a local preschool director shared they are told the LGBT message needs to be in preschools. Are you prepared to lose many dedicated and experienced teachers who are willing to leave if forced to teach such curriculum? Our very own governor confirms this. On September 9, 2013, at the governor's news conference, the governor stated, what the Department of Education will do is reflect what our laws say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure who's next. 560, Aaron Chinen, was that you? Or okay, Sandy Shimabukuro.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Rhodes and Luke, and all the Joint Committee members. Thank you for allowing me to be here today, and thank you again for being part of our legislature, an important body that is making the rules and all the bills for us. I'm a registered voter from IAEA. I am a wife, mother of 5 sons and 12 grandchildren. I've also been a registered nurse for almost 30 years and have cared for scores of individuals, of one which was Glenn Nakamura. These individuals were of differing lifestyles. I promised, as a nurse, to care for each individual, regardless of their race, their beliefs, lifestyle choices, likes and dislikes. When a person is in need of medical care, it doesn't matter who or what they are. To me, they are persons in need of my compassion and expertise of care. In SB1, there is a section regarding blood quantum, which I am concerned with and may not fully understand. In it, as I understand, the racial identity of the sperm or sperms that are used to artificially inseminate the eggs of the mother will be exempted by the certified race of the designated father. If it is 2 females, who will be the legal father? And if the parents are 2 males, who will be the legal father? In this provision, the designated father's ethnic race will be noted as that for the child. To me, this eliminates the child's basic civil rights, because the truth may not be written on the birth certificate as to his or her true ethnic identity. If this is true, there could be many problems the child may face in his or her future health care needs. For instance, if the child has some Japanese, as myself, although I'm Okinawan, but the designated father doesn't.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Kathy Kurata.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am Kathy Kurata, and I appreciate all the work that you've and the patience that you've been putting up with. It's not my nature. I'm kind of a shy person. I don't want to talk about any controversial issues, especially in public like this. But today, my concern and motivation is not for myself, but for the future generations to come. If I don't speak out, I will regret my lack of courage when my children and grandchildren are affected by this action. It's a very difficult and complex situation and decision. It is disturbing to witness that our government is attempting to make an aggressive push towards this bill by calling this special session when other states have not found it necessary. Please let the people decide in due time and under circumstances which allow for more input by all voters. As a kindergarten teacher, I'm very concerned with the educational ramifications, as was clearly put by previous people. There's two ways that we can learn knowledge and experience. And knowledge would allow us to look at what has happened in other places and learn from that. And experience just allows us to just dive in and try to figure it out for ourselves. I ask that we be allowed to at least look further at other situations so that we can learn by knowledge, not just experience. Please consider future legal and moral dilemmas that will follow if this bill passes. Hawaii and its families are in your hands. I ask that you consider our future and vote no. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next up, we have number 563, Norman Ray Simpson, Jr.
Aloha and good afternoon, Honorable Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Har, Vice Chair Johansson, and members of the House Committee on Judiciary and Finance. And Vice Chair Johansson, if I mispronounced your name, I apologize for that. My name is Norman Ray Simpson, Jr., a registered voter in Kapolei and an active member of New Hope Leeward Church. As a very concerned citizen of this state, I am sharing this testimony in opposition of this special session and the bill that would legalize same-sex marriage in Hawaii. For hundreds and hundreds of years, the institution of marriage has been between one man and one woman. Any attempt to redefine marriage as an institution must be taken to the people as a whole, where we can exercise our democratic rights. Please let the people you and your committee members represent decide by a constitutional amendment. It seems that our elected officials are taking upon themselves to undo what the voters in Hawaii have already decided, and we are not happy. Additionally, I oppose this bill because the religious protection clauses are inadequate for people of faith to exercise the First Amendment right of speech and religion, a sacred right that I proudly served the United States Marine Corps for over 20 years to defend, and one I have seen dismantled in state after state that has brought in same-sex marriage. I ask you to please do one of two things. Leave the institution of marriage the way it has been for hundreds and hundreds of years and the way the voters defined it in 1998, or take the issue back to the citizens of the state and let the will of the people vote for a clearly worded constitutional amendment. Mahalo nui loa for the opportunity and time to hear my testimony.
Thanks so much. Next up is Randall Kurata, 564. 566, Jerry Otaguro.
Honorable Chair Rhodes and Luke and members of the House Judiciary and Finance Committees, my name is Jerry Otaguro and I'm number 565. I recently retired from the Department of the Army and am a registered voter in the state of Hawaii. I would like to testify in opposition to SB 1 relating to same-sex marriage. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the discussions on various issues on this bill by our legislators and the AG office this morning. I learned many things, but two things that stood out in my mind as I watched the proceedings was that there were many different issues that came up, and there were many unanswered questions. Many would say that we have had months or even years to look at this topic, and that may be the case in a broad sense. But today we are looking at a specific piece of legislation, and we have had only a few days to examine it before the hearings. New issues were brought up, such as possible effects to our education curriculum and parental rights on what and if a parent may opt their child out of teachings that are contrary to their religious or moral beliefs. Effects of legal challenges because of ambiguous or absence of definitions in the bill, and so on and so on. And some may feel that we should not be looking at hypothetical situations, as was brought up during some of the testimonies this morning. But I see value in discussing hypothetical scenarios because they set our minds on looking at second and third order effects of this bill. I believe an issue that cuts so deep into the hearts of the people, and a society-changing bill should be afforded a comparable amount of time, research, and analysis as that of the issue at hand. Have we really given this due diligence? Have we looked at other routes to afford rights and privileges to this new and emerging group of people, such as petitioning our congressional representatives to include civil unions for federal benefits without trampling upon the religious rights of the faith-believing community and opening a different set of can of worms by redefining marriage. Have we examined the second and third order effects?
Thank
I
you
ask
so
that
much.
you vote no.
Next
Thank you.
up is 566 Daryl Yim. Robin Nakasako. I'm sorry, did I say that wrong? Nagasako. Sorry about that.
Aloha and good afternoon, committee members. My name is Robin Nagasako, and I am a substance abuse counselor and also an associate pastor at New Hope Leeward. I'm a voter in the Waianae District, and I oppose this bill for a few reasons. First, being very obvious, since there are no amendments that can be made, public testimony and legislative concerns cannot be accommodated, so democracy is denied. The second being that the language of the bill is not clear and concise. There is, as we all heard this morning, very vague and ambiguous, and not only in 572-F concerning religious protection, but there are also other areas as well that were brought to our attention. And so this could also probably end up in court battles in the future. So, and the second thing being that the system or the process was very inconsistent. And so I was one of them on Monday that came, and I was not able to testify. And as I heard many of the testimonies and the people that only had 1 minute, and then today people have 2 minutes. So there's an inconsistency there as far as not everybody was able to have equal time. And so I just feel that, you know, that's a problem that needs to be considered. And lastly, and most importantly, I'm a mother and grandmother, and I want my children and grandchildren to grow up with the values of our founding fathers. This country was founded on traditional marriage. To redefine marriage and to adjust to our changing culture is to redefine our religious freedom and values that this country was founded upon. I do believe in equal rights, but marriage is not a civil right, but rather a sacred institution ordained by God. So to give so-called equal rights to homosexual couples is to
Thank you so
deny
much.
others.
Next up is
Thank you.
569 Stephen Munn.
To the members of the Committee on Judiciary and Finance, thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Stephen Munn, and I'm 61 years old and was born and raised in Hawaii. I am opposed to legalization of same-sex marriage in our state. I think the bill is too important to be fast-tracked in this special session without an opportunity for thoughtful amendments to be made. As our legislatures, you have taken the oath to uphold the democratic process. It is obvious that this is still a very contentious issue that needs to be discussed more thoroughly. Hundreds of people were turned away from testifying before the Senate on Monday. In fact, each were given only a minute to speak. This bill should be given due process during the regular session where it can be properly discussed, deliberated, and examined as all other bills. You, our state legislatures, are being pressured to make a huge decision in just a couple of days. Think about our children. Growing up and becoming responsible adults is really difficult nowadays. Please don't throw in to the mix gender identity confusion. Lastly, I believe that this bill, Senate Bill SB1, is going against the majority of the will of the people whom you represent. Let them make the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have number 570. I'm sorry if I butcher your name, Gabe L. Swafey. Gabe L. Swafey. Next is 571, Diane Nowak. Next is 572, Antonia Agbanawag.
Yes.
Okay.
So, aloha to the honorable members of the Judiciary and Finance Committees of the House. Thank you very much for having us. My name is Antonia Agbanawag, and I am pitching my overwhelming support for Senate Bill 1 and marriage equality from a student perspective. Additionally, I'm echoing support of this bill from my position as Vice President of the Young Democrats at University of Hawaii at Manoa. Marriage equality is one of the important issues in my generation, as many of my peers in this community would identify themselves as LGBTQ. What's more is that we embrace our LGBTQ peers as equals, and we assume that we will each have the same opportunities as students working toward our futures. But we would be wrong to just assume, because in Hawaii, this is not yet the case. At the university, we're preparing ourselves to make outstanding contributions to our communities. Here at UH in particular, we have outstanding students and diverse students that are looking ahead to start their careers, but many are looking back across the Pacific and end up leaving this place. We cultivate and empower great minds and talents, but we are suffering from a brain drain. We watch our best, our brightest leave the islands for better and more opportunities. Without equality for all, we continue to push people away, but by this bill in support of marriage equality, we can make the Aloha State a truly welcoming place for all. For each and every student, a fair place to learn and express freely, and afterward, a wonderful place to stay, work, play, live, and love without bias or restriction, and furthermore, an open and safe place to raise a family in whatever form that may be. So mahalo for your time and careful consideration in supporting this Senate Bill 1.
Thanks very much. Next up, we have 573, Patrick S. Finneran. No. 574, Tula Cavasso.
Tom K.
No. 576 is in the next group. Sorry, we're going to ask questions of this members of this group that we just. Is that? I'm sorry. Are you Mr. Cavasso? I'm sorry, anybody below 576? What's your number?
574.
Okay, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Representatives. My name is Tula Cavasso, and I'm from Waimanalo. If this bill becomes a law of the land, what will it lead to? I'm a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 10. My sons married 2 local Waimanalo girls. So I have Hapahali grandchildren, and they are in the public school. So I come to speak strongly against SB 1 for the sake of my grandchildren. In other states, this kind of legislation has led to forced teaching of homosexuality as legitimate moral behavior. I want to protect my grandchildren from such dangerous practices. Please stop this bill now before government gets involved in teaching wrong moral values. Have you studied the ramifications in states that have passed this law? In Massachusetts, parents aren't allowed to opt their children out. A judge's ruling said because it's legal, the school has a duty to normalize homosexual relationships to children. This is wrong. This will fundamentally transform our way of life. The people decided in 1998. Let the people decide again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we're going to take a break and ask questions of this last group. But let me just, as a reminder for the group 576 to 600, please come on in if you're not here already. And the group 601 to 601 to 625, if you could come on down and get registered. So, members, any questions for the group that we just heard? Representative Ito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is Chineng. Mrs. Chineng? Oh, the pastor's wife. No, you. Oh. The one, yeah. Oh.
That's my maiden name.
Oh, okay. You know, in your testimony, can you elaborate more on that blood quantum aspect of the bill?
Well, I was kind of hoping that you folks would. expand on that a little bit more. Because from what I understand, which is not that much, but in Section 572C, it does talk about the blood quantum, and that whoever is considered the designated father carries the racial identity of the child. So if the artificial insemination of the sperm, if that donor is, whatever, white or German, Spanish, and but the designated father is not, could be Australian, I don't know, British, but that would be on the child certificate, birth certificate. From what I understand, that's what that section is saying. So it does eliminate, and especially in another sense, it could be on the other side. If you look at it, say a child doesn't have any Hawaiian blood in the sperm doesn't have any Hawaiian, but the designated father has Hawaiian. That identity, racial identity of the child could say on the certificate Hawaiian. So that would change the whole Hawaiian schooling system, like Kamehameha schools. So it could work both ways. And I just think that in terms of for the child needs to know what is the real truth, the racial identity. That's true. As a professional healthcare provider, I've seen patients who didn't know what their full racial identity really included. And because there are certain races that have endemic illnesses that are very specific to that race. And so, at the end, we find out what the real problem is, but it takes a long time. So a lot of time is wasted and expense, too. So that's a concern that I have for the child as well, because in the future, too, you may not see the problems as they are children, but later on in life. That's a possibility.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I actually have a question myself. The woman from Kauai that I cut off, could you please come back up? I'm sorry I missed your name. Renee. I could have handled the situation better by at least letting you know that whatever you started saying was going to count against your 2 minutes. So if you could please make your 4 points, I'd appreciate it, but please do be quick. We do have 3,000 people waiting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. My second point was that I am a wedding planner, and this Senate Bill 1 will affect me personally. And I feel, as I understand the bill, as it is written, that it will infringe on my First Amendment right in the Constitution to, say to potential clients, hey, you know what, I'm uncomfortable with what you're asking me to do, but let me refer you to someone else. I won't be given that right with this bill. That's my understanding as it is written. My third point is that, yes, in 1998, we gave the legislators, the power to decide for us. But even though I flew from Kauai, I actually live in Hauula. And in Senatorial District 23. And when Senator He decided to run for office, he told us that he would have our best interest at hand. And I personally coordinated busloads of people from our district who were opposed to this bill. And there were thousands of our district here to oppose. Kahuku, Laie, Hauula, Ka'aaba, Kahana, Kaneohe.
Can you
Thousands. Okay.
go ahead and finish your point?
My fourth, and so that's another flaw right there. We gave him the power to decide for us, but he's not listening to us.
Okay.
That's a flaw. Okay, my fourth point is, on the North Shore, we go to a lot of hearings. And, there's hotels that want to be built. And when they introduce all these things, they are mandated to provide EIS, environmental and impact statements before a bill can be passed or before permits. And I think we should have a human rights impact statement provided by the people who have introduced this bill.
Thanks so much.
To tell us what the impact is on human rights, which is just as important as environmental effects on us.
Members, any other questions for this group of testifiers? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to the next group. Thank you very much. We're going to try to, yes, come forward.
Aloha, my name is Jeffrey Douglas Smith. I came from the island of Maui to testify here today. I don't have a number. I signed up, but somehow it got screwed up, but they let me speak anyway. Thank you. I am in favor of traditional marriage between a man and a woman, the way God created it to be, a holy matrimony. And let's face it, if it wasn't for traditional marriage, none of us would be here today. The framework of our Constitution is founded on godly principles, not on lustful desires of a small vocal group. We are representing the people of Hawaii. If you can't see by now what the people of Hawaii want, what is motivating you to change this law of marriage? Is it money? What is it? Where is the fear of God, the creator of marriage? If you change this law, it will affect the entire state and all the people of Hawaii. Look at the state of Louisiana. Destruction suffered by Katrina. The time was 2005, and the very same week they wanted to celebrate Southern Decadence, which was a gay parade and all kind of things. Katrina hit and spoiled all the plans of the celebration. 7 years later, on the same weekend, the Southern Decadence celebration, they were devastated again by another hurricane. Is this a coincidence? I don't think so. If you think God is not in control, if you vote for same-sex marriage, mark this day on your calendars and see if the judgment of God doesn't begin to fall on this state. This is an issue too far important for our state. Let the people vote. Don't fool yourselves. This isn't an issue of civil rights.
Thank you very much.
This is an issue
Next up, please.
Aloha, my name is Gretchen. English, maiden name Freitas. I come from the island of Maui. I thank you for fitting me in. Unfortunately, when we tried to submit our names 3 days ago, we were not chosen. But like Jeff, they let me in. I'm a registered voter. I come from the area of Haiku. My statement is I am for traditional marriage. The ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leaves to its children. I am born and raised on Maui and come from generations and generations of people who live there. I am Hawaiian, Chinese, Portuguese, Japanese, German, Irish, and Tahitian. I come from families who've been here a long, long time, who worked very hard to see their children and grandchildren live well. I cannot believe this day I'm standing here that I have to define what marriage is. Marriage is not a right, but a choice between one man and woman, entering a covenant with God. Marriage was created by God to be fruitful and multiply the earth. 2 men or 2 women cannot multiply. This bill that is before us degrades morality. If it passes, it legalizes immorality. does not respect my religious freedom, falsely calls me a bigot and a hater, and goes against family traditions. In Maui, King Kaoliki High School has a Gay Awareness Day. For those of you who don't know, it's been happening 5 years in a row. Here is the picture of the yearbook of this event. The parents are not told about this event. And how I found out about it is that we are a pastor, and one of our people in our church on Maui came to me and was upset because his 14-year-old son was subject to this. His son called him from school, they picked him up, and then we started to try to talk to the teachers. Apparently the person who is doing this is openly gay teacher there.
Thank
and
you
I
very
just
much.
wanted to be known that it is there.
Next up.
This is the families that you guys
Sorry,
are trying to destroy.
please,
Four
we have-
generations of
we
families.
have another
Thank
3,000
you.
people.
Thank you.
Next up, thank you.
David R. Hammond, Kauai. Marriage is not an equal rights issue. Marriage is a divine institution established by the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, between a male and a female, committed to one another to create a family. It is an entity with a distinct division of labor. No man can mother a child. No woman can father a child. Homosexual behavior is defined in the text as an unrighteous act, just as fornication, idolatry, heterosexual adultery, sodomy, thievery, covetousness, drunkenness, reviling, and extortion. It is in direct conflict with God's design. All people have urges, but we are instructed to control our urges. I may have an urge to have sex with every good-looking woman I see. If I were a pedophile who had urges towards children, I might want to sexually molest or abuse a child. If I were angry with you, I might want to have an urge to slug you in the face. But I am instructed by God, just as we all are, to control myself and not to engage in such behavior. We live in a society which requires righteous behavior to survive and prosper. Unrighteous behavior leads to the destruction of our society. The government is perverted if it licenses unrighteous behavior, and it encourages its own destruction. We would not expect the government to license fornication, heterosexual adultery, pedophilia, child abuse, extortion, etc. The government has no business licensing unrighteous behavior. Homosexual behavior is a sin just like any other sin. There is no justification for the government to stamp its approval on it and force society to pay homage to it. Such approval only encourages the wrath of God to be poured out upon our state.
Next up is 576 Tom K.
Chairman Rhodes and Chairman Luke and members of the committees, my name is Tom Kay. I'm a local attorney. I'm opposed to Senate Bill 1. Senate Bill 1 is unconstitutional under Section 23 of our Constitution. Section 23 ratified 524-1, and that became the law of this state and can only be changed by an additional amendment to the Constitution. Secondly, the voters of Hawaii in 1998, by a large majority, voted to enact Section 23. Their vote, the vote of the people, will control when this goes to court. The problem that you people have today is that irrespective of anything else that happens, there are going to be two conclusions to these hearings. One, you're going to have litigation involving whether or not SB 1 is constitutional. That litigation is going to take at least months. In the interim, those who want same-sex marriage will not be satisfied. Two, as you can easily see by the rallies and all that's gone on, there are many unhappy, angry voters here in Hawaii as to what's going on. By far the best solution is to end SB1 and have this bill go back and try and get an amendment through the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. 578, Jeremy Hanold. 580, Denise. Are you 578? 581. Okay. 580, 581, 582, or 581, yeah? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for listening to me. My name's Kim Nicolaides. I'm a resident of Honolulu. I'm an ordained minister of the gospel, have been for a number of decades. Just for your information, Canada, where same-sex unions have been legitimized for some time now, if you consider the graduation rates of the students from these unions, families rather, 65% of such, of the number that would come from a traditional family. In other words, what's happening there is, by the way, with lesbian couples, that number drops even further. So what we're doing here is we're depriving the future children of our society from the ingredients they need to thrive and grow and develop the moral character that they need to face the challenges in life. What happens when a child is deprived of the essential ingredients it needs to develop morally? Well, its moral character becomes stunted. And what happens to us as a people? Well, we become a nation of moral pygmies. So I'm here to defend the children of our nation. Mark my words. Let me cite from you a quote from Jesus. He said, "Whoever receives one of these who believe in me receives me. But whoever puts a stumbling block in front of these little ones who believes in me, it would have been better for him to have a millstone tied around his neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe unto the world. Woe unto the world for the stumbling blocks that you present. They will come, but woe unto those by whom they come." Amen.
Okay, thank you. 582, Janice Pesher. Janice. Okay, 582, 584, George Nagata. 585. Are you 585? Okay. Cheryl Toyofuku.
Yes. Aloha. Thank you to all the legislators here and also to your hard working people in your offices. We really appreciate all that they do. My name is Cheryl Toyofuku, and I'm a mother and I'm a grandmother. I'm a registered nurse by trade and a health advocate. I am strongly opposed to SB1, along with my ohana, my community, many people in my community that I know, and also many of the kama'aina here in our state. The public poll on KITV4 today, yesterday and today, the question is, should the legalization of same-sex marriage in Hawaii be left up to the lawmakers or to the voters? Lawmakers, 16%. This was at 2:30, just before I got here. Voters, 81%. Neither, 2%. And undecided, 0. I request that you let your constituents decide on this contentious issue and allow us to vote on it. So it is obvious with this public poll that the uproar from the public is reminding our legislators that as our representatives, please, we expect to have our voices heard and not in a rushed manner, please. Lawmakers, please survey your own representative district and truly understand and hear their hearts. Impact studies and consequence studies, and as many have shared, should be done researching the consequences of passing and making this legal. Please consider initiating these surveys. Having these surveys or studies already, or my question is, have these studies already been done by our legislative representatives? This issue is of great concern to many families here in Hawaii, and we have been studying what has been sadly happening to other states that have legalized same-sex marriage. I appeal to your wisdom and integrity in honoring and preserving our generational legacies.
586, Strider D. Dimas.
God bless you, Bob McDermott, for your lawsuit. And for the rest of the committees there who is voting against this bill, God bless you as well. And for the rest of you who are swaying over to it, please listen to it. Read my testimony there. And you'll see that there are eternal ramifications for what's going on here. And contrary to the AG's office, that there's no intent to go towards a polygamous relationship. That's wrong. The governor outright said that and said that they're going to sue over it. That's the next legislation here. And you know, Jesus says, why is my language not clear to you? Because you are unable to hear what I say. You belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desire. That's John 8:43. Do you not know that the wicked will not inherit the kingdom of God? Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor male prostitutes, nor homosexual offenders. 1 Corinthians 6:9. By the way, I fell in some of these categories, and I'm a sinner saved by grace. Okay? Although they know God's righteous decree that those who do such things deserve death, they not only continue to do it, these things, but they also approve of those who practice such. But the cowardly, the unbelievers, the sexually immoral, those who practice the magic arts, idolaters, and all liars, their place will be in the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second death. Jesus says this is how it will be at the end of the age. The angels will come and separate the wicked from the righteous and throw them into the fiery furnace, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth, Matthew 13:49, where their worm does not die and their fire is not quenched, Mark 9:48. There's many references that our Lord and Savior Jesus made because he loved us so much he didn't want us to go there. But he's telling you to have fear of the Lord, to repent, and unless you repent, you all shall perish. So when you're standing before the Lord one day, snot-nosed, on Judgment Day, you cannot say, you never know. Please vote for what's right. Thank you.
587, Sarah Ortiz.
Good evening, members of the committees, joint committees of the Judiciary and Finance. My name is Sarah Ortiz, and I stand here in steadfast support of SB 1. I'm originally from Torreon, Coahuila, Mexico. I have made Hawaii my home for 10 years now. I'm a proud graduate from Hawaii Pacific University, and I was honored to be valedictorian in 2010. And I was married a month later after I graduated to the man I love. And I just can't imagine that one person would be able to dictate and qualify the love of another when one human being can qualify that love. It's just incredible to me. To me, when the beliefs of the masses can dictate the rights of the few, that to me is oppression by any definition. And that's why I'm standing here today before you. I implore you to vote yes on SB 1 and stand on the right side of history and do the right thing according to your heart and according to jurisprudence and reason, not by belief, but by reason, and with the power that's been vested in you as our legislators and as our voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 588, Rose Woods. 589, Emily Maeda. 590, Deanne Hermes.
Aloha, my name is Diane Athena Hermes, and I'm in strong support of SB 1. I'm a mom, teacher, small business owner, straight ally, and was a surrogate to a gay couple. Your committee has my written testimony, but I would like to speak directly on two major points of the opposition: education and children. I've been a public school music educator for 14 years in this great state. I have never experienced curriculum that has mandated me to teach traditional marriage, and I can say that I will never be forced to teach about same-sex marriage. I do teach songs about different cultures, faiths, belief systems, and I work to broaden children's horizons to the beauty of diversity, to open their eyes to the differences around us. I hope they learn that regardless of individual upbringing, we are all humans and we should have the same basic rights. I have heard countless arguments on the same-sex couples cannot have children, or nor would they be good role models for children. I cannot disagree more. 6 months ago, I gave birth as a gestational surrogate to the most amazing miracle named Paul Kekoa. Paul's dads, David and Danny, are the most attentive, compassionate, nurturing, and supportive fathers I have ever met. What seems to be unclear to the opposition is that when same-sex couples choose to become parents, it's never a mistake. They have to choose to become parents,
Okay, if you
spending
guys
many
could
dollars
refrain
and
from doing
hours working very hard to realize this dream. That child is never unwanted and never unloved. Gay parents are already here. There's no denying that fact. In my many years as a teacher, I've experienced countless families and parent dynamics. I've noticed that same-sex families show significant support, dedication, and stability to their children. Isn't this something we should celebrate? Instead, we have so many children from even traditional marriages in broken homes. This law is not about education and it's not about children. SB 1 is about allowing all loving families and committed couples a chance to the same equal rights. I'm not asking you to change your moral views as I would not have you change mine, but I'm asking you to call on others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
591, 592. Okay, before you begin, if anyone out there is 601 to 650, if you could register with the reception desk. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, distinguished representatives. My name is Tim Earhart. I'm a member of Dignity Honolulu and also the Gay Men's Chorus of Honolulu. I am in strong support of this bill. I'd like to first quote from Paul, St. Paul, in Galatians 6:2. He says that the law of Christ is to bear one another's burdens. Also, the latest science, if not going back just a year or two, going back decades, says that sexuality begins in the womb. Today's churches are cursed with something called Christoplatonism. This says that anything spiritual is good, but anything material, including our physical bodies, is evil. This is crazy. The Bible does not teach that. The missing puzzle piece. I am writing in support of this bill. It is my observation and experience that legal support for same-gender marriage is of extreme benefit to society, as well as for the two individuals directly involved in desiring a responsible and intimate life together. The following construct pertains in particular to males, although has bearing on female couples as well. And this has ideally 7 parts, which touch on the social, psychological, sexual, physical, philosophical, and spiritual dimensions. All males pass through 7 stages from birth to afterlife. And if one step is left out, then the quality of life is diminished, and in short, results in a wasted life. Seen from my perspective as a person of faith, this consequence is tragic. However, with passage of this bill, this will provide the missing puzzle piece that redeems so many lives, so many couples. The first stage is innocence from birth to puberty. Next is display from about 10 years to adulthood, through adulthood. Why boys risk with skateboards.
Rebecca Prasad.
One more paragraph, please.
No, I'm sorry. We have 3,000 people who are still waiting to testify. 593, Rebecca Prasad. 594.
Dear honorable members, I am here in opposition of SB 1 and special session. I'm asking you to allow the people to decide on this delicate issue of marriage, as I believe the legislator is going against the will of the people. Why are we rushing this issue, especially when so many people are opposed? Please take time to properly research, examine all the ramifications that will come if this bill is passed. Already we are learning from other states and countries that have passed similar legislation that children are being taught about homosexuality and gender issues in schools at a very young age. Gelson Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Education Network is a nationwide network of activists dedicated to advancing homosexual ideology within public schools. They are targeting our children as young as kindergarten. Their founder is using the term safety as a way of infiltrating public schools, Gelson is promoting homosexuality under the guise of so-called tolerance or anti-homophobe programs. I'm here to be the voice for my sons and the next generation. How would you like your child or grandchild coming home telling you, today we were in school and had a pretend wedding, so I married my best friend who was the same sex? David Barker could only watch helplessly as the United States Supreme Court left intact a lower court ruling that allowed Massachusetts schools to promote homosexuality in the classroom without telling parents or allowing them to opt out. I'm strongly opposed to this teaching. In 1963, prayer was taken out of schools and claimed to be unconstitutional. Opponents claimed that they were being forced to hear prayers of Christians, and this was offensive to them. I'm offended to hear what is being taught in schools, where same-sex marriage law has passed. It is unconstitutional to force-feed our children this teaching that is against our moral beliefs. How will you protect my constitutional rights if you decide to pass SB 1? Because same-sex marriage is legal in these other states, it has been ruled that the school now has the duty to portray homosexual relationships as normal to children despite what their parents think. Kill this bill and allow the people to decide. Ronald Reagan said, if we ever forget that we are one nation under God, then we will be a nation gone under.
594, 595, 596, 597. Are you 597?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha, members of the committee. My name is Joy Hurkajo. I'm actually a voting member in the district of Kaneohe, but recently moved to Kalihi. I strongly oppose SB 1, and I first off definitely want to thank you for all the service you guys did today. I know it's been really tough. I vote in every election and also voted the Constitution Amendment in 1998, giving the legislative power to limit marriage between opposite-sex couples. The only legitimate way to change this would actually be giving it to the people to make this decision. The Constitution basically starts, we the people. It doesn't start, we the legislation. Fellows say 81% state the public wants to make the decision, wants to make the choice. Monday, there was many people that were denied their testimony. But if you looked at it, 25-1 opposed this bill. But yet the Senate chose to pass it anyway and did not listen to the people. So equality is not equality when it infringes on everybody else. And so I definitely ask you to vote no and go slow. If this really is to be what everybody wants, then you guys would take it to the next legislator and allow the people to decide and have more time to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you. 598, 599.
Good evening, representatives. Thank you for your time. The State Attorney General testified this morning that SB 1 has been carefully written to protect the rights of religious organizations. As far as my understanding is, our U.S. Constitution was written to protect our individual citizen rights, not organizations. Our First Amendment is to protect the free exercise thereof of the religion of an individual citizen, not an organization. There is also a lot of talk about precedents being set, and I think we need to look at some precedents that's being set. You need to be aware of what's happening around our nation that is forcing people to embrace homosexuality and same-sex marriage and is an impingement on their free exercise of religion, living by their convictions, and their free exercise is being attacked. In August, the New Mexico Supreme Court ruled that this photographer, Elaine Huguenin, must choose between her right of operating her business or her right of living according to the convictions of her faith because she would not photograph a same-sex commitment ceremony. She was taken to court. It was interesting, a representative this morning said that most people won't go where they're not wanted. Well, she did not want to take the photographs, and she was taken to court, and it's been a 7-year battle. The Oregon Labor Commissioner, recently, Brad Avakin, told the press that the goal is never to shut down a business, but the goal is to rehabilitate bakers, Aaron and Melissa Klein, who refused to do cakes for a same-sex wedding, citing their Christian faith. It is a very dangerous precedent when a government office thinks that they have the right or the responsibility to rehabilitate a citizen or citizens. Homosexual curriculum is presently being forced in parents of California schools, that they're not allowed to opt out. And California just passed a bathroom law and a locker room law that you can choose which one you want to go to depending on your chosen gender. Please stop SB 1. Thank you.
600. Number 600. Otherwise, questions, members? Representative McDermott.
Attorney Mr. Kay, would you come on up? Tom? Tom, you mentioned you believe it's unconstitutional. You're a lawyer and attorney. Obviously, you have many years of experience. In your view, the fact that the office of you can't hear too well. The fact that the Office of Elections advertised the amendment in '98 is legislature has the right to reserve marriage to opposite sex couples only. That's what they promulgated to the public in repeated newspaper advertisements and whatnot. Do you think the public was misled?
Unless the public had a relative here in the legislature who was trying to explain it to them, the only conclusion they could have reached is it meant only between a man and a woman, period.
Yeah.
And that would be the law.
Next question I'd like to ask repeatedly, over and again, I have made the assertion that if this becomes the law of the land, then this controversial policy issue that the DOE currently has, it's going to be null and void because it's no longer controversial, correct? It's the law of the land.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Ng.
This may be for Mr. K. It was were you the one speaking about the graduation rates in Canada? Was that? Oh, that was you. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have a question for the gentleman in the white. Yes.
Yeah, him, not you.
Yes, that was published in the review of the economic study of households. When this study involved the 2006 census, of all the people involved, 20% of that census.
Okay, assuming the facts are correct.
Right.
65% of, or the graduation rate of children from same-sex couples compared to their peers from heterosexual
marriages.
Couples.
Yeah.
65%
That's
of them.
for same-sex.
So,
yes.
Are you aware that, like the U.S., Canada's our graduation rates include students who leave to homeschool?
I'm sure they do, yes.
What do you think a reason for a child leaving to homeschool may be?
Well, there are many reasons, usually because the parents would not condone the things that are being taught in the public school.
Do you think one reason could be the type of intolerance that we tend to see among young LGBT community members that this type of legislation may help alleviate?
Oh, absolutely. I totally
Thank
agree
you.
with that. Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Ward.
Is Mr.
Mr.
K
K,
still?
can you come back?
Yes, I wanted to do a follow back up that. Mr. K, can you hear us? Where are you? Madam Chair, I do not see Mr. K.
Yeah.
Having seen none, I'll pass on that.
Okay, any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next group. With the members and audience indulgence, we wanted to take a disabled wheelchair ADA person out of order. What number are we?
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Sheriff. Let the people vote. I support the marriage between a man and a lady. And I'm here for myself, to speak for myself and for the rights, okay? Look, I cannot believe it. You guys, you people, the people that I believe and vote and put up there are doing this thing to us. You guys gotta do the right. You guys know it better, and do the right thing. Because if you don't do it, I'm telling you, you can kiss my vote goodbye. You're never gonna have my vote again. That is vote for no to gay marriage. I support the man and woman. That's the plan of God for us, okay? Because you guys know it better. And this thing, the civil rights, was never invented for gay people. Civil rights was for the blacks, then later the handicapped. Then that was the thing for the black and the handicapped. But now the gay trying to make it their civil rights. They don't have a right. What they have is a choice. When God made man and woman, when God made man and woman, He gave them the freedom of choice. But later down the road, they born as a man, and later down the road, that's the choice they make. They choose to be gay. You know, you guys are focused on minor. Set your facts straight, because don't waste time on minor things. There are more things. You gotta give the chance to us disabled people and to our kids. Our kids need the chance to go. Give it to them, but to these people, no, because they know it better. And that is my piece. Thank you so much for hearing me. And I hope you do the right thing, because I'm guaranteed this. You don't do it, you kiss my vote goodbye. That's the last time you're going to be on that seat.
Okay, 601, Christopher Frida.
Oh, I vote for the man and woman. I against the gay marriage.
Excuse me.
To my stomach.
You need to give other people a chance. We let you get in ahead of everybody else. Okay, 601.
Hello. As a proud Hawaii resident, I stand before you today in unwavering support of marriage equality. Representatives, you have heard and you'll continue to hear two and only two fundamental arguments for marriage equality. They are love and justice. And you have heard and you'll continue to hear two and only two fundamental arguments against marriage equality. They are fear and bigotry. You representatives have a truly momentous decision before you, and history will not forget the decision that you make or the vote that you cast. Those of you who vote for marriage equality will have helped to correct a grave injustice. Those of you representatives, and there are a few here, who will vote against marriage equality, follow in the shameful footsteps of George Wallace, who during the Civil Rights Movement famously said, "Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever." Like George Wallace, you will be on the wrong side of history. Like George Wallace, you will one day be deeply ashamed of your vote. And like George Wallace, 20 years later, you will have to try to explain to your neighbors, your children, and your grandchildren why you stood up to be counted on the side of fear and bigotry rather than love and justice. I do not envy you that task. Representatives, please let the principles of liberty and justice for all guide your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. 602, 603, 604. Michelle Maki.
Yes. I'm reading from the Star Bulletin Archives, October 29, 1998. Same-sex marriage, the entire nation is watching. It's the issue here, but it has implications for citizens everywhere. This is by Mike Ewan. Shall the Constitution of the State of Hawaii be amended to specify that the legislature shall have the power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples? Yes means that the Constitution is amended so lawmakers have the power to forbid same-sex marriage. No, the Constitution remains the same, and the issue would be decided by the courts. I don't even understand why we're here. It was decided. You know, the way this new law is written, it's not the will of the people. It's the will of a small vocal minority who have a lot of money, by the way. The the lobbyists have a lot of money. The KITV poll asking, do you want the people to decide or the legislature? When I looked Wednesday night, 75% want the people to decide, and only 22% want you folks to decide. So are you here to do the will of the people, which you were elected to do, or are you here because your party wants you to vote a certain way? Thank you.
Okay, 605, 607, 608. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Great, thank you. My name is Valerie Smith, and I testify in strong support of SB1. I am in a same-gender marriage and hold a valid marriage license, but Hawaii law reduces my marital status to a civil union. Now that DOME has been repealed, Hawaii is blocking same-sex couples from accessing federal provisions. I'm pretty certain if heterosexual couples were being denied federal benefits and protections and were told there was no urgency to remedy this, they'd be carrying torches and battering rams outside these doors. So I have just a few hypothetical questions for you. If you are married, would you and your spouse accept this change in status from married to civil union? And provided your spouses have spared you your lives, would you still believe that separate is equal? Marriage affords universal legal and social recognition valued by everyone. Our families are not less important than yours. By enforcing a two-class system of relationships, you are enforcing a two-class system of families. You, as representatives of the state, would be telling my son that his family should be treated with less respect and dignity than your own. Nothing conveys the same meaning and recognition of family as marriage does. When you speak of this bill, you are speaking about me and my family. It is not noble, but profoundly unjust to target a discriminated group, motivate the public with fear, and allow them to cast judgment upon my family based on their own biased notions of what makes a family. I didn't vote on your marriage, I haven't redefined your marriage, and frankly, it's none of my business to. As a social institution, marriage belongs to no single group or religion. For 20 years, religious opponents have had opportunities to figure out what their relationship to the public is and what or who that public is, and are using this bill to try and figure out how it doesn't have to fit into society. Please, while respecting religious freedom, don't allow churches to avoid their own internal discussion by allowing them special rights to discriminate. Go Niners.
Thank you. 609. Okay, 609, 608.
My name is Donna Gedge. This is my partner, Monica Montgomery. We've been in a relationship for 35 years. Because we've been in a relationship for such a long time, people in our families have died. We don't have our parents here to enjoy a marriage that we hope is going to be afforded to us sometime in the near future. Friends of ours in the gay community have died and will never enjoy the privilege of getting married. And we have lost our youth. I want to be able to get married while I can still physically get up on my own. And when I say I do, I'll know what the heck I'm saying I do to. Seriously. So those of you who say, what's the rush? We've been without our rights for a very long time. We have states' rights because we entered into a civil union on January 1st, 2012. Nerves. I've conducted my life as a first-class citizen. I'm tax-paying, I'm law-abiding, I'm a contributor to the community, and yet I'm a second-class citizen before the law because I don't have those 1,138 rights that I want, just like all of you. And those of you who don't understand what's the rush, why do we want these rights? If someone were to say to you, is it okay if I take away your rights? I don't think so. So I ask that you support Senate Bill 1, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. 609, 610.
I am strongly opposed to SB 1. As written, this bill seeks to gain rights for one population at the expense of another population. I believe the proponents of this bill do not want to see the rights of opponents diminished any more than they want their own diminished. The bill provides some weak religious exemptions which set the foundation for a slippery slope of the deterioration of religious freedoms. The bill also does not provide the necessary protections for teachers or small business owners for which this bill may violate their faith. While I realize that third, fourth, and fifth order effects cannot be legislated, the bill does not even attempt to address or provide foresight of the more immediate second order effects. Section 8 reads, "The legislature finds that the people of Hawaii choose to preserve the tradition of marriage as a unique social institution based upon the committed union of one man and one woman. I simply do not understand how in good faith the legislature can strike the words, 'the people of Hawaii choose,' without first actually letting the people choose. The media has reported Hawaii may become the 15th state to legalize same-sex marriage. How many of us were asked by our mothers, 'If your friends jump off a bridge, will you as well?' Our mothers were telling us we have the freedom of choice and we are responsible and accountable for the decisions that we make. Just because other states have passed this legislation doesn't mean Hawaii has to follow suit so quickly. The state of Hawaii is vastly diverse, which is why Hawaii is so great. The state of Hawaii also has a freedom of choice. Many people have been here all week asking the legislators to simply let the people decide. Simply put, honor our diversity and our freedom of choice. I respectfully ask you to vote no on SB 1. Thank you.
611.
Good evening, Representatives. I'm Jackie Young, and I am in strong support of Senate Bill 1 as it stands. We have been discussing the same-sex marriage issue since 1993, when Hawaii's Bear v. Lewin resulted in the decision written by Supreme Court Justice Stephen Levinson. In 1993, the first action taken by a civil rights group was when Bill Kaneko of the Hawaii chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League led his organization in passing a resolution supporting marriage equality. After much debate, their national convention followed the Hawaii chapter's lead. Congressman Norman Mineta had argued that a threat to the civil rights of one American is a threat to the rights of all Americans. JACL clearly saw the connection between the World War II internment of Japanese Americans and the denial of marriage to same-sex couples, as does all civil rights groups in Hawaii. Hawaii and Hawaii's legislature has been discussing this issue longer than any other state in the United States. As Representative Chris Lee says, he was in elementary school when the 1994 legislature took up the subject of same-sex marriage. There were fierce debates and public meetings. Speaker of the House in 1994 was Joe Suki. I was Vice Speaker. We instituted reforms to open up committee meetings and brought in Olelo so that the people of Hawaii could watch our proceedings. Today, many people see marriage as love and commitment and a fundamental right. Some people have been saying, let the people vote. The people did 15 years ago. In 1998, I led the Protect Our Constitution campaign. We lost. The people voted to amend the state constitution to let the Hawaii legislature define our marriage laws. It's now in your hands and it's in your hearts. I urge you to vote for marriage equality for Hawaii. Thank you very much.
612.
Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Phil Yasuhara, registered voter from Kapolei. I am grieved that this discussion has ripped apart the spirit of aloha and has pierced its very heart. Hurtful words like homophobe, intolerant, and bigot are circulating in local social media and have no place in Hawaii Nei. My heart is grieved by this divisive, abrasive animosity and absence of aloha. I stand in opposition to this special session because it makes a mockery of democracy. It mocks democracy by trying to rush a bill on such a divisive, complex issue through the normally viscous, careful, deliberate legislative process. It makes a mockery of democracy because it defies the will of we the people who in 1998 gave you, the legislature, the power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples, not to redefine marriage. It mocks democracy because by allowing all citizens who want to be heard on this matter to speak, by not allowing all citizens who want to be heard on this matter to speak. It mocks democracy by not allowing you time to fully explore the ramifications and unintended consequences of such legislation and unfairly asks you to vote based upon verbal assurances that there is probably no negative consequences. I stand in opposition to this bill because it is severely flawed. It is severely flawed because it contains not one word protecting the religious rights of fraternities, organizations, businesses, charities, or individuals. It is severely flawed because there is no compromise in it. Proponents of this bill wrote it, and you're being asked to vote it up or down. It is severely flawed because it will legalize an unhealthy, even lethal lifestyle. Proponents allege that society has changed. If this is true, then it is incumbent upon you to vote no and ask us again. Not only is it the most prudent thing for you to do politically, but it is the right thing to do. I ask you to vote no. Thank you.
613, 614, 615. Daryl Yamada.
Good evening, Chair Rhodes and Chair Luke and members of the committee. My name is Daryl Yamada, and I'm the senior pastor of Mililani Missionary Church, and I represent approximately 200 people in my congregation. I'm here to testify in strong opposition to SB 1. As you know, doing a wedding is just one of the many responsibilities that I must perform as a pastor. I'm deeply concerned that the passage of this bill would put restraints on me and will not allow me to practice my faith in the fullness that I feel God has called me to do. The exemption to be able to refuse to perform a same-sex wedding is much too narrow to offer any real protection to the clergy and all the other duties that we must perform. Many of us have jobs where we have multiple responsibilities. Is it fair and right to be defined by only one facet of your job and be protected in only one facet? I'm deeply concerned that the diversity that our great nation was founded on, where we could agree to disagree, is now being replaced by accusations that I'm hateful or fearful or discriminatory just because I don't agree with your point of view. Why must I be labeled as bigoted or unenlightened just because I believe differently than them? I've heard some religious organizations in support of this bill said that they feel that the clergy exemption is adequate. Wouldn't logic dictate that of course they would feel this way since they won't have to say no to a same-sex couple? Would they truly feel the same way if they were opposed to the bill? Therefore, I want to respectfully appeal to you not to let this bill proceed in this special session. A bill of this magnitude has such far-reaching repercussions on our ohana, needs much more time than a special session can afford if the rights of everyone are to be preserved. Once a decision is reached, we cannot turn back the clock and reverse the decision upon the discovery of some anticipated consequence we never thought of. I just want to respectfully ask you if you are aware of all the ramifications of the bill, and if you are not, wouldn't it be prudent?
616,
Thank you.
Chris Brown. 617.
Good evening, Chair Rhodes, Chair Luke, and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Claudia Yamada, and I was born and raised here on Oahu and testify as a concerned mother and resident. I am opposed to SB 1 for several reasons, and I will share two concerns today. Number one is that the parental rights section of SB 1 doesn't make sense. Say I have a girlfriend who's married, has a baby, lives in a state that does not recognize same-sex marriage, such as Texas. If she later gets divorced because her husband had an affair with a gay man and he gets custody of the child, her ex-husband can now move to Hawaii with his partner and the child and forever terminate the child's relationship with his mother, according to this bill. That would be heart-wrenching to me if I was that mom. How is this aloha? My second concern has to do with Section 9, jurisdiction. The normal requirements for couples is to have to reside 3 months in the circuit where you're filing for divorce and reside 6 months in the state. It doesn't make sense that under this bill, same-sex couples are waived from this requirement and can come from the mainland and immediately file for divorce. Why do only same-sex couples have this special right? In addition, our family circuit courts would be inundated with cases of people who don't even reside here. Do you realize that once you enact SB 1 as law, there's no going back? I appeal to you respectfully to vote no, or at least amend this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 619, 620.
Good evening, members. My name is Clarence Kai, and I'm a registered Democrat. I remember coming here in 1969, the 5th grade. I was impressed because I was told by my teachers and grandfather that this place was a place for people where the representatives and senators are going to do the right things for the people. I was also told that this is a place of ideas where people can meet and solve problems and do the right thing for the people. But today, I can see that not everything can be solved here. Sometimes things are just too big for a governor, 25 senators, and 51 representatives to handle. I can see there are too many special interest groups that can sway the way we vote. I stand here opposed to SB 1 in this special session. This is too big for a governor, senators, and representatives to handle. I oppose this bill, but more than that, my God opposes this bill. And I just pray that you guys do the right thing for the state of Hawaii. I am a Hawaiian and a minority, and I do not approve of the marriage. Have a great evening.
Thank you. 621.
Aloha, my name is Dave Woolweber, and first of all, I want to thank you for your time and apologize for any frustration that I think was pent up from the Senate side that maybe has been thrusted on you. I heard Senator Galataria yesterday describe a global wave that is cresting and that we need to hop on and ride that wave into a glorious future. And I guess I respectfully disagree with him and some others that are painting that kind of picture. I see a tsunami that will bring some devastation because we have looked back 40 years ago and we started tinkering with marriage between one man and one woman for life when we enacted no-fault divorce. And that opened up a whole slew of social ills, if you will. Poverty, increased crime, drug abuse, violence, abandoned children, child abuse, spouse abuse, the dumbing down of education, vandalism, increased sexually transmitted infections, abortion, the need for more jails and rehabilitation, increased healthcare costs, and more. What would have happened if we would have taken this week and the $30,000+ and got businesses, government, churches, communities together to work on strengthening one man and one woman for life? Because one man and one woman leads to a strong society. As soon as we pass SB 1, we open up a door that will be difficult to close. I've heard many reasons for why we should pass this bill. Aloha, respect, acceptance, justice, civil rights, the right to pursue happiness and freedom, federal benefits. What will you then say when polygamists, pedophiles, and others stand before you in the near future and they want to pursue their happiness, pursue their civil rights and freedoms?
Thank you. 622, 623, 624, 625. Any questions? If not, let's move on. Oh, Representative Lee.
Thank you. Is Valerie Smith still here? Maybe someone could bring her a mic if there's one.
Representative.
Thank you for appearing. There's been a lot of talk about a particular lifestyle or choice. And I guess my question to you is that the case? Was there a point where you chose to be gay?
No, there was a point when I tried not to be gay. I mean, I came out at the age of 13. Between that time and the time I came out, I was actually weighing whether or not it would be easier to commit suicide rather than tell my parents I was gay. And also, I mean, you mentioned lifestyle. My lifestyle is, you know, getting up, brushing my teeth, doing laundry, going to work. Soon it's going to be taking my kid to soccer practice. That's my lifestyle.
For you, it wasn't the choice?
Absolutely not. No, it wasn't a choice. In fact, I almost got married to make my parents happy.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Har.
Thank you. Can I have Ms. Claudia Yamada come back up, please? Good evening, Ms. Yamada. Thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. You know, you talked about two specific sections that I don't think, I mean, they've been discussed briefly, but let's go back to section 572C when you talked about the rights of parents. Can you just elaborate on everything that you said? Because I didn't really catch everything, and you talked a little bit quickly because I know the timer, but if you could just elaborate, because I didn't really catch what you had said about your concern on this section.
Okay. Say that a couple gets married in another state and they end up getting a divorce because one of the people, say the husband, chooses to have a gay lifestyle, and so they get divorced and he gets custody of the child, and they move to Hawaii should this SB 1 pass. They move to Hawaii, and he can have he can, according to the SB 1, that it will be terminated, the relationship with the mother back on the mainland will be terminated, and he will be able to stay in Hawaii, and the child will never get to see his mom again.
Okay, so that's under 572-C.
The parental right.
Right, the right of parents. Okay, so then on section, you were also talking about divorce?
Yes, under section 9, jurisdiction, under normal requirements, people have to be residing in the circuit that they want to file for divorce in.
Right, at least one person has to reside for at least 6 months in the state of Hawaii if they're seeking a divorce.
But according to SB 1, for same-sex couples, that requirement is waived, and so they have a special right that they can just immediately get divorced and not even reside here.
So you're referring to the part that says neither party to the marriage is solemnized. An action for divorce may be commenced where neither party to the marriage meets the domicile or physical presence requirements.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, let's move on.